Chapter 714. Many questions had popped up in Ling Zhao's mind before this. He did not understand why the fire hall had asked him to come to the medicine sect. He had thought of many possibilities before he came. He once thought that the medicine sect might want to harm him, and he also thought that the fire hall might invite him to join the medicine sect and become a part of it. When the old man saw his heavenly fire just now, he thought that the old man wanted to steal his heavenly jewels. However, when the old man said that he was his master's sworn brother and that he wanted him to call him martial uncle, this was completely out of Ling Zhao's expectations. He could not help but think, if I call him martial uncle, won't the disciples of the medicine sect have to call me martial granduncle? Waha, this seems like a pretty good identity. Are you really my martial uncle? Ling Zhao asked with some speculation. The old man smiled faintly and said, "There's no need for me to lie to you. I was fortunate enough to get to know your master when I was young, and we roamed the world together for a period of time. However, your master is used to being alone and has many female friends all over the world. We brothers only see each other once every few years or even decades." He paused for a moment before continuing. "A few years ago, when he came to look for me, I hadn't seen him for thousands of years. I guess that he must have gone to the heaven domain, but I never thought that he would come back and take you as his disciple. But, martial uncle, my master came to look for you. Why did you only come to look for me now?" Ling Zhao continued to ask. He had to stay calm and not be fooled so easily. If he was sold, he would still foolishly count the money for the other party. "When I heard that Big Brother had taken you as his disciple, I really wanted to bring you to the medicine sect so that you could cultivate better. However, your master said to let you grow on your own. He believed that you wouldn't rely on anyone to become stronger and that you would be more youthful than your master. This is the first time I've heard Big Brother say that about someone." The old man sighed. Ling Zhao was a little embarrassed and said, "Hee, that was just master's nonsense. You can't take it seriously. You can't take it seriously." Although he said that, he was secretly overjoyed. In his memory, his master had always been very dignified. He was extremely strict with him and his people, but he had never heard of him praising anyone. However, after hearing the old man's words, he already believed that the relationship between the old man and his master was real. Otherwise, there was no need for him to explain so much to him. Moreover, those words were in line with his master's personality. Ling Zhao cut to the chase. "Then why did you want me to come here, martial uncle? Although this golden serene pearl is powerful, it shouldn't be a problem for you." Ling Zhao immediately changed the way he addressed him. He called him martial uncle, which was very intimate. Thinking of the beautiful fantasy in his mind, he said, "Now that you're my martial uncle, you should at least give me something later. I'm not very greedy. Just give me a few hundred spiritual herbs of the 7th or 8th grade and tens of millions of upper-grade Xian crystals." If the elders or disciples of the medicine gate were to hear this, they would probably be so angry that they would swallow blood. If this was not greedy, then there was no one in the world who was greedy. I've said it before, the golden serene pearl was originally discovered by your master, and he was the one who gave it to me back then. It's only natural for you to take it back now, and this is also your master's intention. Moreover, I no longer have the ability to suppress the golden serene pearl, the old man replied. "You don't have the ability to suppress the golden serene pearl? How is that possible?" Ling Zhao exclaimed softly. "Later on, your master gave it to me, but I didn't refine it but sealed it under this mountain range. At that time, there was already an extremely high-ranking Earth-level fire in this mountain range, and I thought that there wouldn't be any changes if the two flames were sealed. Who knew that the situation would be out of my expectations, and after nearly 10,000 years, that Earth-level fire was actually devoured by the golden serene fire bit by bit, and after these years, its energy has once again skyrocketed, and it has already begun to have a human nature. It is already impossible for me to subdue it or suppress it unless I destroy it, but that would be too much of a pity. When your master returned a few years ago, I originally wanted him to suppress it again, but your master said that he would leave this matter to you. It seems that he has already planned to let you continue this golden serene pearl. When the old man said this, he clearly revealed a hint of reluctance. The reason why he did not refine the golden serene pearl back then and had always sealed it in this mountain range was because he wanted it to benefit the disciples of the medicine sect, allowing them to grasp a better alchemy flame. For example, the few strands of heavenly fire energy from the fire dust were refined from this mountain range. Although its power was very different from a true heavenly fire, it was countless times stronger than ordinary flames and was extremely suitable for alchemy. Now, if Ling Xiao had the ability to take away the golden serene pearl, then it would be impossible for the disciples of the medicine sect to obtain the heavenly fire energy in the future. This was also what the old man did not want to see in his heart. However, he had once told the evil emperor that if the evil emperor wanted to take away the golden serene pearl one day, he would definitely not say a word. However, when it really came down to it, his heart was very conflicted. Ling Xiao was naturally unable to guess the old man's thoughts. In his heart, he was debating whether he should take the golden serene pearl or not. This was a heavenly jewel that even saint-level experts feared, and its grade might be much higher than the blue demon fire bead. Before this, he had been able to obtain the connate Yin Wind Pearl because it had automatically recognized him as its master, while the blue demon fire bead had paid the price of his life to barely keep it. It could be said that he was extremely lucky. If he had to do it all over again, he would rather not have the blue demon fire bead because he was not confident that he could subdue it again. Moreover, he already had 2 heavenly jewels in his sea of consciousness, and he also had the tree of immortality. Could he still let the golden serene pearl exist in his sea of consciousness? If he were to give it up, it was a rare heavenly jewel in the world, a treasure that everyone yearned for even in their dreams. It would make his heart ache. This was undoubtedly a very difficult decision. Senior uncle, didn't you say that I could help you seal it again? Ling Xiao asked, holding his chin. A hint of surprise appeared in the old man's eyes. Are you sure you want to seal it and not take it away? Ling Xiao shook his head lightly. I already have 1 heavenly jewel, and it is difficult for 2 to coexist. If I refine it again, I'm afraid that I will be refined by it first. Ling Xiao was not lying. He did not have the confidence to let another heavenly jewel reside in his sea of consciousness. The old man continued, although the 2 jewels cannot coexist, one of them can absorb the energy of the other and then evolve. When the 2 jewels fuse together, their power will be terrifying. Don't you want to become even stronger? Ling Xiao shook his head. One cannot be too greedy, or else one will die without knowing what happened. The old man looked at Ling Xiao with delight. Good. It's rare that you know how to make such a choice. Big brother did not misjudge you. Then stay and help me seal it. Once this is done, senior uncle will definitely give you a big gift. The old man was completely relieved after hearing Ling Xiao's words. As long as the golden splitting bead could continue to be kept in their medicine sect, it would always be beneficial to their development. He was surprised that Ling Xiao could make such a decision. He sighed in his heart. As expected of the disciple that Big Brother has set his eyes on, this breadth of mind is not something that ordinary people can compare to. How should I cooperate with Martial Uncle? Ling Xiao asked. This is very simple. After I remove the seal here, you can help me suppress it for an hour so that we have enough time to set up a new seal. That will do, the old man said. Suppress it for an hour? I don't know if I can do that. Ling Xiao replied awkwardly. From the feedback from the demon blue fire bead, he knew that the golden splitting bead was much stronger than the demon blue fire bead. Its previous impulse was not to devour the golden splitting bead, but to escape as soon as possible so that it would not be devoured by the golden splitting bead. After receiving this information, Ling Xiao lost even more confidence in subduing the golden splitting bead. Asking him to block the golden splitting bead was no different from throwing his life away. You don't have to worry. No matter how bad your heavenly fire is, it can still fight against the golden splitting bead for an hour. Moreover, with this tiger here, I believe that it won't be a problem. The old man comforted him. Ling Xiao hesitated again and again, calculating in his heart. No matter what, he is still my martial uncle. Since he has already spoken, how can I not help? Moreover, Master has already expected this day. You should also think that I can suppress this golden splitting bead. Damn it, I'll go all out. This time, I helped martial uncle, which means that the medicine sect owes me a favor. This should be worth it. All right, I'll listen to martial uncle's arrangements. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and replied. The old man nodded his head in gratification, then said faintly, Senior brothers, come over. Martial nephew has agreed. As soon as his voice fell, the expressions of Ling Xiao and the earthly flaming tiger changed. How could they have imagined that there would be people nearby? 4 old men walked out from 4 directions. Looking at their aged appearance, one could imagine that they were old monsters that had existed for more than 10,000 years. These 4 old men did not have the slightest fluctuation of aura. As they stood there, it was as if they were separated from this side of the world, making it impossible for others to sense their existence. One of the old men grinned and said, Kid, you know how to choose. Not bad. In the future, the medicine sect will definitely be your backing. Another old man said, Not bad. There aren't many kids who aren't greedy these days. You happen to be one of them. Ling Xiao bowed slightly and said, Seniors, you flatter me. His heart was in turmoil as he exclaimed, The medicine sect's foundation is too terrifying. Even if these 4 aren't true saints, they're at least half-saints. All right, senior brothers, are you ready? I'm going to unseal this seal. The old man said indifferently. Let's do it. With us old fellows here, it won't be able to cause any trouble. That's right. Moreover, with the suppression of this kid's heavenly fire, it will definitely be sealed for another 10,000 years. Chapter 7:15. Ling Zhao's martial uncle was called Hua Qianzhong. He was the old master of the medicine sect and the most outstanding person in the last 10,000 years. Not only was he a saint-level powerhouse, but he was also an 8th-grade medicine saint. He was the most respected person in the central region. He was on equal footing with the old monsters of the spirit martial court and above. Even the people of the Black Demon sect didn't dare to provoke the medicine sect. This was because of his existence. It was also because of this old master's seclusion that the medicine sect status was inferior to the Black Demon sect. Otherwise, the medicine sect's ranking would definitely be higher than the Black Demon sect. Hua Qianzhong flew up and looked at the floating runes on the ground with a solemn expression. He raised his hands slightly, and the palms of a young man started to move quickly. Break it, Hua, Qianzhong roared. The energy on his palms split into several directions and attacked the formation's eye. The energy in the formation's eye was already very weak. Even if he did not destroy the formation's eye now, it would not take long before the golden rift flame broke through. Now that he had broken the formation one step ahead, he wanted to set up an even larger formation to seal the golden rift flame again. The 4 saints of the medicine sect had already separated into several corners. They were all ready to set up the formation's runes at any time. Ling Xiao and the flaming tiger were also watching nervously from the side. Rumble. When the formation's eye was destroyed, golden waves of fire rushed out from the ground and rushed towards the people in the sky like a tide. The space around the medicine sect began to shake, as if it would collapse at any moment. The disciples of the medicine sect looked extremely shocked. What happened? Why is it shaking all of a sudden? It's coming from the Golden Crack mountain range. Did something happen there? It can't be. It's said that there's a supreme elder there. It should be fine. I heard that the Golden Crack mountain range was exploding. Could it be that the golden rift flame is about to break out of the seal? The disciples of the medicine sect became nervous. They had lived here for a very long time, and nothing like this had ever happened. How could they not panic when the earth suddenly shook and the mountains swayed? Hua Tang flew into the sky and quietly said, Everyone, there's no need to panic. No one is allowed to approach the Golden Crack mountain range for now. The sect master and the grand elders are currently setting up a new formation, and things will calm down soon. Now that Hall Master Hua had spoken, the medicine sect's disciples fell silent. They could not help but stare curiously at the terrifying energy surging from the Golden Crack mountain range. The seal had been broken, and a figure gradually condensed above the waves of fire. This person looked very young, very handsome, and had a strange smile on his face. His entire body flickered with golden flames, and his face had an arrogant expression. Ling Xiao looked at the flaming man, his eyes filled with a sense of familiarity. It looks like Master. Ling Xiao carefully looked at the flaming man's facial features and realized that it actually looked quite similar to his master, the demonic emperor. This must be the golden rift flame bead that had transformed into his master's youthful appearance. Hua Qianzhong's expression turned solemn as he shouted, "For senior brothers, what are you waiting for?" Martial nephew Ling, quickly suppress it. Hearing Hua Qianzhong shout, Ling Xiao came back to his senses and began to move his palms. Demon blue flames, go! The blue flames transformed into 2 fire dragons that bombarded the flaming man. The flaming man looked at the blue flames with a greedy look in its eyes. It spread out its palms and actually grabbed at the blue flames. At this moment, Hua Qianzhong and the 4 Medicine Gate saint experts simultaneously erupted with their strength. Streaks of energy continuously interweaved above the mountain range, forming a dense net that began to form profound and powerful array patterns. The flaming man tore the 2 blue fire dragons apart and actually opened its mouth to swallow the blue flames. This was simply like a ferocious beast going up against an ordinary domestic animal, unable to withstand a single blow. Ling Xiao looked at this scene and was shocked. Wow, what a terrifying fellow. It seems like if I don't use my full strength, it'll be hard to suppress it. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao sent a message to the demon blue flames bead in his sea of consciousness, asking it to come out and use its full strength to deal with the golden rift flame bead. However, at the crucial moment, the demon blue flames bead actually dropped the ball. It actually did not want to obey Ling Xiao's orders, and instead wanted to urge Ling Xiao to leave as soon as possible. At this moment, after the flaming man swallowed the blue flames, its eyes glowed as it looked at Ling Xiao, as if it was treating Ling Xiao as a delicacy. Its intelligence was already very high. Although it could not open its mouth to speak, its every action was already very human-like. Earth Flaming Tiger, go block it, Ling Xiao said to the Earth Flaming Tiger beside him. The Earth Flaming Tiger did not say a word and roared as it repeatedly struck out with its tiger fists, blasting towards the flaming man. The flaming man actually ignored the Earth Flaming Tiger's attacks and directly passed through it, pouncing towards Ling Xiao. Not good, young master. My attacks have no effect on it. Earth Flaming Raging Tiger cried out in alarm. Earth Flaming Raging Tiger was a fire attribute spiritual beast, so his attacks were all fire attribute energy. Unlike humans, he could control it as chi force or sword chi, so his energy did not cause any damage to the Emperor of 10,000 Flames. Ling Xiao no longer had the time to respond to the Earth Flaming Raging Tiger, because the flaming man had already pounced on him. He clenched his teeth and said, "Demon Blue Flames, cooperate with me and attack, or else you'll be swallowed by it." After shouting, a powerful blue flame condensed in Ling Xiao's hand and blasted towards the flaming man. The 2 types of flames started to tangle together. Ling Xiao could only try his best to stall for time, so that Hua Qianzhong and the rest could rearrange the array patterns. Unfortunately, he underestimated the terror of the golden red flame. The energy it emitted made Ling Xiao's hair stand on end. If it wasn't for the demon blue fire bead's protection, he would have been burnt to ashes the moment he came into contact with that aura. However, at this moment, the demon blue fire bead showed stage fright, and this made Ling Xiao feel a sense of crisis. He saw that the blue flames he shot out had become fertilizer for the golden red flame. After the flaming man swallowed the blue flames, it pounced towards Ling Xiao again. "Damn it! I'll let you have a taste of this young master's power." Ling Xiao shouted in shock, and his miniature square world started to deduce. The appearance of the ancient desolate world was like the opening of a new land. Every tree, every grass, and every flower was in a gray world, and these living things were actually in a state of withering. Countless innate wind baleful qi formed hurricanes, making people feel as if it was the end of the world. At the same time, countless hailstones fell, bringing with them a bone-chilling cold. The five saints in the sky saw Ling Zhao's world power, and their eyes revealed a look of shock. They were all saints, and they could sense that Ling Zhao's world power was extraordinary. If it was any other time, they would definitely carefully observe and study this mysterious world power, but they didn't have the time to do so now. With Ling Zhao's mastery of the power of his world, he was able to use the power of his world as his own main attack. The innate Yin wind bead and other Yin objects could restrain the yang heavenly fire, but its energy level was lower than the demon blue fire bead. Ling Xiao didn't want to use it before, but the demon blue fire bead failed him, so he had no choice but to use it. He only hoped that it could last for an hour. The Yin wind bead and hailstones attacked the Burning Man. The Burning Man didn't seem to be used to Ling Zhao's new round of attacks, and these attacks were all restraining its energy, so it couldn't react in time. Ling Xiao used all his strength to draw out the innate Yin wind baleful qi, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. It was obvious that he was using up a lot of energy. Pump! The Burning Man seemed to have gone mad, and it turned back into countless golden flames, burning the Yin wind bead and hailstones until nothing was left. The countless flames turned into countless ferocious beasts, and they pounced at Ling Xiao again. They were astonishingly fast, and they reached Ling Xiao in an instant. They opened their mouths and pounced at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao released countless Yin wind bead to resist the golden flames. He felt like he was in a steamer, and his body felt like it was going to be scorched. This guy is too scary. I'm going to die if this goes on. Ling Xiao thought anxiously. Although the innate Yin wind bead tried its best to resist the golden rending flame, the difference in their levels was too great, and it was slowly being pushed back. Damn it, demon, come out! Ling Xiaofa roared ferociously. Countless spiritual power forcibly drove the blue demon fire bead out. The moment the blue demon fire bead appeared in Ling Zhao's sea of consciousness, it actually flew out without a care. Stop! Ling Xiao used his willpower to stop the blue demon fire bead. The moment the golden rending flame saw the blue demon fire bead, it pounced at it like a hungry wolf. The two peerless flames, one gold and one blue, started to tangle together. Pung pung. The strong fire elemental energy caused the earth to shake and the mountains to tremble again. The earth flaming tiger couldn't stand the energy of the two flames, and it was forced to retreat from the periphery of the golden mountain range. It tried to barge in a few times, but the golden and blue flames made it cry out in pain. The golden rending flame bead was much stronger than the blue demon fire bead, and as the golden flame suppressed the blue flames, the golden light became more and more dazzling, while the blue light became dimmer and dimmer. At this time, Xianxia shouted from the sky. Senior brothers immediately set up the formation core. Following his shout, the medicine gate's four saints immediately threw out a few grade 8 beast cores. Xiao. More than 10 grade 8 beast cores were scattered in every corner of the fire vein. The five saints sped up the engraved profound formation runes and slowly sealed the 4 fire veins. Marshal Nephew Ling, quickly keep your heavenly jewel. We're going to seal the golden rending flame bead. Xianxia shouted at Ling Xiao, who was protected by the innate Yin wind baleful qi. Ling Xiao also knew that Xianxia and the others had reached a crucial moment, and had already endured for an hour, so he immediately used his senses to summon the blue demon fire bead back. Unfortunately, the blue demon fire bead was already suppressed by the golden rending flame bead, and was unable to return to Ling Zhao's sea of consciousness. Damn it, why is it like this? Ling Xiao was at a loss. Chapter 716. The demon blue fire bead was one of Ling Zhao's biggest trump cards. Other than being a means of attack, it was also a peerless treasure for him to concoct pills. Ling Xiao originally thought that the demon blue fire bead was inferior to the dark gold crack bead in terms of grade, but it shouldn't be a problem for it to last for an hour. However, The demon blue fire bead expressed stage fright from the start, and actually didn't dare to fight against the gold-rending bead. Now that he had forced it out, Ling Xiao knew that the blue demon fire bead stage fright wasn't without reason. The gold-rend serene bead had completely suppressed the blue demon fire bead. He couldn't summon it back even if he wanted to. Junior nephew Ling, why aren't you summoning your heavenly jewels back? What are you waiting for? Hua, Qianzhong exclaimed. If the dark gold splitting pearl reacted and rushed out of this place, all of their efforts would be in vain. My heavenly jewels are being suppressed by the dark gold splitting pearl. I can't summon them back. Wait a moment. Ling Xiao shouted as he summoned the innate Yin-Wind bead from his sea of consciousness. I don't believe that we can't beat him with 2 against 1. Go. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and ordered the innate Yin-Wind bead to assist the blue demon fire bead. He definitely didn't want the blue demon fire bead to be devoured, or he would go crazy. There's still a heaven jewel. This kid's luck is heaven-defying. This heavenly jewel exudes a strong, baleful yin qi. It should be the innate sinister wind jewel. I didn't expect this kid to have such a strange jewel. Looks like the successor of the evil emperor is truly extraordinary. The 4 saint-level masters couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Even Hu Qianzhong was shocked. The 3 heavenly jewels clashed together, 1 gold, 1 blue, 1 gray, the 3 colors clashing. With the addition of the innate Yin-Wind bead, the golden Ren dark bead's energy had to be diverted to deal with the innate Yin-Wind bead. The demon blue fire bead finally had a chance to catch its breath, and its blue flame aura also rose. 1 gray and 1 blue pincer attacked the golden flames, but the energy of the golden flames was clearly much stronger than theirs. The 3 heavenly jewels were locked in a stalemate, and the victor could not be determined for the time being. If it wasn't for the fact that the energy of the 5 saints was suppressing the area, the medicine school would have been completely destroyed by these 3 energies. Senior brothers, the array eye has been buried. We need to shrink the array pattern. If we delay any longer, it will dissipate. Hua Qianzhong let out a cry as both of his hands continuously shot out mysterious energy, and his whole body slowly descended. The 4 martial saints did the same and shot out streams of energy. A heavenly net was formed in mid-air, gradually enveloping the mountain range. Martial nephew Ling, hurry up, the array has already been activated. Hua Qianzhong reminded Ling Xiao. Of course, Ling Xiao knew the urgency of the situation, and his sea of knowledge kept calling out to the twin jewels, hoping that they would return together. However, the twin pearls seemed to be out of control and actually didn't listen to him, which made him very anxious. Damn it, what should we do? Ling Xiao thought anxiously, and then he asked Lu Wang in his sea of knowledge for help. Old Lu, do you have a way to make them return? What can this old man do? Their energy far surpasses mine, and they are existences that specialize in restraining my core energy. Everything depends on whether you can interfere with the dark golden split pearl and give them time to catch their breath. Perhaps there will be a chance for them to return. Lu Wang replied. Interfere with it? It's so powerful. How can I interfere with it? Ling Xiao replied. That's right. I can use my spiritual energy. Suddenly, Ling Xiao remembered that his spiritual energy could seep into the 3 energies to attack. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao began to mobilize all his spiritual energy. Go! Ling Xiao's spiritual energy was like a tide, transforming into countless sharp blades that attacked the golden flames. The speed of Ling Xiao's spiritual energy wasn't considered fast because he wanted to seep his spiritual energy into it to find the true location of the dark golden split pearl and attack it effectively. Spiritual energy was an incorporeal existence, and as it swam in the golden flames, how could it possibly find the center? At this time, the situation of the blue demon fire pearl and the innate Yin wind pearl was getting weaker and weaker, while the dark golden split pearl's energy was constantly rising. It was fighting 1 against 2, but it was actually slowly gaining the upper hand. The dark golden split pearl's energy seemed to be at the top of the heavenly jewels. Junior nephew Ling, what are you doing? Quickly withdraw your heavenly jewels and retreat. Qianzhong shouted once more from high up in the sky. The formation had already been activated, and as long as Ling Xiao left this place, they would be able to seal it. If Ling Xiao didn't leave, he would probably be sealed along with it. Ling Xiao didn't have the time to care about Qianzhong, and his spiritual energy was fully concentrated on the golden energy. Junior brother, what should we do? If this goes on, our formation patterns will disappear, and the formation will no longer exist. One of the saint-level experts said anxiously, "Yes, we must seal it immediately." Another saint-level expert replied, "But junior nephew Ling is still down there, and his 2 heavenly jewels are also there. Even if we forcefully seal it, I'm afraid it won't be able to withstand the damage from the 3 heavenly jewels." Qianzhong said with difficulty, "Junior brother is right. I didn't expect such an unforeseen event to occur. If the 3 heavenly jewels fight to the death, we old bones won't be able to handle it." Another saint-level expert replied, "Just hold on a little longer. If it really doesn't work, we can only seal the 3 heavenly jewels and think of a way to solve it in the future." Found it. Ling Xiao's spiritual power finally came into contact with the physical energy of the Golden Rift Serene Pearl. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, and his spiritual power was continuously transferred over. His powerful spiritual energy continuously bombarded the energy source of the dark golden split pearl. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The dark golden split pearl was bombarded by Ling Xiao's spiritual energy, and its energy finally showed signs of collapsing. Ling Xiao didn't think that the dark golden split pearl would be destroyed by him just like that, and his spiritual energy still bombarded it without reservation. His face was pale, and he was sweating profusely. He bit his lips and bitterly held on. The blue demon fire pearl and the innate wind pearl finally started a counterattack at full force. The blue and gray energies continuously weakened the golden flames. The blue demon fire pearl took the opportunity to absorb the lost energy and even devoured the energy of the dark golden split flame. Both of them were the source of fire, and when one pearl devoured the other's energy, it would naturally increase greatly, and from there, it would transform. On the other hand, the innate wind baleful qi was full of energy, and streams of cold corrosive energy continuously bombarded and destroyed the dark golden split flame. It looked like Ling Xiao and the 2 pearls could suppress the dark golden split pearl together, but the dark golden split pearl's energy was still lingering, and it wasn't something that could be suppressed in a short period of time. Moreover, Ling Xiao's spiritual energy was already in a state of exhaustion. However, the dark golden split pearl might have sensed the danger and actually didn't dare to continue fighting. It retracted its flames and transformed into a human form and flew in a certain direction. Not good, it's going to escape. This formation needs to be sealed immediately, or else it will definitely destroy our medicine sect. A saint cried out in alarm. Junior brother, don't hesitate. If it escapes, it will be difficult for our medicine sect to find another heaven pearl in the future. Another saint cried out. Qianzhong also realized the severity of the situation and shouted to Ling Xiao, "Martial nephew Ling, quickly retreat." Ling Xiao didn't dare to hesitate, and immediately summoned the 2 pearls back and quickly flew towards the periphery. "Seal it for me." Qianzhong roared in the sky, and both of his hands started to dance. Formation patterns flashed incessantly and started to converge with the formation patterns of the other 4 saint-level experts. At the same time, the power of the level 8 beast cores in the surroundings also started to move and intertwined with the formation patterns, forming the true power of the heaven net, and started to seal the mountain range. The fiery man, transformed from the dark golden split pearl, crashed into the formation patterns, but was unable to break through and was unable to escape. In another direction, the 2 pearls had already returned to Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, and they had already escaped through the gap that Qianzhong and the others had purposely left behind. Seal. The 5 saint-level experts shouted in unison, and countless amounts of energy converged together, and the formation pattern light screen was already about to suppress the original mountain range. The fiery man actually revealed an incomparably shocked expression. It looked towards the sky, and then looked at Ling Xiao, who was about to escape through the gap, and a sinister expression actually appeared on its face. It waved its hand, and the ground a few thousand meters away actually surged with flames, blocking Ling Xiao's path. This mountain range had always been sealed with the dark golden split pearl, and the energy of the golden flames within several tens of thousands of li were all used by it. The powerful golden flames formed layers upon layers of thick barriers, and the fierce flames burned and injured people. It actually wants to make me stay behind to accompany you in death. This bastard's intelligence is really high. Ling Xiao cursed inwardly and used the demon blue flame diagram to directly pass through the golden flames. But at this time, the golden flames actually changed again and formed a giant palm that fiercely slapped towards Ling Xiao. No! Ling Xiao cried out in alarm, and all his energy once again gathered together to attack the giant palm of golden flames. Rumble! Rumble! 2 consecutive explosions rang out. A terrifying light screen blossomed with a dazzling light, illuminating the space of the medicine sect. The space also trembled nonstop, as if there was a magnitude 8 earthquake. It was as if everything here would be destroyed before it would be willing to give up. Countless formation pattern energy and golden flame energy reflected more than half of the sky, and its aura was extremely grand and majestic. In the middle of the Golden Mountain Range, a huge pit that was so deep that the ground could not be seen was blasted out. Countless formation patterns formed a barrier, sealing it layer by layer. After a long while, the huge pit began to close up and close. Everyone in the medicine sect clearly felt a power that could destroy the heavens and the earth, causing their minds to completely panic. What the hell is going on? Is the dark golden split pearl about to break out of the seal? It's possible. Otherwise, how could it cause such a huge tremor? Moreover, the temperature is so high, it's really hot. Why don't we leave the sect first and hide outside? We'll come back after we've calmed down. Bastard, how can you be so cowardly? When the sect is in trouble, we must advance and retreat together with the sect. Everyone, don't panic. Chapter 717. When that terrifying amount of energy was completely sealed, the medicine sect regained its peace, but the scorching energy did not completely dissipate. Fortunately, the people of the medicine sect were all fire attribute alchemists, so they were not afraid of the heat. Instead, it allowed them to better absorb the fire attribute energy for their own use. The panic from before was swept away at this moment. Everyone cherished the hard-earned heavenly fire energy and immediately sat down excitedly to absorb the dense fire attribute energy. At the location of the formation seal, Qianzhong and the other 4 saints looked down at the ground that had been completely sealed. Their faces revealed expressions of guilt and pity. Was it sealed as well? A saint muttered. A saint at the side sighed heavily and said, "That's right, that golden serene pearl is too cunning. Before it was sealed, it did not forget to pull its opponent down. What should we do now? Once the seal is formed, it will be a huge loss for our medicine sect if it is unsealed again. That's right, the level 8 beast core we used was already our highest level. Only then can we seal it for a long time. We definitely can't unseal it again. Moreover, we have to think of the sect's disciples." The 4 saints spoke one after another. From their words, it seemed like they did not support unsealing it again. Once the seal was unsealed, they would not have enough power to seal it again. Of course, they also had their own selfish motives. By sealing the golden serene pearl here, the disciples of the medicine sect could all benefit. Moreover, not only did they seal the golden serene pearl, there was also the demon blue fire pearl and the innate Yin wind pearl. Although they did not know if it was a blessing or a curse, they were still ecstatic with the 3 great treasures here. People were all extremely greedy, and if they did not take advantage of an opportunity, they would be bastards. Right now, they could not be bothered to care about Ling Xiao's life or death. Although they knew that Ling Xiao was the disciple of the evil emperor had already gone to the heaven domain and could not return, so they did not need to care too much. Only Hua Qianzhong's expression was extremely ugly. He only stared blankly at the bottom of the seal, as if there was an unspeakable pain. Hua Qianzhong and the demonic emperor were sworn brothers, and he had once followed the demonic emperor for a period of time. This was also the reason why the demonic emperor had given the golden rending nether pearl to Hua Qianzhong. Back then, Hua Qianzhong had made a heavy promise that if the evil emperor were to take it back in the future, he would definitely not object. Now, his disciple did not even think of taking back the golden cleaved dark pearl, and even helped them seal the golden cleaved dark pearl with all her might. But now, there was an unforeseen event. The golden rending dark pearl blocked Ling Xiao's escape, and they were sealed here together. Hua Qianzhong didn't know what to do. If the seal was lifted, it would be another disaster for the medicine sect. At the same time, it would be a huge loss. If the seal was not lifted, Ling Xiao would probably be in danger. To unseal or not to seal, this caused Hua Qianzhong to be in a dilemma. At this moment, the earth-flaming tiger flew over from afar and roared. "Where's my young master? What did you do to him?" What the earth-flaming tiger really cared about was not Ling Xiao's life or death, but the life or death of the prince in Ling Xiao's medicine cauldron. He was sent out to protect the prince's safety, but now, because of Ling Xiao, the prince was in danger. This made him incomparably furious. If anything happened to the prince, he didn't need to continue living in this world. When the earth-flaming tiger saw that no one said anything, his gaze fell on the formation patterns on the ground. He seemed to have thought of something, and with a loud roar, countless ferocious tiger fists smashed towards the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The powerful tiger fists smashed onto the formation patterns, emitting a loud explosion. Unfortunately, they were all repelled by the formation's energy and were unable to destroy the formation patterns. The earth-flaming tiger was a spirit beast after all, and its intelligence was far inferior to humans. It also didn't know anything about formations. If he destroyed the formation's eye, the formation would be lifted. Although the formation was not broken, it gave the medicine sect's saints a big fright. "Stop! How dare you act so presumptuously in our medicine sect? You must be tired of living." One of the saints roared. In a flash, he appeared in front of the earth-flaming tiger and slapped it hard with his palm. The earth-flaming tiger turned around and met the saint's fist with a punch. The fist and palm collided, emitting a powerful energy explosion. The medicine sect's saint was sent flying far away by the earth-flaming tiger. In comparison, the earth-flaming tiger was stronger than him. "Let's attack together. We can't let him destroy the formation patterns." The saint exclaimed to his fellow disciples, and at the same time, he attacked the earth-flaming tiger again. The other three saints did not hesitate and attacked the earth-flaming saint at the same time. Every punch and palm of a saint-level almighty expert contained a great amount of energy of the world. They had a very thorough understanding of the space between heaven and earth. At the same time, they had also reached the realm of returning to one's natural state. Their seemingly ordinary attacks had the power to destroy heaven and earth. The earth-flaming tiger's brute force was shocking, and it sent out hundreds of ferocious tigers that pounced in all directions. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The battle between the 5 peerless experts caused the space around the medicine sect to tremble once again. However, the crowd was no longer as panicked as before. They seemed to be used to being shocked, and they felt that with the great Supreme Elder around, they would not discover any great danger. Roar! However, an earth-shattering tiger roar still made them feel a chill run down their spines. Where did this tiger roar come from? It's so terrifying. It's like the king of tigers. Could it be that a peak 7th order spirit beast has appeared? It might be more than 7th order. Could it be that a terrifying beast has been born in the Golden Crack mountain range? That's possible, but it has nothing to do with us. With the great Supreme Elder around, I think nothing will happen. Moreover, The old sect master has been in seclusion there all year round. That's right. Let's quickly absorb the energy of these golden flames. I feel that the firepower in my body has increased. As the earth-flaming tiger roared in shock, he changed back to his true form. Only by changing back to his true form could he unleash his true strength. A tiger king that was nearly 100 meters long appeared in front of them. Its terrifying might could make any martial artist below the saint level feel their legs turn to jelly. If you don't release the young master, all of you will die. The earth-flaming tiger roared, and its huge body pounced towards one of the saints to bite. Its speed was like lightning as it tore through the space. Its huge mouth was filled with a strong bloodlust. The four saints did not dare to be careless, and they all took out their half-step saint weapons. Waves of terrifying fire attribute attacks dyed the sky red, and the frightening attack waves even destroyed the nearby mountains. Even with 4 against 1, it was still very difficult for them to take down the earth-flaming tiger at the peak of the 8th order. After all, the physical strength of a spirit beast was much stronger. Moreover, although the 4 of them were saints, they were all attributed alchemists. In the process of leveling up, they mostly used medicinal pills, so their foundations were not too deep. Now, they had almost no room for improvement, so it was not surprising that there was a gap between their battle strength and that of the earth-flaming tiger. The 4 saints were forced into a very difficult situation by the earth-flaming tiger. One of them had even been ruthlessly swept by the tiger's tail and was already heavily injured. The other 3 had also received quite a few light injuries. The earth-flaming tiger's body also had many scars, but its battle strength had not weakened at all. If this continued, the 4 saints would definitely be killed by the earth-flaming tiger. Just as the earth-flaming tiger was about to bite and kill that heavily injured saint, a figure blocked in front of it. That's enough. This matter ends here. Hua Qianzhong raised his hand in front of the earth-flaming tiger, making it difficult for it to advance any further. Bastard, if you don't release the young master, I won't rest until one of us is dead. Just wait for the arrival of my imperial army. The earth-flaming tiger roared angrily. Its strength increased once again as it charged towards Hua Qianzhong. Hua Qianzhong sighed heavily and said, "This matter is what our medicine sect owes Big Brother and Martial Nephew Ling. In the future, when I have the chance to see Big Brother again, Qianzhong will definitely use my life to atone for our sins." He thought that the imperial army that the earth-flaming tiger spoke of had something to do with the demonic emperor, so he responded in this manner. You humans are just too cunning. I won't believe you. Quickly release the young master, or else I will make all of you pay with your lives. The earth-flaming tiger coldly snorted. Following that, it did not fight Hua Qianzhong head-on. It turned around and flew towards the medicine sect disciples in the distance. It planned to turn the medicine sect upside down and make Hua Qianzhong and the others release Ling Xiao. If it was any later, it was afraid that something bad would happen to His Highness. Junior brother, quickly stop it. A saint immediately cried out anxiously to Hua Qianzhong. If the earth-flaming tiger reached them, their medicine sect would probably be destroyed. Hua Qianzhong had already made his move. Before the earth-flaming tiger could even move a kilometer away, Hua Qianzhong was already on top of its head and said, "If you insist on doing this, then I can only suppress you here." The earth-flaming tiger did not say anything else. Instead, it used its actions to prove its thoughts. Its 2 tiger claws gathered 10% of its strength and clawed towards Hua Qianzhong. The 2 claw marks looked as if they were going to tear the sky apart, and the intense flames emitted a sizzling sound. Hua Qianzhong revealed a slightly guilty expression. "Since that's the case, then you can stay here forever to accompany your young master." Hua Qianzhong's palms started to change, and a fiery space pressed down on the earth-flaming tiger. The earth-flaming tiger did not allow itself to be slaughtered by Hua Qianzhong in its true form. It used its powerful physical strength to shatter that space. However, this move was only a feint. His killing move was yet to come. Hua Qianzhong closed in on the earth-flaming tiger and sent out a flaming palm. Bang bang. Hua Qianzhong's flaming palm seemed to be everywhere, dazzling everyone's eyes. The earth-flaming tiger's huge body was forced to retreat step by step. It was like a little animal that was being abused, and it did not have the slightest bit of strength to retaliate. Finally, Hua Qianzhong smashed the earth-flaming tiger onto the ground. He flew up high and shouted, "Senior brothers, help me suppress this tiger for me." After shouting, his hands continuously formed hand seals. The other saints did not dare to be negligent, and powerful spatial energy pressed down on the earth-flaming tiger. Rumble, rumble. Chapter 718. Under the suppression of the 5 saint-level masters, no matter how much the earth-flaming tiger struggled, it was still smashed to the ground, unable to move. It suffered another round of attacks from Hua Qianzhong, but fortunately, Hua Qianzhong did not want its life, allowing it to live. It roared unwillingly, and its eyes were filled with incomparable anger. Hua Qianzhong sighed, "I'll suppress you for 100 years, then let you go. You despicable, cunning human. My clan's Beast King will never let you go. Never." The earth-flaming tiger roared. Now that something like this had happened, there was nothing it could do. It could only roar in indignation. One of the saints gave a suggestion. "Junior brother, why don't we subdue it and make it the sect guarding spirit beast of our medicine school?" Hua Qianzhong immediately rejected. "No, this could be a guardian beast that brother demonic emperor subdued from martial nephew Ling. Now, that martial nephew Ling is most likely dead. We can't do this anymore." Hua Qianzhong was already feeling extremely guilty. If they subdue the earth-flaming tiger, then they would be forsaking their old friendship. The 4 saints could hear Hua Qianzhong's firm stance, so they didn't force it. Hua Qianzhong then went outside and summoned Hua Tang. Hua Tang respectfully asked, "What orders does old sect master have? How many people know that Ling Xiao came to medicine sect?" Hua Qianzhong asked. Hua Tang shook his head. "I don't know, we'll have to ask Sunzhong." Hua Qianzhong frowned. "Who is Sunzhong?" "Temporarily the medicine capital's city lord," Hua Tang replied. "That's good. Go and announce that Sunzhong will return to the sect as an elder. Don't send an elder to guard the capital city. If anyone asks about Sunzhong's whereabouts, just say that he's gone missing. Don't reveal anything about Ling Xiao. Just say that you don't know anything. Do you understand?" Hua Qianzhong said solemnly. Hua Tang's eyes twitched, and he immediately bowed. "Yes, old sect master, I know what to do." He suspected that something had happened to Ling Xiao, but he didn't dare to ask. After all, an existence like the old sect master wasn't someone he could casually guess or question. 3 months was enough for a lot of things to be forgotten. Few people talked about Ling Xiao becoming the champion of the elixir gathering anymore. People from all the clans had already left. The medicine capital was still operating as usual, and nothing major had happened. What was worth mentioning was that the alchemy capital's city lord had been replaced. This matter caused quite a bit of discussion. However, this matter quickly died down. After all, everyone thought that those were just some transfers from the upper echelons of the medicine sect. There was nothing new about it. The only ones who felt that something was amiss were Yi Yinfeng, Lu Kun, Li Shui, and her 2 disciples, Bing Ruoshui and Yao Qingmin. Ling Yin had been Ling Xiao for 3 months, and the sect master of the sect to the sect master of the sect. They hadn't seen Ling Xiao for 3 months, and their mood had become terrible. "I can't wait any longer. I must find Xiao Xiao and bring him back," Bing Ruoshui said loudly in a domineering tone. Her delicate face became incomparably indifferent. She hadn't been together with Ling Xiao for a long time, and now that they were separated, she was worried that Ling Xiao had been framed by the medicine sect. "Sister-in-law, I understand your feelings, but where are we going to find boss? Now that the city lord has changed, every time we go, they say that they don't know about this, and the original city lord's whereabouts are also unknown, but I believe that boss will definitely be fine. Boss is powerful. Even an Emperor stage expert can't do anything to him, and he has a super expert protecting him. I think he must be tied up by something and can't come back to find us." Yi Yinfeng comforted. How could he not be anxious in his heart? However, they were facing a colossus like the medicine sect, so they definitely wouldn't die. Moreover, he also felt that Ling Xiao should be fine. With an 8-step bodyguard by his side, who else could hurt his boss? But waiting like this isn't a solution, Li Shui said indifferently. Yao Qingmin also said loudly, it must have something to do with the medicine sect. That Huachan was beaten into a pig's head by the young master, so he might have found someone to deal with the young master. Yi Yinfeng frowned and looked at Lu Kun. Uncle Lu, do you have any good suggestions? Lu Kun was the strongest among them, and he was also the most experienced. Yi Yinfeng had his reasons for asking him this question. Lu Kun pondered for a moment, then said, did the young master say anything before he left or before he left? It happened too suddenly, and the boss didn't say anything to me, Yi Yinfeng said as he looked at Bing Ruoshui. Bing Ruoshui was Ling Xiao's woman. So could it be that Ling Xiao had said something to her before? Bing Ruoshui shook her head and said, he didn't say anything. She paused for a moment, then suddenly exclaimed, right? I heard him say that after this matter is over, he will go meet up with the military advisor, but I don't know who this military advisor's. Military advisor. How could I forget about this? I know what to do next. Yi Yinfeng thought for a moment and exclaimed. Everyone's eyes fell on Yi Yinfeng, and Bing Ruoshui asked, Yinfeng, do you know who the military advisor is? Yes, I know. Now that the boss isn't here, we will go find the military advisor. The sisters-in-law are also with the military advisor and Uncle Bao. I wonder how they are doing, Yi Yinfeng said excitedly. He paused for a moment, then said, I will tell Elder Xing that if the boss returns, tell him that we went to find the military advisor. He will definitely come and find us. Moreover, the sisters-in-law all have the boss's jade tube of life, so they will definitely know if something happened to the boss. After hearing Yi Yunfeng's words, everyone looked at each other and nodded. They could all be considered Ling Xiao's people, and Yi Yinfeng was Ling Xiao's little brother. They knew that Ling Xiao had already made arrangements, so they naturally did not hesitate to support Yi Yunfeng's suggestion. After everyone had made their decision, Yi Yinfeng found Gu Longxing and told him about his departure. He also asked him to wait for Ling Xiao to return and help him convey their whereabouts. Thus, Yi Yinfeng led everyone and left the medicine sect unwillingly. They knew that Ling Xiao's disappearance was definitely related to the medicine sect, but they could not pose any danger to the medicine sect at the moment, so they could only meet up with the others and come up with a long-term plan. Hell City was also known as the City of Death and the City of Madness. The mortality rate in this city was too high. Moreover, it was the city closest to the Death Mountain Range, which was also where the name of the city came from. The Death Mountain Range was the strangest and most terrifying mountain range in the central region. At the same time, it was also a forbidden area for life in the central region. Even the mighty emperors did not dare to go too deep into it. Those martial artists who were not afraid of death entered the depths and never came out again. So everyone in the central region called it the Death Mountain Range. However, there were many heavenly treasures in the vast area outside the Death Mountain Range. This was also a place where many mercenary groups gathered, and it was also a place where the disciples of the Black Demon sect often trained because the Death Mountain Range and the Black Demon sect territory were close neighbors. The Black Demon sect had wanted to claim the Hell City as their territory. Unfortunately, the people who had been stationed in the Hell City had died inexplicably within a period of 1 to 3 years. The Black Demon sect had also sent peerless powerhouses to inspect the city. Unfortunately, they hadn't found anything strange in the city. Therefore, the Black Demon sect had given up on sending people to guard the city. Nowadays, Hell City was a place where mercenary groups and some evil people often stayed. No one dared to stay here for long, and they would soon leave. They were also afraid of dying inexplicably here. A year and a half ago, a group of attention-grabbing people came to this city, which had the highest death rate and had the highest number of fights. This was because there were 3 beautiful women among this group of people. They were the kind of peerless beauties that could not be found in 10,000 people. They were women that could make any man drool at the sight of them. None of the men in the city were good people. They lived by licking knives all year round. Boorish men, like them, naturally coveted these three beautiful women. However, the mercenaries, roving bandits, and villains who tried to lay their hands on the three beautiful women were all killed by the guards. After that, no one dared to be presumptuous towards the three beautiful women. When they saw the three women, they would bow and greet them, "Madam City Lord." This was because they knew that the three women had men, and their men were the legendary City Lord that outsiders had never seen. They only knew that the City Lord's surname was Ling, and they did not know anything else. This made them full of curiosity towards this mysterious City Lord. They really could not think of anyone who dared to stay in Hell City for a long time. They all laughed coldly in their hearts. This City Lord was probably a short-lived person. They all felt pity for the three beautiful women. The City Lord's mansion of Hell City was an ancient building built against a mountain. It was majestic and magnificent, not inferior to the City Lord's mansion of any of the major factions. From afar, it looked mysterious and old, as if it had existed for countless years. It turned out that this ominous place already had some life. The sound of many people talking could be heard in the main hall. In the main hall, there were a total of 3 men and 3 women. There was an old man, 2 young men, and 3 beautiful women. The seat at the head of the table was empty. No one was sitting there, as if they were waiting for the city lord to take his seat. Military advisor. The Imperial Roll Tournament has already ended for more than half a year. Why hasn't he returned yet? A Taoist nun wearing a Taoist robe with an extremely plump figure asked the white-clothed young man opposite her. Beside the Taoist nun, a beautiful, delicate, and pitiful woman also asked, "That's right, military advisor, why hasn't young master returned yet?" Sitting in front of the 2 women was a noble woman dressed in a different race's attire. She only stared at the white-clothed young man. Although she did not say anything, her eyes were filled with doubt. The white-clothed young man lightly waved his white paper fan and said with a faint smile, "This is the reason why I gathered everyone here. I received the latest news from the young master." "Hurry up and say it," the 3 women said in unison. Chapter 719. The 6 people in the Hell City City Lord's mansion were, of course, Ling Zhao's 3 women, Feng Xianyun, Kai Shiwe, and Bai Yushi, while the other 3 were Xianxia, Savage Leopard, and Mad Tooth. Previously, Kai Baiyu, Bai Yushi, and Xianxia had all participated in the Imperial ranking competition. However, they had been eliminated during the small competition, while Ling Xiao and Yi Yunfeng had successfully advanced. Thus, Ling Xiao and Xianxia had first discussed with each other, allowing Xianxia to first choose the territory to establish his power, and then let them go over to take care of everything. They would meet up after the Imperial ranking competition was over. Xianxia had long since confirmed that Ling Zhao's starting point would be the Hell City. All the mysteries of Hell City could be difficult for others, but Xianxia felt that it wouldn't be difficult for them, much less for Ling Xiao. This was because Ling Xiao was the new generation's holy emperor, the master that Xianxia had assisted. Therefore, Xianxia and the others had appeared here long ago. They had also occupied the City Lord's mansion a step ahead of time and started to understand everything about Hell City, searching for the source of the inexplicable death here. As long as the source of this death was not found, this prefecture would never become a truly lively city. At most, it would only be a passing station for mercenaries and passers-by. Now that they had the help of an expert like Mad Tooth, they had already found some clues. They only needed to wait for Ling Zhao's return to solve this problem. However, it had been more than half a year since the end of the Imperial ranking competition, but Ling Xiao still hadn't come looking for them. When Xianxia mentioned the news of Ling Xiao, Feng Xianyun, Kai Shiwe, and Bai Yushi naturally wanted to know. They had been separated for more than a year, and they were also very worried. Xianxia lightly waved his white fan and said, "There's good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" "Let's hear the bad news first," the 3 girls said in unison, their faces filled with worry. Xianxia pondered for a moment and said, "Young master has obtained the honor of being the first emperor. You should all know this news." Everyone nodded and looked at Xianxia, waiting for him to continue. I've only recently received news that young master actually snatched the golden dragon spear from the hands of a Gu family disciple in the chaotic abyss of war. It said that he even killed a Gu family disciple. The Gu family has issued an Gu kill order, and they're preparing to have everyone in the central region kill young master, Xianxia said faintly. The imperialist struggle has always been a bloody path. Anyone who wants to seize the first imperial throne has to have a bit of killing intent. The Gu family's people are just unlucky to have met Xiaochun. How can the Gu family's people be so shameless? They actually want to take revenge. If this is the case, who would dare to participate in the imperialist struggle in the future? Xianxia said angrily. Bayushi chimed in from the side. They're too much. Young master usually doesn't cause trouble. It must be those people from the Gu family who offended young master, which is why young master was forced to resist. No matter what, Bayushi would always stand on her young master's side. In her heart, her young master was the best person. How could her young master kill people so casually? Xianxia said, any power will usually protect their own. What do we do to them? What's more, the golden dragon spear is said to be the Gu family's sacred weapon, and it was taken away by young master. How could they not go crazy? At this time, Savage Leopard agreed from the side. People from large powers are the most protective. Young master's actions are undoubtedly slapping the Gu family's face. It's reasonable for them to issue the Gu kill order, but I'm afraid it won't be easy for them to take young master's life. Savage Leopard had followed Ling Xiao for the longest time and knew that Ling Xiao had many trump cards. It wouldn't be easy for others to take his life unless an Emperor-stage powerhouse made a move. Xianxia replied, that's right. Young master's life is tough. He's fine for the time being, but he's brought us a huge surprise. What surprise? The three girls asked impatiently. He actually represented the Alchemy clan to participate in the Alchemy Alliance's alchemy competition, and he won first place and became a grade 7 alchemist. His current strength is already the same as sister-in-law Yun's, a mid-level heavenly venerable. Xianxia said excitedly. How is this possible? Mad Tooth, who hadn't spoken until now, said with a slightly incredulous expression. When they separated from Ling Xiao was only a mid-level earthly emperor. Mad Tooth was already surprised that he was able to enter the top 10 of the minor competition. Mad Tooth had wanted to persuade Savage Leopard to leave Ling Xiao because he felt that Ling Xiao was too weak and wasn't worth following. Later on, he stayed, and Ling Xiao only needed him to follow him for 10 years before returning him his freedom. He didn't think too much about it. He had always planned to leave with Savage Leopard when the time was up. With his strength, even if he couldn't move unhindered in the central region, he could still become a giant or a hidden expert. Who would dare to cause trouble for him? But Savage Leopard had been bitterly persuading Mad Tooth not to be impulsive, and only by following the young master could he go further. He had never believed these words before, but now he somewhat believed them. To be able to obtain the title of First Emperor at the age of 30 with the identity of a mid-level earthly emperor had already made him feel that he had a whole new level of respect for him. However, in the blink of an eye, he had actually advanced from mid-level earthly emperor to mid-level heavenly venerable. This strength was soaring like a rocket. Not only that, but he had also gone to the medicine capital to participate in the pill competition and won first place, becoming a Tier 7 alchemist. This really shocked him to the core. With Ling Xiao's identity, he had already become a distinguished guest of all the forces. At this rate of development, it was only a matter of time before Ling Xiao became an emperor or a saint. At that time, he might even become a saint alchemist and be watched by everyone. If that really happened, would he, a saint, still have any value in the eyes of others? To young master, nothing is impossible. Bayushi was the first to say firmly. Savage Leopard also nodded his head and said, young master is already a Tier 6 alchemist. Now that his strength has increased, becoming a Tier 7 alchemist is within expectations. Did Xiao not come back because he went to participate in this pill competition? Feng Xianyun asked indifferently. Xianxia nodded and said, that's right. This pill competition ended 3 months ago. I believe it won't be long before young master returns." Hearing this, the three women's expressions clearly became joyful. Kai Shua even held Feng Xinyun's hand and said, "Little sister Yun, this is great. Xiao has returned." Feng Xinyun nodded, her face already filled with anticipation, and Bai Yushi, who was at the side, could not hide her joy. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Yi and Feng, Gu Jiaojiao, Lu Kun, Li Shui, Bing Ruoshui, Yao Qingmin, and the others had finally arrived at Hell City. Currently, there was no special transmission array in Hell City. They had arrived at the nearest city after grinding bricks in the medicine capital before rushing here at full speed. "Is this the Hell City? Why does it look so dilapidated?" Yao Qingmin said in disbelief as she wrinkled her nose when she saw the Hell City from afar. The Hell City had been fighting all year round, and killing people for their goods was not uncommon. Therefore, the surrounding defensive walls were also damaged, and it looked like a city that had been plundered. It looked so dilapidated. Hell City is also known as the City of Death. There are mercenaries or roving bandits stationed here all year round, and fights happen from time to time. It's normal for it to decline, but I don't know why young master chose to start his business here. The previous city lords here are all very short-lived, Lu Kun said with a frown. He didn't understand why Ling Xiao chose to establish his power here. He heard from Yi and Feng that it should be the suggestion of that military advisor, and he couldn't help but suspect the intentions of that military advisor. However, he didn't come into contact with that military advisor, so he didn't dare to be sure of his thoughts. He could only pay more attention in his heart. That's right. Why did young Master Ling choose this place? Li Shui also opened her mouth and asked doubtfully. She had long heard of the fierce reputation of the Hell City, and her heart was filled with deep confusion. Yi and Feng replied, "The military advisor has already told us about this place. Boss didn't want to come here at first, but in the end, he chose to believe in the military advisor's words because the military advisor's words are very accurate. He believes that boss will definitely be able to solve the problem here, and we all believe that boss will be able to do it." When Yi and Feng said this, there was even a hint of worship on his face. Before the Imperial Rankings tournament, the military advisor had said that he would have a fortuitous encounter in the Imperial Rankings tournament that could solve the hidden dangers of the Yi family's spirit ascension art. In the end, it really came true, so he had a lot of trust in the military advisor. Everyone didn't say anything more and directly walked into the city. When they walked in front of the city gate, two burly men who were sleeping on the ground jumped up and said with disdain, "If you want to enter the city, you have to pay the entrance fee first." After they finished speaking, they looked at Li Shui, Bing Ruoshui, Yao Qingmin, and Gu Jiaojiao. "What a beautiful girl. Boss, we struck it rich." One of the men with a scar on his face licked his lips and exclaimed. The other bald man rubbed his bald head and said with a smile, "Not bad. Not inferior to the 3 city lords' wives. We're lucky today." Yi and Feng and the others all frowned, their eyes revealing disgust towards the two of them. Yao Qingmin couldn't help but scold. "You two ugly freaks, why don't you piss and look at yourself? You dare to have any ideas about this lady? Even if you die, you won't know how to write it. Smelly girl, although I'm a little ugly, I will definitely make you feel good when I fuck you. The 4 of you can stay. The men can scram." The knife-scarred man touched his chin and said narcissistically, "You're courting death." Yi and Feng frowned, his body moving towards the two of them, and 2 golden fists smashed towards them. "You refuse a toast, only to drink a forfeit." A fierce glint flashed in the scarred man's eyes. A sawtooth broadsword instantly appeared in his hand, and a saber light blasted towards Yi and Feng. Previously, the scarred man seemed to only have the strength of a peak Earth Emperor, but now that he had broken through, he had the strength of a mid-level heavenly venerable. These two had also hidden their strength well. Yi and Feng was also shocked by his opponent's sudden increase in strength. However, he was also a combat emperor who had killed his way through the Imperial List tournament. Furthermore, he had obtained a secret technique that could increase his combat strength by 5 times. His full strength was unleashed. The fist and the saber collided, and an intense explosion sounded. Chapter 720. The Knife Scar Man and the Bald Man were both roving bandits. They had the strength of a mid-level Empyrean and could be considered a tyrant in the vicinity of Hell City. They had only arrived in Hell City in the past year. The two of them knew that there were many people coming and going in Hell City. Relying on their strength, they chased away the original mercenaries guarding the gate and stationed themselves here to collect the entrance fee. The entrance fee they collected was not fair. If they did not pay, they would take it by force. If they met someone stronger, they would automatically give way and not offend them. Moreover, the people stationed in the city lord's mansion did not care about them. This allowed them to reap a bountiful harvest this year and did not encounter any major trouble. Now that they had encountered these beautiful women entering the city, their lustful hearts were stirred. They wanted to snatch these women and have a good time. However, they did not know that this time they were going to kick a steel plate. Although Yi Yanfeng was a newly advanced, low-level Heavenly Venerables, his combat strength had increased by 5 times. When he fought with the knife-scarred man, the two of them were evenly matched. They both retreated more than 10 steps. You have some strength, but you're still far from being able to enter the city. The knife-scarred man had been fighting all year round, and his cultivation was extremely strong. Moreover, he was a level higher than Yi Yanfeng, so it was impossible for him to have stage fright. Yanfeng stepped back. Let me slap these 2 bandits to death. Lu Kun took a step forward and said faintly, Uncle Lu, you can hold the line. Watch me kill him. Yi Yanfeng was extremely belligerent. He rejected Lu Kun's help, and a golden spear appeared in his hand. He charged towards a knife-scar man. The bald man had originally wanted to attack the others, but the step that Lu Kun had taken just now made him feel quite pressured. He realized that he could not see through Lu Kun's cultivation, which could only prove that the other party was much stronger than them. He was hesitating whether he should let them go. If they really stepped on the steel plate, they would lose their lives. Leave this to me, Li Shui said indifferently. The silver sword in her hand trembled, and countless ice flowers shot towards the bald man. The bald man's expression jumped. He only felt an aura that was much stronger than him rush towards him. That absolute zero aura made him feel extremely cold and uncomfortable. Without thinking, he immediately retreated and shouted at the same time, Elder sister, please have mercy. We will let you in. He already knew that the strength of this beautiful woman in front of him was definitely above his, so he had no choice but to immediately beg for mercy. Too late. Li Shui was also not a kind-hearted person. She was able to endure for so many years by herself, so her personality and methods were definitely not benevolent. The world of ice enveloped the bald man, and the small square world that the bald man was about to derive was immediately crushed by the pressure. The gap between one realm was still very large. If one wasn't a combat genius, it would be very difficult for them to fight above their realm. Boom, boom, boom. Li Shui was suppressing the bald man, forcing him into a difficult situation. He could only use his full strength to defend. Looking at how strenuous he was, it wouldn't be long before he was killed by Li Shui. On the other side, the knife-scarred man was fighting with Yi Yanfeng. When he felt his brother's danger on the other side, he also began to panic. This is bad. I've encountered a troublesome opponent. The intense sounds of battle alarmed some of the experts in Hell City. They all flew up and watched from afar. These 2 fellows finally have a taste of their own medicine. They've earned quite a bit this year, and now they're even going to pay with their lives. Haha, how refreshing. Isn't that so? If it was the City Lord's people, the 2 of them would have died long ago. It's a pity that they seem to be living in seclusion and not caring about worldly affairs. I really don't know what they're trying to do. There are a few top-grade girls over there, and they don't seem to be any weaker than the 3 in the City Lord's mansion. I really don't know if these girls ate the wrong medicine. Why are they all coming to this notorious place? The bald man was slashed by Li Shui, and his entire body was sent flying far away. Fresh blood spurted out, and his body trembled nonstop. It was obvious that he had been invaded by Li Shui's cold qi. Wuxia once again pressed forward, and her long sword immediately pierced towards the bald man's limbs. The bald man was shocked. He gritted his teeth and immediately rolled to the side. At the same time, he wailed, "You can't kill me. Otherwise, the city lord's men will definitely not let you off." Wuxia didn't care too much about it. Her graceful figure continued to flash, and silver swords filled the sky. In the end, she chopped off the bald man's head. A pool of blood was splattered all over the ground, looking incomparably sinister and disgusting. On the other side, Yi Yunfeng and the knife-scarred man were originally fighting to a draw. However, when the knife-scarred man sensed that his companion's aura had disappeared, he no longer had any intention to continue fighting. He forcefully pushed Yi Yunfeng away, turned around, and was about to escape into the distance. "You want to escape? It's not that easy." Yi Yunfeng chased after him, vowing to kill the knife-scarred man. However, if the knife-scarred man really wanted to escape, he wouldn't be able to stop him. Fortunately, Lu Kun was quick to react. In a flash, he appeared above the knife-scarred man. He coldly shouted, "Get down!" He struck out with a green palm, directly smashing the knife-scarred man into the ground. Bang! The ground was smashed into a large pit, and a cloud of dust flew into the air. Yi Yunfeng raised a spear and rushed towards the pit. Lu Kun blocked in front of him and said, "Don't kill him for now. We can understand the situation from him." Yi Yunfeng hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "Uncle Lu is right. I will interrogate him." The knife-scarred man was brought out. He only had half a life left. With a pleading expression, he said, "Please, please don't kill me. I know I was wrong. I was blind. Please let me go. I can let you go, as long as you answer a few of my questions honestly." Yi Yunfeng wrapped his palm around the knife-scarred man's face and said coldly, "You ask, as long as I know, I will. I will tell you everything I know." The knife-scarred man acted as if he was grasping at straws of life. "In Hell City, have you seen a group of 3 men and 3 women stationed here? An old man, 2 young men, and 3 extremely beautiful women?" Yi Yunfeng asked. "3 men and 3 women? I've never seen it before." The knife-scarred man thought for a moment and replied. Yi Yunfeng kicked him angrily and said, "Think about it carefully. They came here more than a year ago." I think. The knife-scarred man was afraid of death, so he immediately tried his best to recall. Then he said, "I'm not too sure about the 3 men and 3 women you mentioned. We only arrived here a year ago, but I heard that there are 3 fairy-like women living in the city lord's mansion. They arrived more than a year ago. I don't know if they're the people you are looking for." Yi Yunfeng was overjoyed and immediately asked, "How are they dressed?" The knife-scarred man hurriedly replied, "I'm not too sure either. I've never seen them before." Yi Yunfeng wanted to use force again, but Gu Jiaojiao stopped him and said, "Yunfeng, we won't be able to get anything out of him. Let him take us to see, maybe it's sister-in-law and the others." Yi Yunfeng thought for a moment, then grabbed the knife-scarred man and said, "Take us to the city lord's mansion. It's better not to. The people from the city lord's mansion are very powerful." The knife-scarred man replied in fear. He knew that the people from the city lord's mansion did not allow strangers to approach. Anyone who tried to approach them would die. "If you say one more word, I'll let you die immediately," Yi Yunfeng said fiercely. The knife-scarred man was helpless. He could only brace himself and lead the way. He prayed in his heart, "I hope they fight. At that time, I can take the opportunity to escape." 2 hours later, the knife-scarred man brought Yi Yunfeng and the others to the city lord's mansion. He pointed to the majestic building and said, That's the city lord's mansion. They live here." Yi Yunfeng grabbed his neck and gestured to the people behind him to stop. He first brought the knife-scarred man and flew towards the city lord's mansion. "No, the people from the city lord's mansion are very powerful, and there are even emperor stage experts. Please let me go," the knife-scarred man begged. Yi Yunfeng ignored him and continued to fly forward. "Who are you? How dare you barge into the city lord's mansion? Are you tired of living?" A loud and boorish voice rang out, and a tall and mighty man flew out from a corner. This man had a beard on his face, and he was tall and mighty. His muscles were domineering, and blue veins appeared on his arms like snakes. He held a 1,000-pound hammer in his hand as he coldly stared at Yi Yunfeng and the knife-scarred man. Yi Yunfeng stopped and said to the man, "May I ask if military advisor Xianxia is here? Who are you? You actually dare to call the military advisor by his name. Are you tired of living? Hurry up and scram. Otherwise, don't blame this old bull for not being able to deal with you." The muscular man swung his hammer and said faintly, this person's name was Niodemeng, and he had the strength of a high-level Empyrean. He cultivated the earth attribute and was born with divine strength. Compared to his opponents of the same level, he had more physical strength. Yi Yunfeng took a step back and said, "I am a military advisor's brother. Please report to the military advisor that Yi Yunfeng has come to find you." Yi Yunfeng was overjoyed. He could already confirm that the military advisor and his sister-in-law were in the city lord's mansion. "Don't try to lie to me. If you don't leave, I will kill you all," Niodemeng roared. From the looks of it, he was about to attack. "Dainyu, step down. He is my brother, Yi Yunfeng." A gentle voice came from behind. Xianxia, who was dressed in snow-white clothes, flew out of the city lord's mansion. "Military advisor, I finally see you," Yi Yunfeng said in surprise. Xianxia nodded his head and smiled. "Yunfeng, I trust you've been well since we last met. I knew that you would be here soon and wanted to inform Demeng about this. I didn't expect you to come first. All right, where is the young master?" Yi Yunfeng threw the knife-scarred man to the side and then said to Xianxia, "It's a long story. Please wait for a moment. I will go and bring the other sister-in-law and Uncle Lu here first." Xianxia jumped in the air and waved the white paper fan in his hand. The fingers on his other hand moved a few times as he frowned and muttered, "What happened?" "Something happened to the young master." Chapter 721. Xianxia welcomed Yi Yunfeng and the others into the main hall of the city lord mansion. Inside the hall, Feng Xianyun, Kai Shiwei, Bai Yushi, Evil Emperor, Mad Tooth, and the others were already waiting. When they saw Yi Yunfeng and the others, they immediately went out to welcome them. Feng Xianyun walked in front, and she was the first to see Yi Yunfeng. She was very happy in her heart, but when she saw that there was no one behind him, and the person she wanted to see was not there, her mood turned cold. Yi Yunfeng greets sisters-in-law. Yi Yunfeng stepped forward and greeted Feng Xianyun, Kai Shiwei, and Bai Yushi. Gu Jiaojiao, who was behind him, also greeted the women. Yi Yunfeng pointed at Gu Jiaojiao and said, "She is sister-in-law Gu Jiaojiao. You should have met her during the Lanyang City Minor Competition." Feng Xianyun nodded and didn't say much. She then asked, "Xiao, where is he?" Kai Shiwei and Bai Yushi also looked at Yi Yunfeng, waiting for his answer. "This, boss," Yi Yunfeng stuttered, not knowing where to start. Kai Shiwei couldn't help but shout, "What happened to him? Quickly tell me. Let me say it." Gu Jiaojiao knew that Yi Yunfeng didn't know how to explain himself, so she stood up and explained for him. Gu Jiaojiao explained everything from how Ling Xiao won the Imperialist tournament to how he came to the Gu family, and how he helped the Gu family to go to the medicine capital to participate in the elixir gathering. Of course, she also explained the conflict between Ling Xiao and Huochun, and how he was taken away by his Sun Zheng. After listening, everyone became incomparably quiet, and even the strength of their breathing became much lighter. Feng Xianyun was Ling Zhao's official wife, and her status was the highest. Her eyes flashed with a fierce light as she said, "Are you joking? Could it be that he was harmed by the medicine sect?" Gu Jiaojiao replied, "We are not sure about that, so we came to find you. We hope to find out whether the boss is dead or alive through the jade tube of life. Damn medicine sect, I'll flatten them one day." Kai Shiwei shouted fiercely. With a wave of the golden brush in her hand, a table and a chair immediately turned into powder. It could be seen how angry she was. Bai Yushi also murmured worriedly, "Young master will definitely be fine." Just as Feng Xianyun was about to take out the jade tube of life, Xianxia had already said indifferently, "Young master should be fine, but his condition might be a little off." As soon as he said this, Everyone's eyes focused on Xianxia. This is a tribulation that young master is destined to face. If he can survive it, he will soar into the sky. Therefore, there is no need to worry. Young master will definitely return in the near future, Xianxia said firmly. Yi Yunfeng chimed in. I also believe what you said. I think we should take out the jade tube of life and have a look. Bing Ruoshui said to Feng Xianyan timidly. She, who had always been indifferent to others, felt quite pressured when facing Feng Xianyun and Kai Sheiyue. It was like a concubine seeing the main wife, giving her a very unnatural feeling. She was afraid that Feng Xianyun and the others wouldn't accept her existence, and Ling Xiao wasn't here. She really didn't know what to do. You are. Feng Xianyun's gaze fell on Bing Ruoshui as she said indifferently. Needless to say, she had already guessed that these three women were definitely women that her husband had provoked. Although she was a little jealous in her heart, she wouldn't say anything to hurt or chase them away. She knew that Ling Xiao was a natural-born expert, so there would definitely be a lot of women by his side. Therefore, she was already mentally prepared. If she couldn't help Ling Xiao in big matters, then she would help him deal with all of his relationships with women one by one. Yi Yunfeng spoke very quickly and immediately said, She is sister-in-law, Bing Ruoshui. Gu Jiaojiao fiercely pinched Yi Yunfeng's waist and glared at him with her beautiful eyes, as if saying, You talk too much. Yi Yunfeng realized that he was being inappropriate, so he laughed dryly and didn't say anything else. Bing Ruoshui was just about to answer when Yao Qingmin spoke up from the side. She is young master's wife, Bing Ruoshui, and also this young lady's junior sister. I am young master's most outstanding and beautiful bed-warming maid. From the looks of it, she was helping Bing Ruoshui keep up appearances. She absolutely couldn't be suppressed by the main wife, or else she wouldn't have a good life in the future. Bing Ruoshui rolled her eyes at Yao Qingmin and then said to Feng Xianyun, I am Zhao's senior sister from Purple Heaven Sect. Later, I met him in the Central Territory and traveled together with him. Bing Ruoshui was puzzled. If senior sister Mengqi was here, what kind of scene would it be? Xiao is really too much of a playboy. Feng Xianyun nodded lightly and didn't ask any more questions. She took out the jade tube of life that Ling Xiao had left for her from her space ring. This jade tube of life contained Ling Xiao's blood essence, and once Ling Xiao died, this jade tube of life would also become dim. Now that this jade tube of life was in front of everyone, their eyes were filled with confusion. Nearly a year had passed since Ling Xiao was sealed. Many people in the Central Territory were searching for his whereabouts because the Gu family's ancient killing orders had been issued, and there was a huge bounty on his head. Who wouldn't be envious? But no one had found Ling Xiao's whereabouts. They only knew that Ling Xiao had last appeared in the medicine capital and then disappeared. Some people said that he had offended Hua Chuna medicine sect and was killed by them. Others said that Ling Xiao had gone into hiding to avoid the Gu family's ancient killing orders. Others said that he had caught the eye of the Pill Guild's supervising elder and had been accepted as his last disciple. Many rumors flew everywhere, but eventually, because of his disappearance, no one knew about it. Inside Medicine Sect, in the depths of a golden mountain range, there was an area several hundred meters wide that was covered in dense and mysterious spirit array patterns. Not far from this spirit array pattern, there was a giant tiger that was hundreds of meters wide lying on the ground. It had already lost its previous majestic appearance and had become extremely weak. It was like a tiger that had its teeth pulled out and was no longer a threat. In a few different corners of this mountain range, there were a few figures that were hard to be seen by ordinary people standing guard at all times. They seemed to be preventing any abnormal movements under the spirit array pattern. No one knew that under this mountain range, within the seal of the spirit array pattern, Ling Xiao, who had once been the first sovereign and a famous figure of the Elixir Association, was currently in an abyss of suffering. Under the boundless sea of fire, a naked figure was sitting with his legs crossed. Not far from his head were 3 pearls of different colors that formed a triangle. They seemed to be entangled and chasing each other, but they also seemed to be devouring each other. It was somewhat strange. Beside this figure was a majestic fire-colored spirit beast. It had a dragon's head, deer's horns, a lion's body, and a ponytail. Judging from this, it was a fire-Chilan divine beast. In the middle of its head, there was a single horn that emitted rays of deep red flames. These flames were actually shooting towards a golden pearl among the 3 pearls. The naked figure slowly opened his lightning-like eyes. He lightly caressed the fire-Chilan beside him and muttered, "Zizi, if it wasn't for you, boss would have died here. F***CK this damned golden serene flame, and that hypocritical martial uncle. I'm definitely not a short-lived person." Who else could this figure that let out an unresigned roar be other than Ling Xiao? Previously, he had helped Hui Qinzhong and the others to seal the golden serene flame pearl. Unexpectedly, the golden serene flame pearl resisted in the end and blocked his opportunity to escape. This caused him to be sealed here together with the spirit array. Even if he was sealed, he had the help of the blue demon fire pearl and the innate Yin wind pearl. He wouldn't be devoured by the golden serene flame pearl in a short period of time. As long as Hui Qinzhong opened the seal, he could still escape with his life. Unfortunately, he had used the 2 pearls to resist the golden serene flame pearl for more than a month, but he still didn't find any signs of this space being unsealed. In the end, he finally recognized the truth. His uncle Master Ping, he would not undo the seal. He was disappointed. He hated. What bullsh *T martial uncle and martial nephew relationship? It turned out that it was just a casual title. In the end, his martial nephew wasn't as important as a pearl. He hated, he couldn't accept it. He must live on. In every desperate situation, Ling Xiao never gave up. He always believed that before he died, the stars of fortune would shine on him. Moreover, he still had the tree of immortality in his consciousness to protect his life. At the last moment, he let the prodigal out. The prodigal was a pure divine beast. Moreover, it was of the fire attribute. It might be of some help to the situation here. Moreover, in this desperate situation, if he died, the prodigal wouldn't be any better. He might as well give it a try. As expected, the prodigal became Ling Xiao's lucky star that reversed his fate once again. The tiny horn on his forehead could emit a unique flame. It could actually restrain the golden serene flame together with the blue demon flame and the connate cold wind pearl. Ling Xiao got some time to catch his breath and recover his mental energy. Then, he used his mental energy to attack the golden serene flame pearl. For different types of energy attacked the golden serene flame pearl at the same time. Finally, he gradually gained the upper hand. After almost a year of confrontation, the golden serene flame pearl had already lost its previous strong aura. Not only did the blue demon flame pearl not become dim due to the consumption of too much energy, it had also swallowed a large amount of the golden serene flame pearl's energy source in the last few days. It became much bigger than before. The prodigal was also a beneficiary, making use of the space here and devouring the gold-splitting dark pearl's source. It directly advanced to the realm of a 7th-level spirit beast. Its single horn also became a little bigger, and its flame energy became even deeper red. Only the connate cold wind pearl was almost exhausted. It was originally an item of extreme yin. In this space of extreme yang, it couldn't gain anything from fighting against the golden serene flame pearl. It became even dimmer. Ling Xiao was still at the same spot. However, his control over his mental energy had become much smoother. He felt that in his current state, it was a piece of cake for him to cast a high-level mental talisman. It's time to destroy it, Ling Xiao murmured as he stared at the golden serene flame pearl that had become weaker. Then, he used his consciousness to summon the connate cold wind pearl back. At this moment, he didn't need the connate cold wind pearl's help anymore. The golden bead seemed to have realized the danger. It shook continuously, looking extremely afraid. "Devour it for me," Ling Xiao roared, his psychic power bursting forth at this moment. Chapter 722. For close to a year, Ling Xiao and the prodigal boy took turns to attack and rest. When Ling Xiao's spiritual energy was exhausted, the prodigal boy would cooperate with the two pearls to fight against the golden-ringed nether pearl. When Ling Xiao's spiritual energy recovered, he would let the prodigal boy recover his energy. Sometimes, he and the prodigal boy would attack together. Ling Xiao, the prodigal boy, and the two pearls took turns to fight against the golden-ringed nether pearl. Its energy source was already at its weakest. After close to a year of fighting, Ling Xiao had had enough. He wanted to destroy this damned golden-ringed nether pearl. He originally only wanted to help the medicine sect seal it, and then take the opportunity to ask Hua Qianzhong for some compensation. He didn't expect that even he would fall here. Hua Qianzhong, in order to protect the golden-ringed nether pearl, disregarding his life and death, did not undo the seal. He was already extremely resentful. As such, he could only take down the golden-ringed nether pearl first, then think of a way to break the seal and leave. His spiritual energy was ready to be unleashed, transforming into a frighteningly huge blade energy. It cut through all distance and all obstructions, fiercely slashing the golden-ringed nether pearl. At the same time, the blue demon flame also received Ling Xiao's order, transforming into countless deep blue flames that swallowed the golden-ringed nether pearl. The prodigal boy's horn shot out deep red flames. The flames formed a spiral energy, blasting towards the golden-ringed nether pearl. This spiral flame seemed to contain an astonishing suction force. The golden-ringed nether pearl seemed to have sensed the danger and recklessly charged towards the seal's shield. Bang bang. Unfortunately, no matter how hard it tried, it was futile. Ling Xiao's spiritual energy blade slashed down, and cracks started to appear on the condensed golden pearl. The golden-ringed nether pearl was like a brainless fly, quickly flying around in this narrow space, trying to avoid the attack. "I'll slash again." Ling Xiao roared again, raising his spiritual energy blade high up again, and an incomparably sharp aura smashed down again. The space here was very small, and Ling Xiao's spiritual energy had complete control over this place. In an instant, he could accurately find the location of the golden-ringed nether pearl, and the blade slashed down without any deviation. Boom, boom, boom. A powerful explosion rang out in the space, causing the surroundings to shake incessantly. The cracks on the dark gold splitting pearl became even more obvious, and its flying speed also became much slower. The demon's blue flames and the prodigal's crimson flames pounced over like hungry wolves. The two fire sources enveloped the golden-ringed dark pearl, and two types of strong devouring power started to tear the golden-ringed dark pearl's vital essence. At this time, Ling Xiao's face was already pale to the extreme. He continuously rolled on the ground and exhausted his mental energy. Finally, he heavily injured the weakened golden splitting dark pearl, creating an opportunity for the blue demon fire pearl and the prodigal. The rest would depend on whether they could really divide the golden-rending dark pearl. "Don't disappoint me," Ling Xiao murmured. He closed his eyes again and began to recover his mental power. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. Ling Xiao had long since recovered his spirit. He saw that blue demon flames and the prodigal had already done their best, but the golden split serene pearl was still stubbornly resisting. He couldn't help but sigh at the power of the golden split serene pearl. Swoosh, swoosh. Two sharp sounds rang out. Two different colored flames separated. One flew back into Ling Xiao's consciousness, while the other flew towards the prodigal's single horn. The golden serene pearl had actually disappeared. "Did I succeed?" Ling Xiao cried out in surprise, revealing an incomparably joyful expression. As long as he got rid of the threat of the golden split serene pearl, he would be able to live, and he would also have the chance to leave this place alive. "Ha! My martial uncle, you'll never think that your wish to leave the golden split serene pearl in the medicine sect has been crushed by me in the end. Since you won't let me out, then I'll break the seal myself and leave." Ling Xiao laughed very happily. It had been almost a year, and he finally revealed a happy smile. This smile was also filled with a strong desire for revenge. However, His smile froze before he could finish smiling. "Oh no!" Ling Xiao cried out in surprise. He immediately sat down cross-legged and guarded his mind, as if he was preparing to deal with a huge crisis. Just as Ling Xiao sat down, layers of blue flames started to appear around his body, and these flames were surprisingly mixed with a lot of golden flames. On the other side, the prodigal was also experiencing the same situation. The dark flames around his body were also mixed with a lot of golden flames. It kept roaring, as if it was undergoing some kind of transformation. At this moment, it was the time for blue demon flames and the prodigal to receive the golden split serene pearls energy essence. Ling Xiao also benefited from this, but at the same time, there was also a great danger. Although the golden split serene pearls energy was split into two, the energy essence it contained was enough for the blue demon flames to improve by a lot. However, it was impossible for the blue demon flames to completely devour the golden split serene pearls energy essence in one go, and the connate chilling wind pearl and the tree of immortality couldn't help much. Thus, it could only gift the energy that hadn't been digested in time to Ling Xiao's body. The energy of the golden split serene pearl was extremely domineering, and it was a flame of a higher grade than the blue demon flames. Once Ling Xiao was unable to refine it, then Ling Xiao would face the fate of being burned alive. The domineering and scorching golden flames rushed down from Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, and Ling Xiao's meridians that were like waves of gold almost couldn't withstand the energy and burst apart. If it was an ordinary person, they would have already died in the blink of an eye. However, Ling Xiao's body was different from ordinary people. His meridians, acupuncture points, blood vessels, organs, bones. Not a single one of them hadn't gone through many rounds of marrow cleansing, tempering, and recasting. His meridians' toughness and capacity were many times stronger than ordinary people's. The violent energy wasn't able to take Ling Xiao's life at the first possible moment. Ling Xiao circulated his divine technique and started to absorb and refine the energy. At the same time, he used the energy to cleanse and temper his organs, bones, and body once again. The taste of Ling Xiao being roasted by the golden flames made him feel like he was going crazy. Fortunately, his toughness was similarly shocking, and he was actually able to forcefully endure it. The multicolored dantian below his abdomen was like a whirlpool in a river. It ceaselessly swallowed the energy, causing the dantian to gradually become even more vast and boundless than before. The multicolored dantian flickered with specks of dazzling brilliance like the specks of stars in the sky, and it looked so tranquil, pure, beautiful, and vast. While Ling Xiao was suffering the pain of being bitten by a myriad of ants, he was also enjoying the pleasure of his dantian being filled up. His aura started to rise, and it instantly soared from the intermediate level Heavenly Exalt stage to the peak of intermediate level Heavenly Exalt stage, and he was only a little bit away from breaking through to a higher level. However, there was an invisible barrier that obstructed his aura. This barrier was difficult for many martialists to cross, but it was just a small obstacle for the current Ling Xiao. With the destructive power of the golden flames, he broke through the barrier in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Ling Xiao had achieved the strength of a high-level Heavenly Exalt. A high-level Heavenly Exalt who wasn't even 30 years old was definitely a rare existence in the central region. When he had come out of the chaotic abyss of war, he had only been at the peak of the earthly sovereign realm. Now, he had crossed a whole level and 3 minor levels in just over a year. Even if he had consumed a heaven-defying pill, he wouldn't be able to advance so quickly. It had to be said that Ling Xiao's fortuitous encounters were really great. Of course, every fortuitous encounter had been exchanged with his life. Ordinary people really didn't have the fortune to enjoy such treatment. After becoming a high-level Heavenly Exalt, his aura clearly calmed down. In the end, he only managed to stabilize his realm and didn't advance to the intermediate level Heavenly Exalt stage. At this time, the flames around Ling Xiao also began to gradually retract, and were replaced by a five-colored glazed halo that enveloped him, making him look especially sacred and serene. After half a day, Ling Xiao opened his eyes once again. His eyes were like divine light, and they looked very shocking. It was as if all secrets would be revealed when he stared at them. It feels so good. Ling Xiao stretched her waist and couldn't help but reveal a charming smile as she sighed. He looked at the wastrel beside him, who was still roaring nonstop, and showed a hint of gratitude. Zizai, go into the medicine cauldron and slowly refine the energy. This time, both of us have profited from our misfortune. Those old fogies from the medicine sect would never have thought that this would happen, huh? Ling Xiao laughed heartily. At the same time, he put the prodigal into the medicine cauldron and let it slowly refine the golden serene pearl's energy essence. As long as it could endure it, its strength would be much higher than his. After all, Ling Xiao had only obtained a little bit of the golden serene pearl's energy, while the prodigal and the demon blue fire pearl had each devoured half of it. The energy contained was self-evident. Now that the threat had been removed, it was time for him to think of a way to get out. Without the golden rending dark pearl here, this space became quiet. There were no flames or scorching sensations in the surroundings. There was only a pitch-black space without any signs of life, making people feel incomparably empty and lonely. If Ling Xiao was unable to break the seal here and stayed here for the rest of his life, he would probably go crazy even if he didn't die. This place was able to seal the golden serene pearl for tens of thousands of years. It's at least a rank 8 formation. The scent I'm looking for is sealed here. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for him to escape. How should I do it? Ling Xiao muttered as he looked around. He clearly knew that his situation was not too ideal. Only a top-notch saint or the Holy Emperor can break the seal. I've only just reached the strength of a high-level heavenly venerable. What can I do here? Ling Xiao calmly pondered. To break this kind of sealing space formation, he needed absolute strength to break it directly. Otherwise, he could only destroy the formation's eyes from the outside and make the formation lose its effectiveness. Ling Xiao's own strength was definitely insufficient, so he could only rely on one method now. Perhaps this was the only way to completely destroy the seal. Chapter 723. Ling Xiao was relying on his divine artifact, the Obsidian Cauldron. This was a higher-grade artifact than the Golden Dragon Spear. Ling Xiao had only used it for alchemy and storage, not as an offensive weapon. Now that he was in this desperate situation, he could only try using it. If it couldn't break through this barrier, he didn't know what to do. The Obsidian Cauldron returned to its original appearance from the space ring. Ling Xiao placed it on the ground, took a deep breath, and began to grip the walls of the cauldron with both hands. Lowering his waist into a horse stance, his expression became extremely serious. His palms filled with powerful spiritual energy as he shouted, "Transform!" When Ling Xiao poured his spiritual energy into the Obsidian Cauldron, the Obsidian Cauldron's original half-meter-tall appearance began to change. It instantly became the size of a house, and it was still growing. Soon, it became the size of a 3-story jade building. It looked extremely majestic, and the cauldron patterns around it exuded a strong sense of mystery, making people feel that it was incomparably old and simple. Ling Xiao frowned slightly and muttered, "Still not enough? Make it bigger, bigger." Ling Xiao roared again and again, the spiritual energy in his body surging out of his dantian like a tide. His 2 powerful arms swelled up several times due to the powerful spiritual energy, blue veins popping out like snakes. As Ling Xiao poured his spiritual energy into the cauldron without reservation, the Obsidian Cauldron began to grow again. This space was already very narrow, and after the Obsidian Cauldron's continuous growth, it finally reached the barrier around it. The barrier's array veins began to tremble. However, Ling Xiao had already reached his limit, and there was no way he could make it grow any bigger. Moreover, Ling Xiao didn't think it would be so easy to break the barrier. Swallowing a few pills to restore his spiritual energy, Xianxia roared again, "Destroy for me!" Ling Xiao pushed the medicine cauldron, which was as big as a small hill, and smashed it against the barrier of the formation. Rumble. A series of rumbling sounds rang out in the space, and the space itself began to distort. Unfortunately, the runes were not destroyed. Ling Xiao was not discouraged. He once again gritted his teeth and continued to push the cauldron towards the array pattern shield. Bang! Again and again and again and again, the formation pattern became more and more distorted, but there was no sign of it cracking. Ling Xiao didn't know how long he had been attacking, but he was so tired that he fell to the ground, panting nonstop. His eyes were filled with unwillingness as he stared at the array pattern shielding light screen, revealing a look of despair. Why is it like this? Why is it like this? Isn't it a legendary artifact? How come it can't even break the seal? What kind of broken divine artifact is this? Ling Xiao roared unwillingly. The obsidian cauldron was not an offensive divine artifact, but even so, its offensive power should be much stronger than any divine artifact. However, it couldn't break the seal here. How could Ling Xiao not be angry? The obsidian cauldron returned to its original size of half a meter. Ling Xiao grabbed it and smashed it to the side. Ling Xiao's whole body lay in the space, his eyes lifelessly staring at the pitch-black space as he took deep breaths. For the first time, he felt so helpless and powerless. He didn't know how to break this rank 8 great formation. At this moment, a shadow appeared above the cauldron. The cauldron's soul, Obsidian, appeared in front of Ling Xiao and said faintly, "Master, do you need my help?" Ling Xiao didn't want to see Obsidian's appearance, so he simply closed his eyes and didn't look at it. Obsidian continued, "Master, do you want to get out from here?" Ling Xiao instantly jumped up and exclaimed, "You have a way to get me out?" Looking at his appearance, he looked at Obsidian expectantly, as if he had caught a life-saving grass. "I don't have a way," Obsidian replied. Ling Xiao fell to the ground again and decided to ignore this guy. This guy was simply reckless. Obsidian said again, "Master doesn't have enough strength to control the divine cauldron. You can't even use 1% of its power now, so naturally you can't break this place. If Master is strong enough, it's easy to destroy this place." Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. F***CK your grandma. If I was strong enough, would I still be sealed here? This guy really knows how to talk. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed in Ling Xiao's mind. He jumped up from the ground again and exclaimed, "I got it. I'm not strong enough, but there's someone strong enough. It's been more than a year. It should be almost digested." Ling Xiao muttered under his breath, and then shouted, "Xiaolong, come out for a moment. Young master needs your help." As soon as his words fell, the blue dragon didn't immediately appear. When he was about to look inside the cauldron, a figure slowly appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao immediately became dumbfounded, and his mind became blank. "Young master, are you looking for me?" A sweet voice like a jade bead falling on a silver plate sounded in Ling Xiao's ears. Ling Xiao just stared blankly at the figure in front of him, as if he didn't hear it. This was a beautiful and flawless face. This was a head of soft and smooth blue hair like crystal. This was a body as delicate as jade. That full chest, that thin waist like a willow branch, that flat and smooth lower abdomen. Every part was captivating, making any man's blood boil and making them produce the most powerful desire. Ling Xiao looked at the naked beauty in front of him and swallowed his saliva. Your little dragon?" The beauty in front of him nodded lightly and said, "That's right, boss. I've swallowed the dragon pearl and entered the 8th order. I could transform into a human form, but this human form doesn't look very good. My body can already transform into a true dragon. Many thanks for young master's gift." The beauty turned around lightly in front of Ling Xiao, her brows slightly furrowed, looking like she didn't like her current appearance. Ling Xiao averted his eyes and silently muttered in his heart, "See no evil, see no evil." Although he thought so in his heart, his eyes couldn't help but drift towards the beauty. He quickly took out a robe and threw it to the beauty, turning his head and said, "Little dragon, put on your clothes first. In the future, when you appear in your human form, you absolutely can't let others see your naked body. Do you understand?" He cursed in his heart. Damn it, this young master is worse than a beast. If other men saw the blue Jiao dragon like this, they would probably pounce on it like a hungry wolf. However, Ling Xiao really endured it. After all, the blue Jiao dragon was a spirit beast. No, it was already a divine beast. Although it could transform into a human form, its essence still hadn't changed. Little Dragon Maiden didn't understand the meaning of Ling Xiao's words, but she still listened to Ling Xiao's instructions and put on the robe. At this time, Ling Xiao finally looked at Little Dragon Maiden. It said that beasts and humans are all different, but Little Dragon Maiden turned into such a beautiful woman. She really won this young master a lot of face. Ling Xiao thought in his heart. Then he said to Little Dragon Maiden, Little Dragon, now that you're in human form, I'll call you Dragon Maiden from now on. What do you think? Little Dragon Maiden blinked her beautiful blue eyes and nodded obediently. Boss, you can call me whatever you want. Ling Xiao asked again, Dragon Maiden, have you finished refining the Dragon Pearl? Dragon Maiden shook her head and said, Not yet. The Dragon Pearl you gave me is at least at the peak of the 8th rank. I've only refined a third of it. It might take a few years to finish refining it. Ling Xiao asked worriedly, Then if I call you out now, it won't affect your refinement, right? Dragon Maiden replied, No, it has already fused with me, but it's still not enough to completely control it. Ling Xiao was relieved. If he summoned Dragon Maiden and she couldn't digest the Dragon Pearl's energy, he would feel extremely guilty. Then do me a favor, Ling Xiao said. Then he urged the cauldron to become bigger and said to Dragon Maiden, Use it to shatter the space here. The dragoness nodded and stretched out her soft, tender arm. Then she let out a soft yell. That small hill-like cauldron was easily pushed out by her. Boom! The loud sound was much more shocking than when Ling Xiao tried his best to smash it. The runes were also extremely distorted, as if they were about to break apart. Ling Xiao clenched his fists and said excitedly, Dragon Maiden, do your best. You must break this place. Dragon Maiden nodded her head, and the aura around her body began to surge. This time, she was serious. Boom! Once again, there was an earth-shattering explosion. Cracks finally appeared on the rune screen that was smashed by the cauldron, but it was not immediately destroyed. Without waiting for Ling Xiao's orders, Dragon Maiden once again pushed the cauldron out. Once, twice, thrice bang. After dozens of wild smashes, the barrier finally began to crack and collapse. In the surroundings of the formation pattern outside, those Tier 8 beast cores were similarly jolted until they exploded. A series of earth-shattering explosions shook the mountain range, as if they were about to destroy the medicine sect space. The mountain range could not withstand the energy of so many Class 8 beast cores. It continued to sink, and the ground began to crack. It was as if there was a magnitude 10 earthquake, causing people to feel fear. Everyone in the medicine sect was shaken, and they all became incomparably panicked. Countless disciples flew high into the sky to see what was going on. Those elders who had reached the mystic Arch level all flew in that direction. What's going on? What's going on? Why is there such a powerful energy explosion? Look over there. Something happened to the Golden Crack mountain range. The mountain range seems to be collapsing. Could it be that the Golden Crack Pearl seal has failed? But isn't there the old sect master and a few holy lords suppressing it? Maybe something has happened. The situation is not good this time. The 100-meter-tall giant tiger in the mountain range was hit by the energy explosion, and the seal on its body was also lifted at this moment. It was originally dejected and looked as if it was about to die, but it instantly became spirited. Its eyes revealed a fierce glint as it opened its bloody mouth and sucked in all the golden flames that were surging out of the mountain range. Its strength actually began to increase explosively at this moment. Chapter 724. The medicine sect was one of the 18 great powers in the central region, and it was one of the top few large sections. Logically speaking, if there weren't any enemies attacking, there wouldn't be any major changes. However, today a huge change had occurred that shook the entire sect. The place where the golden rift serene pearl was sealed was destroyed by the explosion. It wasn't a small-scale collapse, but a completely destructive collapse, and a large part of the mountain range had been completely caved in from the explosion. The few saints who were overseeing the area immediately sensed the danger. However, it was already too late by the time they made a move. The might of the explosion of a dozen 8th-grade beast cores was enormous, and even the space around their medicine sect had started to shake. If they didn't stop the energy, not only would the mountain range collapse, their medicine sect would also be completely destroyed. Xianxia and the other 4 saints all flew up from their meditation, and streams of energy continuously sprayed out from their bodies. Layers of spatial energy overlapped around the mountain range, preventing the destruction from spreading. Finally, an unforeseen event isn't going to happen. Xianxia sighed inwardly. Suddenly, the earth flame tiger that was sealed borrowed this powerful force to break the restriction and absorb the remaining energy of the golden rift dark pearl in the mountain range cleanly. At this moment, it was actually going to break through the peak of 8th grade low level and become a middle-level 8th grade spirit beast. One of the saints noticed the abnormality of the earth flame tiger and immediately cried out in alarm. "Junior brother, there seems to be something wrong with that tiger." Xianxia looked at the earth flame tiger, and before he could say anything, another saint cried out in alarm. It's borrowing the energy of the mountain range to break through. Hurry up and stop it. If it's suddenly broken through, we'll be in trouble." After he shouted, he used all his strength to attack the earth flame tiger. If the earth flame tiger was allowed to grow stronger, even his junior brother Xianxia might not be able to suppress it, so he definitely couldn't let the earth flame tiger advance. Unfortunately, before his attack could reach it, something seemed to have rushed out from the mountain range. An earth-shattering dragon roar soared into the sky. Dragon's Timbin divine ability, Dragon Roar. The frightening sound wave seemed to be able to destroy everything. The rocks nearby were shaken into powder, and the air was trembling nonstop. The few saint-level experts were also caught off guard and were affected by the shockwave. Their eardrums were in pain, and they had no choice but to retreat. As for the medicine gates, mystic thearchs who were flying over from afar, they fell from the sky one by one. They could not withstand the impact of the tsunami-like sound wave. A huge, dark blue body appeared at the bottom of the collapsed mountain range. This was a true dragon, a genuine mythological beast. Its body that was more than 100 meters long hovered high in the sky. It looked so powerful and dazzling, giving people an incomparable sense of oppression. The true dragon was a supreme divine beast. Its aura was filled with a domineering and noble aura, which was not something any spiritual beast could compare to. A young man stood on top of this supreme, true dragon's head. This young man was bare-chested, revealing his perfectly proportioned muscles. His handsome face could instantly kill any woman, and his arrogant attitude made people have the urge to submit to him. He was holding a golden dragon spear in his hand. He looked like a dragon rider, so mighty and dazzling. The Medicine Gate's disciples who were far away also saw this true dragon, and they were all stunned. A true dragon mythological beast. I'm not seeing things, am I? What happened in the Golden Crack mountain range? I heard that a rank 8 fierce flaming tiger was suppressed there. Why did a true dragon mythological beast appear now? Could it be some kind of exotic land? There's actually someone standing on the dragon's head. Could it be that someone attacked our Medicine Gate? The old sect master and the few old sacred masters are over there. They should be able to handle everything. Hua Chun, Hua Hao, and Hua Xiaoming had all seen Ling Xiao before. They looked at Ling Xiao, who was standing on the true dragon's head, and their expressions became sluggish. Hua Chun even screamed, "Impossible! How could he have a true dragon mythological beast as a protective spiritual beast? This is absolutely impossible." A year ago, he was ruthlessly trampled down from his position as the leader of the Elixir Association by Ling Xiao, and the woman he liked actually chose Ling Xiao. This made him go crazy with jealousy, and he was even beaten up by Ling Xiao. He only had hatred for Ling Xiao in his heart, and he wanted nothing more than to trample him into the mud. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao was invited by their Grand Elder Huatang to join the Medicine Gate, which caused all of his plans to fail. Now, Ling Xiao had reappeared, and he was actually riding on a true dragon mythological beast. This made him even more jealous. He could not believe what was happening in front of him. Hua Hao and Hua Xiaoming did not believe it either, but the truth was right in front of them, and they had no choice but to believe it. However, they also did not know why Ling Xiao appeared here. Junior sister, this Ling Xiao is really a dragon among men. Hua Hao sighed at Hua Xiaoming. Hua Xiaoming nodded her head, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of worship. The worship in her heart was not only in terms of battle strength, but also in terms of alchemy and tenbin. All of this had convinced her. However, she knew that with such a strange man in front of her, could she be worthy of him? Hua Qianzhong and a few saint-level experts stared blankly at the man and dragon. Their 10,000 years of calmness could no longer remain calm at this moment. How could they have known that Ling Xiao wasn't dead? He was even stronger than he was in the past, and he had mysteriously appeared with a rank 8 true dragon. No matter how hard they thought about it, they couldn't figure out what had happened under the seal. Where did the dark golden splitting pearl go? Could it be that it was really subdued by Ling Xiao? At this moment, the Earth Flaming Tiger's aura was continuously rising, and that powerful flame light was continuously emitted, and terrifying flames shot out in all directions. Roar! A tiger's roar soared into the sky. Although it was not as frightening as the dragon's roar, it was still incomparably shocking. The Earth Flaming Tiger's body suddenly grew a bit larger, and its red fur became even more glossy and sleek. The king character on its forehead seemed abnormally overbearing. Damned humans, your time of death has come. The Earth Flaming Tiger stared fixedly at the 5 people from the medicine sect and said in a loud and clear voice. As the Beast King's loyal bodyguard and the prince's personal guard, it had actually been suppressed for a year, and His Highness' life and death were unknown. It had long since sworn that as long as it could get out, it would definitely eat all of these humans. Just as the Earth Flaming Tiger was about to pounce on Hua Qianzhong and the others, Ling Xiao, who was standing on the dragon's head, said indifferently, "Earth Flaming Tiger, don't be anxious. I will let you vent to your heart's content later." Ling Xiao said indifferently as his torchlight gaze swept across Hua Qianzhong and the others. Finally, his gaze landed on Hua Qianzhong, and his face carried a tinge of savagery as he said, "Martial uncle, you didn't expect this, right?" Hua Qianzhong wanted to say something, but he didn't know where to start. His heart was filled with a deep sense of helplessness. Was the current situation still something he could control? A saint beside him smiled and said, "Little child, us old fellows are very happy that you were able to break the seal. This way, we don't have to feel too guilty, but our sect's golden ren bead, please hand it over." "Ha! Ha!" Ling Xiao laughed. His laughter was very loud and very unrestrained. He didn't think that this old man would actually have the face to ask him to hand over the golden ren bead. Let's not talk about whether or not the golden ren bead was destroyed. Just based on these words, Ling Xiao felt that this old man was really too shameless. Could it be that he doesn't remember who gave the golden ren bead to their medicine sect? Could it be that he doesn't remember who helped them seal the golden ren bead and fell into a predicament? Now that he broke the seal, he actually still had the cheek to be concerned about the whereabouts of the golden ren bead. This guy's shamelessness was invincible. Ling Xiao laughed at himself for being too naive back then to actually believe Hua Qianzhong's words. He should have kept the golden ren bead back then. However, even if he had kept the golden ren bead, the outcome might have been the same. The other party only cared about the golden ren bead and not him. If he had made that choice back then, he would probably have fallen here long ago. If it was a year ago, he would not be able to do anything to the medicine sect. But the current him was no longer afraid of the medicine sect. When he came out, he originally wanted to give the medicine sect a show of strength and then escape calmly. He didn't expect that the Earth Flame Tiger did not leave and actually broke through at the crucial moment. This simply gave him a huge surprise. A low-level Tier 8 True Dragon Divine Beast and a middle-level Tier 8 Earth Flame Tiger. With such a lineup, what was there for Ling Xiao to be afraid of? Moreover, even though the Dragon Lady had low-level Tier 8 strength, she was a divine beast. With a valiant fighting Tenbin of dragons, even a middle-level Tier 8 Spirit Beast might not be her match. One dragon and one tiger joining hands, it was also time to give the medicine sect a headache. What are you laughing at? The golden Ren bead is definitely on you. Hand it over, and we'll let you leave. That saint frowned and shouted lightly. Ling Xiao stopped laughing, and what replaced it was a disdainful and arrogant look as he shouted, "You old thing, you actually have the face to ask this young master for the golden Ren bead. Don't you know that this young master almost died in the seal? When I was sealed, did you guys ever think of letting me out? Now that I've broken the seal, you actually have the nerve to ask me for the golden Ren bead. Can you be any more shameless? Old thing, you, how can you say that, you little bastard? Could it be that you want to take the golden Ren bead for yourself? If that's the case, this old man might have to make you stay." That saint was so angry that his beard flew straight up. If it wasn't for that true dragon protecting Ling Xiao, it was likely that he would have immediately swatted Ling Xiao to death. The expressions of the other few people from the medicine sect also became ugly. They knew that Ling Xiao had grievances, but they didn't expect that Ling Xiao would explode in front of them. This was simply looking down on and humiliating them. Ling Xiao swept a disdainful glance at them and shouted loudly, "The golden Ren bead no longer exists. Even if it's still here, it won't belong to you." All right, my dear martial uncle, you shouldn't have any objections about the golden Ren bead being gone, right? Chapter 725. Facing Ling Xiao's sarcastic words. Xianzhong's expression didn't change at all, but his heart was already filled with regret. He couldn't help but think back to a few years ago when his big brother, the demonic emperor, came to find him and said a few words. "Ling Xiao is my only disciple, and I feel that he will surpass me in the future. If not for the limited time, I will definitely nurture him into the strongest person in the central region. Xianzhong, I'm going back to the heaven region. Help me look after that kid. I know he's a restless person, so if those old fellows want to deal with him, you must stand by his side. Oh right, that kid is also an alchemist, and his rank isn't low either. Since he won't be able to use the golden rift pearl, if he needs it one day, I will help him. Consider it as big brother asking for your help. I believe that he will become famous in the central region in the near future and become the next person to enter the heaven region. My demonic emperor's disciple is definitely the most outstanding. Big brother, you're right. Your disciple is indeed the most outstanding." Qianzhong sighed faintly in his heart. However, this still didn't change his identity as the old sect master of the medicine sect. Everything he did was still for the benefit of the sect, even if this person was his big brother's disciple. Subsequently, he said indifferently to Ling Xiao, "Martial uncle has wronged you in this matter, but you should still hand over the dark gold rift pearl. After all, your master has already given it to me all those years ago, and it can be considered as an item of our medicine sect. You can be at ease. I will compensate you in other aspects, medicinal pills, profound skills, spirit weapons. You can choose all of these." The corners of Ling Xiao's lips curled into a devilish smile as he said lightly, "I've already said that the dark golden crack pearl no longer exists. How can I hand it over? Could it be that you want to kill me?" He could now clearly see through Qianzhong's thoughts, and the little bit of old thoughts in his heart no longer existed. "Martial nephew, do you really think that with their help, you can leave this place?" Qianzhong asked. "I think it's possible. We can also get some justice for ourselves," Ling Xiao said firmly. Qianzhong wanted to say something, but the saint beside him said impatiently, "Junior brother, this brat won't shed a tear until he sees the coffin. Let's just leave him here. He still has many secrets on him." Another saint agreed. "That's right. We can use the other 2 heavenly jewels to make up for it." Before Ling Xiao was sealed, He had used 2 heaven jewels to fight against the dark golden split pearl. These Medicine Gate elders had long been envious. Perhaps in the central region, they were already the top existences, and there was no way for them to go any further. However, who didn't want their juniors to become stronger? It would be great if they could one day surpass the spiritual martial pavilion. If the medicine sect could obtain 2 more heavenly jewels, it would undoubtedly increase their foundation. Now that this saint had said that, it was just an excuse to snatch Ling Zhao's heavenly jewels. Haha, if you want my heavenly jewels, then come. It just so happens that I also want to vent this year's worth of resentment. Earth Flame Tiger, let me see how strong you are now. Ling Xiao didn't want to waste any more words and directly ordered the Earth Flame Tiger to attack. Today, when he left the medicine sect, he would definitely make the medicine sect pay a huge price to vent the hatred in his heart. When the Earth Flame Tiger heard Ling Zhao's words, it roared loudly, and its huge body pounced towards Hua Qianzhong. Damn human, the humiliation you gave me. This tiger grandpa will return it to you double. Its body was like a volcano with intense flames, as if it wanted to burn Hua Qianzhong to death. With its strength, it was slightly weaker than Hua Qianzhong, but it wasn't too far off. Furthermore, as a combat-type spirit beast, it was stronger than a human of the same level. It was confident that it could swallow this human alive. Hua Qianzhong was as calm as still water. He spread out both his palms, and huge palms like mountains slapped toward the Earth Flame Tiger. His strength was at the peak of the intermediate-level Saint Realm, and he was only a step away from becoming high-level Saint Realm expert. He wasn't afraid of the current Earth Flame Tiger, and the only thing he was worried about was the 8th-ranked True Dragon. His 4 senior brothers might not be able to resist it. The Earth Flame Tiger directly ignored Hua Qianzhong's attack, allowing the huge palms to fall. Its front claws fiercely clawed towards Hua Qianzhong, and a few terrifying claw marks tore through the sky. Hua Qianzhong's expression was incomparably doubtful. He had underestimated the Earth Flame Tiger's strength. It was no longer like a year ago, when he could easily capture it. Now, the Earth Flame Tiger's speed and strength had exploded by more than 10 times, and that thick killing intent caused him to have no choice but to go all out. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Powerful sounds of battle rang out, and the space around them started to collapse. Little bastard, do you think that just because you have some strength, you can strut around in our medicine sect? Wait for this old man to kill you first. One of the saints took the opportunity to flash. His figure blurred, and he was already on top of the dragon's head. An invisible old palm grabbed towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was too far away from the saint, and he couldn't sense the saint's arrival. Fortunately, the blue true dragon's reaction wasn't slow. It raised its head and bit towards the saint. The saint was so frightened that he quickly withdrew his attack and retreated. At the same time, he cried out, "Let's attack together. I don't believe that we can't kill this little bastard. When the time comes, we can also subdue this blue true dragon and make it our sect guardian spirit beast." The other 3 saints nodded and split up in different directions, intending to surround and kill the blue true dragon. Ling Xiao raised his golden dragon spear and said, "Dragon lady, let me see your battle prowess." "Boss, don't worry. Those old fellows won't be able to cause much trouble." The blue true dragon let out a young girl's bell-like voice. Immediately after, it raised its head and let out a long roar. The dragon's roar shook the heavens and the earth. The few saints couldn't withstand the terrifying impact. This was the terrifying sound wave timbin unique to dragons. The blue true dragon's body started to move. It seemed to have drilled into the void, and in the next moment, it appeared in another direction. Its dragon tail swept towards one of the saints like a pillar of the sky. The saint had just regained his senses when he was faced with such a terrifying attack. He hastily blocked it. Unfortunately, the dragon's tail smashed down like a dozen mountains, fiercely sweeping him far away. Puffed. A mouthful of strong, fresh water began to splatter across the sky. At the same time, The three saints couldn't care less about their companion's injuries. Half-step saint artifact, long swords appeared in their hands, and streaks of sword chi that tore through space surrounded the blue true dragon. However, the blue true dragon's speed could be described as traceless. It directly avoided the sword chi that shot in all directions and floated above the heads of the three saints. It opened its mouth, and a curtain of dark waterfall rushed down like the waves of the sea. This attack looked very ordinary, but its power was not even as terrifying as a tsunami. The three saints used their powerful defenses to block it. Their fire attribute seemed to have met its nemesis, and the flames around them were extinguished. They looked extremely miserable, and their bodies were sent flying far away. The blue true dragon took advantage of the time when they had not regained their senses to enter the void again. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of another saint. Its dragon claws slapped down fiercely, and the space around it collapsed. The saint was so scared that he peed his pants. He actually disregarded his status and did a donkey roll to avoid the blue true dragon's fatal claw. On top of the blue true dragon's head, Ling Xiao looked at these miserable old fellows in enjoyment. He said faintly, "Don't you want my heavenly jewels? Why aren't you making a move? Are you old and useless? You don't dare to come and take it." He looked a little like a villain intoxicated by success, and he finally had a place to vent the resentment in his heart. The saints were angered to the point of vomiting blood by Ling Xiao's words. In these 10,000 years, who dared to say that they were old and useless? Perhaps Ling Xiao was the only one. Not far away, the elders and disciples of the Medicine Gate watched the dazzling battle, and all of them were incomparably shocked. Could it be that the beast race has come to attack? It seems like they're fighting with the old sect master and the others. I can't see clearly. Saints are already almighty beings who can use spatial energy to fight. If we can see clearly, then the saint elders and the others wouldn't be called saints. What's going on? In all these years, no one has dared to provoke our Medicine Gate. Could it be a grudge between the older generations? I think this might have something to do with the golden split nether pearl. Hua Qianzhong and the Earth Flame Tiger were evenly matched. Hua Qianzhong's strength was slightly higher, but the Earth Flame Tiger's physical body was powerful. In a clash of strength, neither side was able to gain an advantage. However, Hua Qianzhong had already sensed the danger his senior brothers were in. If this continued, he was afraid that his senior brothers would be killed. At that time, if the Blue True Dragon and the Earth Flame Tiger attacked him together, he was afraid that he would be in grave danger. Looks like I can only get serious. Hua Qianzhong muttered to himself, and a fiery spear appeared in his hand. The fiery image of a strange beast flashed within the spear, and a powerful aura was emitted. Intense flames began to surround the surroundings. This was a fire attribute sacred spear, and it was a sacred artifact that Hua Qianzhong relied on. With a sacred artifact in hand, the Earth Flame Tiger was prepared to suffer a calamity. Flame, see, burning heaven, stab. Hua Qianzhong shouted in shock, and countless figures burst out. Countless spear images swept towards the Earth Flame Tiger. The scorching tiger roared incessantly, its strong body dodging incessantly. Unfortunately, it was still pierced by a portion of the spear shadows. Bloody holes were left on its body, and stains of blood continuously flowed to and fro. When the Earth Flame Tiger saw blood, its ferocious nature was aroused. Its body directly pounced towards Hua Qianzhong, and its bloody mouth was about to swallow Hua Qianzhong. Hua Qianzhong was just about to stab the sacred spear towards the Earth Flame Tiger when he heard his senior brother's cry for help. "Junior brother, save me." Helpless, he could only give up the opportunity to attack the Earth Flame Tiger. His body continuously flashed, and he rushed towards his senior brother, who was about to be killed by the Blue True Dragon. Unfortunately, even though his speed was fast, he still couldn't catch up. The Blue True Dragon's giant claw had already ruthlessly smashed onto the head of a heavily injured saint. "Martial Nephew Ling, stop!" Hua Qianzhong's eyes widened as he cried out in shock. He really couldn't bear to see his senior brother die, just like that. It must be known that every saint was the sect's cornerstone, and was the reason why they were able to remain in the top 3 of the 18 factions. The death of any saint was an immeasurable loss. Bang! Chapter 726. As long as the Holy Emperor doesn't make an appearance, a saint is invincible. This was a phrase that all the martial artists in the Central Region knew. In other words, a saint was the strongest martial artist in the Central Region. Every time a saint appeared, it would alarm the entire Central Region. However, no saint had been born today, but a saint's body had been blasted into pieces and he'd perished. Fortunately, his soul did not immediately dissipate. Originally, he might have had a chance to be reborn, but Ling Xiao did not intend to let him go just like that. He had been trapped for a year, and no matter what, he wanted to get some justice and vent the resentment and dissatisfaction in his heart. Ling Xiao's spiritual energy continuously shot out, sucking in the saint's soul that was still in a state of shock. "Bastard, I'm going to kill you." Hua Qianzhong saw his senior brother's body being smashed and was completely enraged. He shouted loudly, and his hand blasted out a spatial world of spear shadows, surrounding Ling Xiao and the blue dragon in layers. Countless spear shadows with a strong aura pierced forward. The blue true dragon wasn't afraid at all. It opened its blood-red mouth, and a crystal-clear pearl flashed out. Following the appearance of the pearl, a river appeared with the blue dragon as the center. It was like an ocean, and the river water flowed rapidly while the waves roared. That terrifying natural heavenly might completely disintegrated all of Hua Qianzhong's attacks, and the terrifying waves rolled towards Hua Qianzhong. The water beneath the mountain range seemed to be summoned as countless water pillars shot up from the ground. In just a moment, this place had become a real ocean, and the water was like a torrent rushing towards the medicine sect's residence in the distance. Legend had it that a true dragon could cover the sky and cover the sun, and it could summon clouds and rain. However, legends were just legends, and not many people had seen such a scene. But now, the blue dragon had opened the eyes of the medicine sect's people. When the medicine sect's elders and disciples saw the surging water, they all became incomparably panicked. Some mystic the Arch Realm elders immediately exclaimed, Quickly set up a restriction to isolate the water, or else all the palaces will be submerged. Let's keep the spirit herbs in the medicine field first. We can't let them all be destroyed. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Could it be that even the old sect master and the others couldn't stop the enemy? The heavens really want our medicine academy to perish. The entire medicine sect was in a complete mess, and Hua Qianzhong was completely suppressed by the terrifying water energy of the true blue dragon's dragon pearl. Ling Xiao had already taken the opportunity to absorb the saint's soul force into his knowledge, see, and refine it. The other 3 saints were extremely regretful. How could they have offended such a malefic existence? He was even more terrifying than the demonic emperor all those years ago. The earth-flaming tiger laughed heartily at the side and said, "Drown them, dragon princess, drown them all." To the earthly flaming tiger, although the blue true dragon wasn't its beast emperor, the blue true dragon supreme might still made the earthly flaming tiger feel incomparable reverence. Therefore, it had to address the blue true dragon as dragon princess. At the same time, the earthly flaming tiger pounced towards the other 3 saints. The 3 saints were already frightened out of their wits, and one of them couldn't help but shout, "Ling Xiao, hurry up and tell them to stop, or our medicine academy won't rest until you're dead." Ling Xiao didn't have the time to pay attention to him. He was still quickly purifying the saint's soul, turning it into spiritual energy and digesting the soul's memories. Meanwhile, Hua Qianzhong was also doing his best to prepare for a counterattack, but he discovered that his sect was already suffering from a flood disaster. He had no choice but to leave the vicinity of the blue true dragon, and powerful spatial energy began to suppress the flood. Unfortunately, the blue true dragon chased after him like a shadow, and the dragon pearl had already been absorbed into its stomach. This was the power of the origin, and it couldn't maintain it for too long. Qianzhong had no choice but to shout at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, that's enough. Hurry up and tell him to stop. Our medicine academy admits defeat. Qianzhong was filled with hatred. One wrong decision, and he lost the dark golden pearl and even caused one of his senior brothers to perish. If this continued, the medicine academy's space would be completely destroyed. Only then did Qianzhong realize that he had underestimated his big brother's foresight. This disciple of his was simply heaven-defying. With these two rank 8 spirit beasts, he could completely move unhindered in the central region. Ling Xiao took a light breath and said faintly, "Dragon Lady, Flaming Tiger, stop first. Wait for me to talk to my good martial uncle." The earthly Flaming Tiger gave up on the opportunity to kill the 3 saints and retreated to Ling Xiao's side unwillingly. A dragon and a tiger under Ling Xiao made Ling Xiao look incomparably dazzling. He was like a high and mighty emperor, and people had to look up to him. The 3 saints retreated to Qianzhong's side in a sorry state, and the 3 of them looked at Ling Xiao with resentment, but they didn't say a word. They were afraid that if they angered Ling Xiao again, they would die here. Qianzhong said unwillingly to Ling Xiao, "I told you to leave, so leave." "Junior brother." The 3 saints behind Qianzhong exclaimed. Were they going to let Ling Xiao off just like that? Ling Xiao had taken the dark golden pearl, killed one of their martial brothers, and turned the medicine academy upside down. Were they going to let it go just like that? This was the medicine academy's first humiliation in tens of thousands of years. Ling Xiao sneered. "Martial uncle, you don't want the dark golden pearl anymore? You don't want to take revenge for your senior brother's death?" Qianzhong clenched his fists, and his old eyes emitted a look of unwillingness. He said indifferently, "Don't force me. Otherwise, even if you destroy the medicine academy, you will still fall here." Ling Xiao sneered and didn't plan to provoke Qianzhong and the others anymore. He was really afraid that if these old fellows were afraid of burning jade, then he wouldn't have an easy time either. "Martial uncle, if you want me to leave, then I will definitely leave. It's just that Martial uncle still owes me something. I helped you seal the dark golden pearl, so shouldn't I settle the payment?" Ling Xiao said indifferently. "You're going too far. You even took the dark golden pearl, and you still have the nerve to ask for payment." One of the saints roared angrily. Mother of Asterisker, he had already taken such a big piece of land and killed their saint, and he still wants to ask for payment? How could he be so shameless? Ling Xiao furrowed his brows and said, "That's a different matter. Moreover, I didn't take the dark golden pearl, it was only destroyed. Moreover, this was all caused by you guys. If you had unsealed me and let me out, then how could this have happened? You old things are just like curtains. You actually want to erect a chastity memorial, bah." That saint was so angry that he didn't know how to refute. Another saint said loudly, "In any case, if you want to leave, then leave. There's definitely no payment." Ling Xiao didn't say anything, and only had a playful expression as he waited for Qianzhong's reply. Qianzhong looked at that handsome face and didn't know why he felt so loathsome, but he also felt so helpless. "Take it." Qianzhong finally compromised, and he threw a bunch of high-level spirit herbs towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao roughly glanced at these spirit herbs. Most of them were 6th level and above, and there were even quite a few 7th level spirit herbs. There were only a few 8th level spirit herbs, and there were only a few stalks. Ling Xiao didn't say anything, and directly stored all these spirit herbs. "Many thanks to Martial Uncle for the gift, and many thanks to the Saint Elders for your warm hospitality." Ling Xiao cupped his hands in a very pleased manner. He paused for a moment, and then said, "Then Martial Nephew will leave now. Everyone, there's no need to send me off." After saying that, Ling Xiao patted the blue true dragon's head and flew up into the sky. The earthen flaming tiger coldly snorted at Qianzhong and the others, and also followed. The medicine gate's spatial barrier couldn't stop the blue true dragon and the earthen flaming tiger, and they directly passed through the void and disappeared in the sky above the medicine gate. Damn it, this is really the shame of our medicine gate for tens of thousands of years. When Ling Xiao and the two beasts disappeared, one of the saints cursed angrily. What can we do about it? The situation is stronger than the person. If that kid gets angry and destroys this place, it'll be even more difficult for us to accept. Poor junior brother Zhong, he fell just like that. Hurry up and see if his soul is still there. Hurry up and protect him. There's still hope for him to revive. Hua Qianzhong shook his head and said, there's not a trace of soul force left. Ling Xiao has the legendary soul race's secret attack, so it's possible that it's already been destroyed by Ling Xiao. What a hateful beast. The three saints wailed together, and their faces revealed grief and indignation. Hua Qianzhong's heart was also filled with 100 emotions. If he had stood firm at that time, perhaps the situation would have been completely different, and their medicine gate would have gained another powerful ally. Now, he had suffered a double loss. Hua Tang, come over here, Hua Qianzhong faintly called out. A figure quickly rushed over from not far away. Greetings, old sect master. Hua Tang respectfully bowed to Hua Qianzhong. Pass down the order. No one is allowed to speak of today's matter to the outside world. If news of this spreads, those who spread it will be killed. Hua Qianzhong faintly said. Hua Tang immediately replied, yes, old sect master. Hua Tang looked at the surrounding mountain range that had been turned into a vast ocean, and his heart was filled with shock. He didn't understand what happened after Ling Xiao came to their medicine gate. Now, he had actually fallen out with the medicine gate, and with the help of two terrifying spirit beasts, he had defeated several saints and left so calmly. If news of this matter were spread, not only would their medicine gate's reputation be swept away, their status would also plummet. Moreover, Ling Xiao would become a legendary figure that would shake the entire central region. The entire medicine gate had been given a death order, but in their hearts, they knew that their medicine gate had provoked an enormous enemy. Every one of them was shocked and panic-stricken, afraid that the terrifying enemy would make a comeback. If that happened, would their medicine gate still be able to live peacefully? The little bit of arrogance in the hearts of the medicine gate's disciples had been completely shattered by this great calamity, and they had been living in the shadows of fear for a very long time. The man, the dragon, and the tiger had become the biggest demon in their hearts. Chapter 727. Phew, I'm finally out. What bullsh asterisk team medicine sect? What 18 great powers? I don't think so. After Ling Xiao exited the medicine sect space, he couldn't help but exclaim softly, his face full of joy. Being sealed for a year really made him feel suffocated. The stifling feeling in his heart had also dissipated. Before he came out, he thought that he would be lucky to be able to leave calmly. He did not expect the Dragon Lady and the earthly flaming tiger to give him such a huge surprise. The Dragon Lady's strength was beyond his expectations, while the earthly flaming tiger's sudden breakthrough was like a timely rain, resulting in today's situation where the guest was the host. Yin Feng and the others should be worried too. Let's go to the medicine capital to take a look and hand in the mission. Ling Xiao muttered to himself as he kept the blue dragon and the earth flaming tiger into the cauldron. Then, he flew towards the direction of the medicine capital. Returning to the medicine capital, Ling Xiao didn't have the mood to wander around blindly. He directly flew to the Gu family's residence. Who dares to barge into my Gu family's territory? Just as Ling Xiao flew to the sky above the Gu family's residence, a powerful voice came from below the Gu family's residence. Soon after, a figure flew out from the ground. Elder Xing, long time no see. Ling Xiao looked at Gu Longxing and said indifferently. When Gu Longxing saw who it was, he was stunned for a moment before he said happily, "So it's Master Ling, quick. Let's talk below." Ling Xiao nodded lightly and followed Gu Longxing to the house below. After the maid served tea, Ling Xiao had already used his mental power to scan everything in the courtyard. He didn't find the aura of Yi Yunfeng and the others, so he immediately asked, Elder Xing, Yunfeng and the others have all left? Gu Longxing nodded and replied, I was just about to tell you about this. 3 months after you disappeared, Yunfeng and the friends you brought along went to find a person called the military advisor. They said that if you appeared, they would pass on a message to you and you would understand. So that's how it is. That's good too. Ling Xiao replied softly and felt relieved. Now that he knew where Yi Yunfeng and the others were, Ling Xiao did not need to worry anymore. They had Lu Kun to protect them, so there should not be any accidents. Then, Ling Xiao talked to Gu Longxing about what happened in the past year. Only then did he realize that the medicine school had replaced the city lord. No one knew that Ling Xiao had been sealed, and the Gu family's ancient kill order was still in effect. However, no one could find him. Many people who wanted to kill him had also evacuated from the medicine capital. Ling Xiao only stayed at the Gu family for a little more than 2 hours before he got up and rushed to the Alchemist Association. He received 3 missions a year ago and had to hand them in. Gu Longxing looked at Ling Xiao's departing figure and felt quite pleased with himself. Master Ling's aura has increased by quite a bit. It looks like he must have had a fortuitous encounter. This time, our Gu family has made the right bet. He could clearly sense that Ling Xiao's strength was different from before. If Ling Xiao continued to develop like this, he would one day shake the entire central region and become a supreme existence. To the Gu family, an ally like this would only bring benefits and no harm. Ling Xiao arrived at the Alchemist Association. Before he could even hand in the mission, he heard the supervising elder summon him. Come see me first. When Ling Xiao heard the voice in his ears, his body and mind trembled slightly. He muttered, could it be that he knows everything? Ling Xiao went straight to the deepest pavilion. The door of the pavilion was still open by itself. The supervising elder's turbid old eyes looked at Ling Xiao and said indifferently, to be able to escape from the hands of those brats from the medicine school, you're very good. Ling Xiao looked at the supervising elder in disbelief. He couldn't believe that the supervising elder was so capable that he actually knew everything that had happened in the medicine school. The supervising elder seemed to have seen through Ling Xiao's thoughts and said indifferently, a year ago, when you were brought into the medicine school by Sun Zheng, I secretly paid attention to you. I thought that you had been recruited by the medicine school. But when Sun Zheng was replaced, I knew that things weren't that simple. I never thought that those brats from the medicine school would be so shameless that they almost harmed you for their own benefit. Fortunately, you were a little lucky and made those brats from the medicine school suffer a loss. Ling Xiao scratched the back of his head and said, the supervising elder is praising me too much. I was just a little lucky. He was shocked in his heart. The supervising elder's divine ability was too vast, as if he had already understood the ins and outs of the matter. You're the demonic emperor's disciple, but you're already much stronger than the demonic emperor was at his age. Have you thought about your future plans? The supervising elder asked. Ling Xiao didn't know what the supervising elder meant, so he immediately replied, what plans can I have? If I have nothing to do, I'll just cultivate a little or play around with alchemy. I'll find a few wives and have children. I'll be satisfied. He only spoke 3 words to everyone he met. Although the supervising elder had some fate with him, he hadn't reached the level where Ling Xiao could confide in him. The supervising elder stared at Ling Xiao, trying to see through the truth of Ling Xiao's words. Ling Xiao faced him calmly and didn't show any signs of hesitation. After a long time, the supervising elder sighed softly and said, you're a dignified man. Haven't you ever thought about building your own career? Do you really intend to bury your cultivation and alchemy skills? Or are you only willing to be a powerhouse that others look up to and not a tyrant? Ling Xiao's expression changed, but he was puzzled. He said, it doesn't matter if I'm the strongest of my generation or if I'm the most ambitious person in the world. I just want to live a carefree life. He guessed that the supervising elder wanted to use his name to establish a career, or perhaps he had some other intentions. But no matter what, he felt that he didn't need to listen to other people's arrangements. He liked to control his own life and not be someone else's puppet. His words also expressed his firm stance. The supervising elder said again, "That's right. No one likes to be controlled by others in their own path, and you and I are no exception. But as long as you become a tyrant, not only can you live the life you want, you can also control the lives of others. Don't you think that would be even more perfect?" "It sounds perfect, but what does that have to do with me?" Ling Xiao asked. The supervising elder looked at Ling Xiao seriously and said, "If you want to be a hero, an overlord, then I can help you. Do you have the confidence to do it?" Ling Xiao was slightly startled, but he smiled and said, "Supervising elder, you really like to joke. How can I be a tyrant with my small body? You don't need to belittle yourself. Just based on the fact that you were able to make those brats from the medicine sect eat a loss without daring to make a sound, you can do it. Do you have the confidence?" The supervising elder shouted. It was obvious that he was very confident in Ling Xiao, but he didn't know that he had already fallen into Ling Xiao's trap. Not only did Ling Xiao have the confidence to be a tyrant, but he also had the confidence to become a tyrant. It was just that he didn't know what the supervising elder wanted. Now that the supervising elder had placed such high hopes on him, how could Ling Xiao let him down? He immediately patted his chest and said, "As long as you are willing to help me, I have the confidence to build an existence that is not inferior to the martial spirit court." This time, the supervising elder was a little dumbfounded. He didn't think that Ling Xiao would become so confident in the blink of an eye and even say such arrogant words. Only now did he realize that he had fallen into Ling Xiao's trap. He didn't get angry, but instead smiled. The layers of wrinkles on his face looked somewhat strange. "You sly little fox, it seems that you have a lot of ambition. Even an old man like me would be tricked. I have still underestimated you." The supervising elder laughed. A hint of gratification flashed in his old eyes. He wanted to see Ling Xiao's arrogance. Perhaps Ling Xiao would help him fulfill his wish. "Supervising elder, may I know what conditions you have for helping me? I must be clear about this. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to trouble you," Ling Xiao said in a serious tone. The supervising elder's cultivation was unfathomable, and he was also a legendary medicine saint. If someone like him could help him, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. It would not be a dream for him to become as powerful as the martial spirit court. The supervising elder said faintly, "I had once thought that by joining the Pill Alliance, I would be able to borrow the power of the medicine order and the pill sect to restore the medicine sect to its former glory. Unfortunately, I was too naive. They didn't want the medicine sect to return to its former glory. They had always let me take on the position of supervising and had no intention of helping me rebuild the medicine sect. Now that you have obtained the medicine sect's pill refinement technique, it can be said that we are fated. Hence, I have decided to make you the medicine sect's new sect leader and rebuild the medicine sect. I am willing to help you." Ling Xiao gently furrowed his brows when he heard this. He was calculating the supervising elder's words in his heart. He thought for a while before he said in a serious tone, "I can't agree to this." The supervising elder was agitated. "Why? Do you think that I can't help you? I'm a high-level saint. There aren't many in the central region who can challenge me." Restoring the medicine sect was his only wish, and he had taken a liking to Ling Xiao's potential. If Ling Xiao did not agree to this, he really did not know what to do. Ling Xiao then said, "I do want to build an organization, but I don't want to do it under the medicine sect's name, because I'm not a member of the medicine sect. I also don't want you to imagine my organization to be like the medicine sect. If you really want to rebuild the medicine sect, in the future, once I've built my organization, I can split a part of it under the name medicine sect. However, this organization must be under my jurisdiction and become an inseparable part of my organization. This might be possible." Ling Xiao spoke resolutely and decisively without the slightest bit of hesitation. His organization must not be built under any name or will. He must do it in his own way and with his own way of thinking. Only in this way would everything become more meaningful, and it would make him do his job even better. The supervising elder stared dazedly at Ling Xiao. His elderly eyes were filled with a peculiar look. Based on his status, Many people would try their best to curry favor with him. However, Ling Xiao had refused to do so. This caused the supervising elder to be at a loss. The supervising elder fell silent for a long time before he sighed heavily. "All right, I can agree to this as long as the medicine sect can be restored." Chapter 728. Ling Xiao swore that he never thought that the supervisor would make such a decision. He was so surprised by this sudden good news that he couldn't close his mouth. A high-level saint? What kind of concept was this? This was already one of the strongest people in the central region. With such a peerless expert in charge, Ling Xiao didn't have to worry about not being able to accomplish his great goal. "Why don't you go and hand in your mission first? Wait for me to explain everything. Then we'll take our time to think about it," the supervising elder said. Ling Xiao nodded and walked out of the supervising elder's place, arriving at the place to hand in the mission. When the old man saw Ling Xiao appear, his eyes revealed a hint of surprise. He said indifferently, "I thought you weren't going to hand in your mission." Ling Xiao smiled and didn't say anything else. He handed over the pills that he had refined. The old man opened the bottle and looked at the pills, distinguishing the quality and effects of the pills. His eyes revealed a look of surprise. "This is the earth and metal dual attribute, Xiandan. You really did it?" Ling Xiao replied, "This isn't very difficult, right? The other pill can be called the Meridian Revival Pill. It can cripple the Sky Meridian, and it won't cause too much harm to that person, but the cultivation speed will definitely be affected. Also, this is the Cultivation Realm Pill. It can help the spiritual realm recover without any side effects." Ling Xiao had received 3 level 7 missions, and he had already completed all of them. This was all thanks to the memory inheritance that the medicine god had instilled in him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known the refining methods of the other 2 7th-grade pills. The old man who was in charge of distributing the missions revealed an incredulous look. The first type was the Mystic Tharch elixir that combined 2 elements into one. It would not be easy for an ordinary 7th-grade alchemist to complete it. As for the other 2 elixirs, they had never even heard of them. However, judging from the color and fragrance of the elixirs, they were definitely not ordinary. These 3 missions that had been issued for a long time had finally been completed by someone, and it was even a very young alchemist. If the people of the outside world were to know about this, they would probably be extremely shocked. The old man flattered Ling Xiao. Good, truly worthy of being the alchemist that the supervising elder has taken a fancy to. It really makes this old man admire you. Well, you should take out my reward first. I don't have much time to waste. By the way, I'd like to receive the New Year's level 7 mission," said Ling Xiao. The old man nodded in satisfaction, then took out 70% of the rewards for the 3 missions and gave it to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao accepted another 3 rank 7 missions and returned to the supervising elder's pavilion. He spent a few days to complete the 3 missions. At the same time, he discussed everything with the supervising elder. Only then did he prepare to leave for Hell City. However, the news of the supervising elder's departure still reached the medicine sect. A saint that Ling Xiao had seen before came out and tried to persuade the supervising elder to stay. Unfortunately, the supervising elder had already made up his mind, and he was unable to stop him. In the end, the Dan Alliance's cabinet elders also felt sorry for the departure of this saint alchemist. They were all secretly sighing at Ling Xiao's good luck. To actually be able to invite such a peerless figure away, it truly made them feel envious and jealous. The news of Ling Xiao's reappearance in the medicine capital also spread very quickly. He was the target of the ancient slaughter token after all, and many people still had ideas about him. However, not long after the news spread, Ling Xiao once again disappeared from the medicine capital. His whereabouts were unknown. Ling Xiao and the supervising elder, no, he should be called Elder Han. His original name was Han Kai, and he was a supreme elder of the medicine sect. He was also the only survivor of the medicine sect. As for the disappearance of the medicine sect, Han Kai did not mention a word about it. Ling Xiao also had no intention of getting to the bottom of it. It only took the two of them a few days to travel from the medicine capital to Hell City, which was several times shorter than the time needed by Yi and Feng and the others. After all, the difference in strength was too great, and Ling Xiao and Yi and Feng were also rushing at full speed, so naturally, they could not be compared. Han Kai knew about the strangeness of Hell City, but with his current strength, there were not many places in the central region that he did not dare to go or stay. Therefore, he did not ask why Ling Xiao chose that place as the starting point. Hell City was still in a dilapidated and desolate state. Although Xianxia and the others had settled in the city lord's mansion, they had never implemented any management of Hell City. This was because they knew that as long as the mystery of death in Hell City was not solved, not many people would dare to stay in Hell City for too long. Once there was some sort of mandatory management system, it was afraid that this place would become even more desolate. In the city lord's mansion, Xianxia sat cross-legged in a small formation. This formation was based on the 5 stars and supplemented by yin and yang. It had all kinds of mysterious meanings, which made people feel that it was very mystical. As the only successor of the Xuanji sect, Xianxia knew divination, the 5 elements, the 8 trigrams, fate, feng shui, and all kinds of unpredictable things. He woke up from meditation, and there was a deep and vast light in his eyes. After the minor competition of the imperial ranking list, his strength had risen from a middle stage of the Earth's sovereign realm to the peak of the Earth's sovereign realm. His speed was not fast, but it was definitely not slow either. Every time he broke through a stage, he used the medicinal pills provided by Ling Xiao, but he also had the inheritance of the previous generation's Tianjizi, so he had an advantage in speed. It was just that he spent most of his time on divination and studying formations, so his speed had decreased a lot. He walked out of the 5 stars light gathering formation and flew into the city lord's mansion. Faintly, he said, "Everyone come out. We need to prepare for the young master's return." Swoosh, swoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, several figures flew over from several directions at an extremely fast speed. Feng Xianyan was the first to ask, "Xiao, is he back?" The others also looked at Xianxia nervously, looking forward to his answer. Xianxia nodded lightly and said, "Let's hurry up. Maybe we can wait for his return at the city gate." After saying that, he took the lead and flew out. The others did not hesitate and immediately followed. At this moment, the most excited people were the women, especially Feng Xianyun, Kai Sheyue, and Bai Yushi. They had been separated from Ling Xiao for a long time, and they were very worried about him. The group of people flying out of the city lord's mansion alarmed everyone in the Hell City. Where did the people of the city lord's mansion go? Did they decide to leave here? It's possible. It's the first time they've all come out. It seems that they don't want to die here inexplicably. It's a pity that those beautiful girls make me feel relaxed and happy every time I see them. Now that they're gone, I won't be able to see them again in the future. It seems that there will be a big dispute about who wants to live in the city lord's mansion. Ling Xiao and Han Kai had just arrived outside the city gate. Ling Xiao sensed the familiar aura and immediately smiled. Looks like that fraud already knows that I'm here. He actually all came out. To be able to know that he had come to Hell City at this time, Ling Xiao could guess that it was Xianyao's masterpiece. Only this fraud had the ability to predict the future. Xianyao, Yi and Feng, Savage Leopard, Mad Tooth, Lu Kun, Feng Xianyun, Kai Sheyue, Bai Yushi, Li Shui, Bing Ruoshui, Yao Qingmin, Gu Jiaojiao, and a few other sky sovereigns landed the city gate. Everyone respectfully said to Ling Xiao, "Welcome back, young master, husband." Ling Xiao looked at the group of people and laughed heartily. "Good. Seeing that all of you are here, this young master is very happy. From today onwards, it is time for me, Ling Xiao, to establish my foundation." Ling Xiao was filled with lofty sentiments. He had come to this place where his life had begun, and he was finally able to unleash the lofty aspirations in his heart. From here on out, he was going to use these people to dominate the central region. Everyone welcomed Ling Xiao and Han Kai into the city lord's mansion, and Ling Xiao sat on the long vacant city lord's seat. These people were the brothers, women, and followers that he had gathered. Although there were only a few of them, they were elites. It wouldn't be too difficult for them to develop. Han Kai could also be considered to have witnessed Ling Xiao's ambition. He never thought that Ling Xiao had already begun to plan to dominate the central region, and he had even tried to guide him back then. This truly made him feel extremely self-deprecating. However, he was also very glad that he had not misjudged the person. He believed that as long as Ling Xiao could develop, the medicine sect would definitely be able to reappear in the central region once again and become famous in the central region. Let me introduce everyone to this person who was once the supervising elder of the Alchemy Alliance. Not only is his strength top-notch, he is also a genuine saint medicine master. Since he thinks highly of me, Ling Xiao, and is willing to help me establish my foundation, he will be our senior from now on. Everyone can call him Elder Han. With him around, our great cause is already halfway to success. Ling Xiao solemnly introduced Han Kai, who was standing next to him, to the people below. The expressions of the people in the hall changed. They never thought that this old man, who was so old that his teeth were falling off, would have such a noble status. They immediately stood up and bowed to greet him, Elder Han. Even Mad Tooth, who had always looked down on Ling Xiao, bowed willingly. He had originally thought that his status as a saint was enough for Ling Xiao to rope him in with all his might. It was a pity that after Ling Xiao had set a 10-year protection mission for him, he did not have much use for him. He had originally thought that after the time to repay the kindness was over, he would definitely take the savage leopard and leave Ling Xiao. However, now that Han Kai had arrived, he felt that he seemed to have underestimated Ling Xiao and overestimated his own weight in Ling Xiao's heart. This made him feel somewhat unbalanced in his heart. He could not help but think, could it be that this kid can really become the new generation's holy emperor? Fraud, back then, you were the one who suggested coming to Hell City. Now, it's time for you to tell us how we should proceed. Right now, this broken city is really broken. Ling Xiao cut to the chase and said. Right now, he did not want to waste even a minute. He could not wait to immediately rebuild this city and make it his first territory. Xianxia gently waved his white paper fan and said, Hell City is also known as the City of Death. The people who live here cannot live more than 3 years, even if they are emperors. There is a mystery here that has existed for tens of thousands of years. Only by unraveling this mystery of death will we be able to rebuild this city and start a great undertaking. Everyone knows this, but how can we unravel this mystery of death? Yi and Feng could not help but ask. Xianxia chuckled and said, In the past 2 years, I have already searched through Hell City. There are already clues to this mystery, but only when young master returns can we solve it. Chapter 729. Hell City, north of the Death Mountain Range. It was unknown if it was because of the death aura in the Death Mountain Range or if there was some kind of demonic creature causing trouble, but no one could stay here for long. Within 3 years, there would definitely be people dying. This had already become a law of death. It was unknown how many capable people had come to investigate the secrets of this place, but they had all returned empty-handed. This caused Hell City to become one of the 7 great mysteries of the central region. However, Xianxia actually said that he already knew where the mysteries of this place were, causing everyone present to be moved. Ling Xiao asked, Why do we have to wait for this young master to come back before we can solve it? Xianxia sternly said, You are the master of Hell City. If you don't solve it, who will? What kind of lousy logic is that? Tell me what's going on first. I felt that something was wrong when I came here. Ling Xiao smiled. Before Xianxia could speak, Han Kai already said, Life force is flowing away, but after entering the City Lord's mansion, there is no such situation. Someone must have already set up a formation to isolate that strange situation. Xianxia smiled, as expected of Elder Han. I have indeed set up a small formation here to isolate this place from the outside world, so it won't be a problem for us to stay here for as long as we want. However, The people outside the city lord's mansion can't. This problem of death still has to be solved. Military advisor, quickly tell me what's going on. It's making my hair stand on end, Yi Yunfeng anxiously said. Yi Yunfeng had been here for more than a year, but he hadn't discussed this issue with Xianxia. Now, he was somewhat impatient. Xianxia pondered for a moment, then said, "Everyone, come with me. Once you see the situation there, you will understand what's going on." After saying that, he stood up and walked out of the main hall. The others immediately followed suit. The group arrived at the outskirts of Hell City. This was the northern side of the city, the place closest to the Death Mountain Range. The nearby pavilions had long since collapsed, and there was a chaotic scene everywhere. There was not a single trace of human habitation, and occasionally, a few skeletons could be seen. Gusts of cold wind blew past, causing one's hair to stand on end. Han Kai muttered, "The life force here is dissipating even faster." After saying that, he gently waved his space force out, enveloping everyone together. At this moment, everyone shuddered, as if they didn't realize that they were in danger just now. The power of light revolved around Xianxiao's body. He muttered an incantation, and a few mysterious energy attacks shot out from his hands. These light energy attacks blasted towards the desolate surroundings. Swoosh! The power of light seemed to illuminate the dark land, and in this desolate land, there seemed to be some ferocious creature that was exposed to the light. Woo-woo! A series of mournful cries rang out in everyone's ears. They sounded like the cries of ghosts from the depths of hell, instilling fear in everyone. Not only that, but the cries were also mixed with the roars of many spirit beasts, bringing about a strange atmosphere. At the same time, streams of death chi, which were hard to see with the naked eye, spread in all directions. Most of them tried to entangle the group, but they were blocked by Old Han's Space Force. How could there be a sound? It's too terrifying, Yao Qingmin said with a pale face. She felt a chill when she heard this. Bing Ruoxia gently held her hand and said, "Senior sister, don't be afraid. This might just be an illusion." Ling Zhao's dragon-shaped battle Qi formed a protective barrier around his body. He took a step forward, looked around, and said faintly, "This death Qi is very strange. It seems to be able to corrode a person's life force without them noticing. However, for it to be able to do so, there should be a formation surrounding it, and the formation eye is right there." After saying that, Ling Xiao flew towards a place he couldn't see, and with the ice and fire swords in his hands, he attacked that place. Rumble. When the sword chi struck the eye of the formation seemed to move and actually disappeared. The color of death in the vicinity also dissipated quite a bit. At this moment, Han Kai moved, and he shouted, "Imprison!" As soon as his voice fell, a space force smashed towards a place not far away. That place instantly became like a turtle sinking, and hundreds of meters of land were destroyed. However, the light screen of the formation eye had already disappeared. Just as Han Kai was about to move again, Xianxia said, "Elder Han, don't worry, it won't be able to escape. Besides, you won't be able to destroy it now. It's just an illusory formation eye. The real formation eye isn't here." "Then where is it?" Ling Xiao asked anxiously. He now understood why no one could stay in Hell City for more than 3 years. It was all because of the death aura. The death energy could corrode anyone's vitality, but shouldn't cause too much harm to experts above the king level. However, this death energy was especially strange and dense. Even emperor-level experts would be corroded by it. If that was the case, their vitality would be extracted day and night, so it was no wonder that people would die so often. Xianxia revealed a suspicious expression and said, "If I'm not wrong, this should be a ghost mother demon-child formation. This is a formation that connects 2 formations, and the one in Hell City is only a demon-child formation eye. As for this demon-child formation, if I'm not wrong, it should be under the ground." As Xianxia spoke, he stomped on the ground. Han Kai looked at Xianxia with a surprised expression. He didn't expect this young man to be so knowledgeable. He had seen this ghost mother-demon-child array in some ancient books. This was an evil array that was above the 8th rank. Moreover, the array was very well hidden. Even an ordinary 8th rank array master wouldn't be able to see through its mysteries. Moreover, even if one could find the location of the array, it wasn't something that an ordinary person could destroy. On the contrary, those who got close to the array would definitely lose their lives. Since you know this is the Ghost Mother Demon Child formation, then you should know how dangerous it is. We should retreat from this place and choose a new city. Han Kai looked at Xianxia and said. Xianxia chuckled and said, "Those who want to achieve great things must walk the path that others don't dare to walk. This is the beginning that young master must experience. As the saying goes, everything is difficult at the beginning. As long as Ling Xiao can break this ghost mother-demon-child formation, then we can announce this news to everyone. How will everyone react?" Everyone's expression changed slightly. If what Xianxia said was true, then Ling Xiao's reputation would rise to another level. After all, the mystery of death that no one had been able to solve for thousands of years was solved by someone else. This would definitely cause an absolute sensation. Xianxia continued. What's more, this is the Death Mountain Range, which can provide us with a great natural barrier and endless resources. This is also the reason why I asked young master to choose this place as the starting point. Do you want to occupy the Death Mountain Range? Han Kai frowned and said. Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "Why not?" Han Kai didn't speak, but Mad Tooth took the lead and scolded. "What a madman! The Death Mountain Range has existed for tens of thousands of years. It is one of the 7 forbidden areas of the Central Region. How dare you have the idea of occupying it? How unreasonable!" Once, the Black Demon Sect also wanted to occupy the Death Mountain Range. In the end, they returned without success and even lost a large number of people. Therefore, Mad Tooth felt that Xianxiao's idea was too naive. Xianxia shook his head and said, "The Death Mountain Range stretches for tens of thousands of miles. Of course, we can't occupy it completely. We just need to draw a piece of land and make it our base. Isn't that better?" After pausing for a moment, he changed the topic and said, "The most important thing now is to break the Demon Child formation here." Ling Xiao laughed and said, "You're right. It's a piece of cake for us to draw dozens of mountains from the Death Mountain Range. Now, let's break the Demon Child formation in Hell City." Han Kai said, "I know that the Ghost Mother Demon Child formation is not easy to break. Do you have a way to break it?" Xianxia shook his head and said, "I can only find the location of the Demon Child formation. I can't break it. I'm not strong enough." Military counselor, after saying so much, it seems that you can't break the formation. What's the point of us staying here? Yi Yunfeng asked. Didn't I say it just now? This formation can only be broken by the young master. Xianxia said seriously. Ling Xiao said, "Don't keep me guessing, fraud. Tell me, what do you want me to do?" Xianxia smiled and said, "First, give me a few pills to raise my strength. When the time comes, I'll be able to find the location of the Demon Child formation for you." Ling Xiao laughed and scolded, "Damn, in the end, you're just trying to cheat me of my pills." Xianxia said seriously, "Only by raising my strength can I set up a higher level formation. Otherwise, I won't be able to do anything. And let's go back first. Raising your strength is just playing house. It's easy." Ling Xiao patted Xianxiao's shoulder and said. If other warriors heard this, they would be extremely envious. Others had to work hard for more than 10 or even dozens of years to advance by one level. But in Ling Xiao's eyes, it was like playing house. After returning, Ling Xiao immediately refined a light attribute elixir for Xianxia and gave Yi Yunfeng a Zun elixir. Lu Kun had finally made it. He received a supreme grade wood attribute Mystic Tharch elixir from Ling Xiao. "Thank you, young master, for your reward." Lu Kun swears his loyalty to young master. Lu Kun knelt down on one knee and received the pill in his hand. His old eyes were filled with excitement. Half a month later, Xianxia successfully broke through to the Heavenly Lord stage and took the reincarnation pill to reach the mid-level of the Heavenly Lord stage. Yi Yunfeng's strength also went up another level and reached the mid-level of the Heavenly Lord stage. As for Lu Kun, he began to cultivate in seclusion. This stage was very important to him, and he could not afford to be careless. Fraud. What do you plan to do now? Ling Xiao spoke to Xianxia alone. Xianxia looked at Ling Xiao and said, "This formation is extremely dangerous. I can only find it, but I still have to rely on you to break it. If you feel that it's not appropriate, we can choose another city." Ling Xiao laughed out loud. "Haha, fraud. I treat you as a brother, so there's no need to say anything unnecessary. I believe in your choice, and I also believe that this small formation won't be difficult for me." If he couldn't even break the formation, how could he talk about dominating a region? Chapter 730. 3 days. In just 3 days, the name of Ling Xiao as the city lord had spread throughout Hell City. Ling Xiao was the first emperor from 2 years ago, and he was also the champion of the Alchemy Alliance's alchemy competition a year ago. He was a 7th-grade alchemist. It was said that he had been missing for a year, but he had suddenly appeared in Hell City and become the city lord. This caused all the people in Hell City to be extremely surprised. What was even more surprising was another piece of news. Ling Xiao was actually going to solve the mystery of death in Hell City, so that everyone could live in Hell City in peace. This news exploded in the city like a plague. Did you hear? So the city lord here is the first emperor, Ling Xiao. I wonder if it's true. I think it's true. Since he announced his identity, he must be planning to occupy this place and become the king. But the mystery of death hasn't been solved yet. Isn't he afraid of dying early? Maybe he really found a way to solve it. Is it that easy? Who knows how many emperors thought they could solve it. But in the end, they either died here or ran away. Don't think too much. If he really has the ability to solve the problem here, we'll settle down here and not leave. Young master, I've already done as the military advisor said. Bayushi rubbed Ling Xiao's shoulder and said in a low voice. Her face was flushed, and she looked like a flower that had just been moisturized. She was incomparably beautiful. Ling Xiao had enjoyed the blessings of women these past few days, and he had spent the night with Bayushi. This girl seemed to be made of water, and she would always make people dote on her. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and nodded. Is the fraud ready? Bayushi said softly. The military advisor is already waiting in the main hall, waiting for young master to go over. All right, Ling Xiao responded and stood up. Bayushi immediately draped a black robe over Ling Xiao and helped him change. This black robe was made by Bayushi herself. Today, she could finally wear it for her young master. She felt exceptionally satisfied and happy. Ling Xiao kissed Bayushi's forehead before striding out of the room. Outside the main hall, everyone was present. Ling Xiao walked up to the seat of honor. Fraud, how are the preparations? Ling Xiao asked directly. Xianxia replied, it's about time. If young master has nothing else to do, we can prepare to break the formation now. Okay, let's start now. I can't wait, Ling Xiao said confidently. Xianxia nodded and turned to leave the hall. He arrived at the spacious field outside the main hall, turned around, and said, Young master, the real demon child formation should be buried here. What? It's down here. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim. Xianxia nodded and said seriously, At first, I thought that the formation might be around the city, but after observing for the past few days, there are traces of destruction everywhere in the city, but the city lord's mansion hasn't suffered any damage. I noticed that there are dark lines all around, and only the heavens I can see clearly. If I hadn't broken through to the Empyrean stage, I wouldn't have been able to open the heavens, and see everything here. Then, Xianxia didn't waste any more time. He took out a rank 7 light attribute beast core and threw it around the city lord's mansion. Then, he bit his bloody finger and shouted, With my blood, sacrifice the demon child's heart. Light blood formation rise. Xianxiao's fingers danced in the air. Streaks of blood formed mysterious patterns that appeared in the sky above them. The light attribute beast cores around them seemed to be summoned. Streaks of pure and unadorned energy gathered towards the streaks of blood. The light energy and blood converged to form a strange light screen. Xianxia gritted his teeth and shouted, "It's not enough." Then he patted his chest and used a self-mutilating method to spit out another mouthful of blood. The blood that gathered formed a red bead that gradually rose up, and streams of light energy continuously revolved around it. A white feather fan appeared in Xianxiao's hand, giving him the air of an immortal. He soared into the sky, waving the white feather fan in his hand like a drunken dance of the 8 immortals. Streams of energy that twisted like snakes turned into strange formation patterns. Swoosh, swoosh. At this time, the formation patterns began to change. The light screens seemed to have come to life, and it was as if the sun was shining. The surroundings became bright, and countless pure and vast lights surrounded the city lord's mansion. Xianxia, who was in the sky, was like an immortal descending to the mortal world. He emitted an incomparably holy light, making people feel a sense of worship. Ling Xiao couldn't help but laugh and scold. This swindler's move is really flashy. He has 3 points of this young master's charm index. He's actually an array master, and his level isn't low either. Han Kai's old eyes flashed with astonishment as he muttered. The others also had a look of surprise on their faces. They all understood why Ling Xiao relied on Xianxia so much. It turned out that Xianxiao's ability wasn't weak at all. When the people in Hell City saw the abnormality in the city lord's mansion, their expressions all became astonished. Could it be that Ling Xiao really found a way to solve the mystery of death here? Such a big commotion. It seems like there should be some clues. I'm really looking forward to it. I really don't know what's causing this. Maybe some kind of treasure will appear. Even if there's a treasure, it won't be our turn. Just wait for the show to start. Rank 7 Radiant Blood Array. Illuminate the earth. Demon Child Array, appear for me. Xianxia spread out his palms and shouted. The countless light curtains became even more intense, and the drop of blood essence in the middle seemed to have gained some sort of intelligence. It flew towards a corner of the city lord's mansion. Xianxia chased after it in the air, and Ling Xiao and the others also quickly followed. In the end, the drop of blood essence landed in an inconspicuous place. Boom! Before the blood essence could land on the ground, a formless death aura soared into the sky. The blood essence and the death aura collided, producing a powerful explosion. As the blood essence scattered, the pure light curtains all shone towards them. Swoosh, swoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The dense death aura in that area was instantly cleansed. Xianxia shouted, "The demon child array is over there. Blast the ground." Ling Xiao didn't say anything else. Just as he was about to rush forward and attack, Savage Leopard took the lead and said, "Young master, let me do it." After saying that, Savage Leopard flew through the air. The blood-devouring demon saber appeared in his hand, and he heavily slashed towards that place. The terrifying saber slash completely submerged that area. Just when everyone thought that the place was about to be destroyed, a dense death aura sprayed out from the ground like a toad swallowing fog. Such a dense and terrifying death aura, once touched, would definitely cause one's life force to flow away in the shortest possible time. Be careful. Mad Tooth, who was behind, had been paying attention. He cried out in alarm and instantly rushed out, dispersing the sudden appearance of the death aura. At the same time, he pulled Savage Leopard back. The death aura continuously sprayed out from the ground like a poisonous fog, causing people's scalps to go numb. Fortunately, the light energy shone at the same time, and the death aura was instantly reduced by a lot. Han Kai lightly stomped his feet and waved his hand, sending a wave of spatial energy towards the death aura. Boom! The attack of a peerless expert immediately caused the ground to crack and the nearby mountains to shake. As the ground cracked, a terrifying death aura surged out at the same time, instantly spreading towards everyone. Everyone was shocked. They immediately retreated, and Han Kai and Mad Tooth were about to use their spatial energy to isolate the death aura. Xianxia once again performed a profound technique in the air as he muttered, "Boundless light, slay the demons and exterminate the devils." Wisps of white light poured down from the top, like the rising sun, illuminating everyone, making them feel extremely comfortable. Only Mad Tooth and Savage Leopard revealed a look of disgust. After all, the light attribute and the dark attribute were innately incompatible powers. Xianxia, who was in the sky, borrowed the power of the formation. Although he was able to restrain the death aura for a short period of time, Xianxia had underestimated the accumulated death aura energy here. His light array was unable to completely restrain it. Not good. The large amount of death aura has spread out. It will spread to the people in the city. Xianxiao's expression changed greatly as he shouted, his eyes filled with anxiety. "What's the hurry? It's time for this young master to appear." Ling Xiao coolly walked towards the place where the death aura was spreading out. The girls anxiously shouted, "Xiao, don't go. You will be entangled by the death aura." A mere death aura is not enough to make this young master fear, Ling Xiao said indifferently, and a ball of deep purple flames spread out with him as the center. This purple energy brought with it a feeling of dread, causing everyone to feel a strong sense of oppression. Ling Xiao slowly spread out his palms, and countless flames wrapped around the death aura. As if it had met its nemesis, the death aura was incinerated to the point of withering, and the unending stream of death aura was like a cannon, unable to withstand a single blow. What a terrifying heavenly fire, as expected of a nemesis of evil beings. High up in the sky, Xianxia looked at the flames with a pale expression and muttered in joy. This purple flame was the result of the blue demon fire bead swallowing the dark golden split bead. Now, its color had undergone a huge change, and its energy had become even more terrifying. Ling Xiao controlled the surrounding flames to continuously close in and shouted, "Refine it all for me." The purple flames emitted a raging aura and continuously surged towards the place where the death aura was spreading out. Bang! When the purple flames completely pressed down, it let out a muffled sound, and countless purple flames splashed in all directions. The death chi was finally completely incinerated into nothingness. However, this did not mean that the mystery had been solved. On the contrary, the mysterious veil was gradually lifted. Chapter 731. The ground that had been caved in by Han Kai and a large amount of death chi had been burned away by Ling Zhao's heavenly fire. However, this did not reveal the true cause of death. The demon child formation still existed, and if it could not be destroyed, then the deathly aura here would continue to gather, and it would continue to devour anyone's life force. After the smoke dissipated, a cellar entrance appeared in front of everyone. Yes, it was a cellar entrance, not a cave entrance. It was like the cellar entrance that commoners dug during the winter. The death chi in the cellar was no longer leaking out. Instead, gusts of cold wind rose from the ground. Countless resentful souls and the remnant souls of ferocious beasts were roaring non-stop. Their voices filled the sky above Hell City, causing people to feel incomparably shocked. Everyone in the city was shocked, and their expressions became one of panic. What kind of sound is this? It's too terrifying, as if it came from the depths of hell. Could it be that Ling Xiao and the others have really found the mystery of death? Quick, hurry up and jump. This kind of phenomenon must mean that a great evil has appeared. If we don't escape now, we won't have another chance. That's right, this is definitely a ghost city, a ghost city. It's not a place where humans can stay. The cultivators cried out in alarm, and then one by one, they retreated from the city. There were still some who were not afraid of death and insisted on staying. They were waiting to see what the real ending would be like. They want to know if Ling Xiao really had a heaven-defying method to solve the problem here. At the same time, They also wanted to know what kind of evil creature was hidden in Hell City. At the entrance of the cellar, Ling Xiao flew 2 steps forward, opened his mouth, and let out a loud roar. Roar! Dragon's Tenbin divine ability, Dragon Roar. A terrifying sound wave rushed into the cellar entrance, causing a terrifying echo. The stones around the cellar entrance were shaken to the point of exploding. After a while, all the sound waves finally dissipated and everything calmed down. Ling Xiao turned around and said, "All right, down here should be the eye of the formation. I'll go in with Elder Han. You all wait outside, and don't let anyone else come near." "All right," Ling Xiao said. The true danger lay beneath the eye of the formation. If an ordinary person were to enter, they would only be a burden and wouldn't be of much help. That was why Ling Xiao made such a suggestion. Most people knew what Ling Xiao was thinking, so they didn't try to be brave. However, Feng Xianyun and Kai Shi stepped forward and said a few words of concern to Ling Xiao, and then took the lead to retreat. The others also retreated. Only Xianyao, Savage Leopard, and Mad Tooth did not leave. Xianyao landed and said indifferently, "I'll go with you. I want to see who set up such an evil formation." Ling Xiao nodded and agreed to go with him. After all, Xianyao was a formation master. With him around, they would be able to avoid many detours. Savage Leopard also opened his mouth and said, "Young master, I'm willing to go with you. Forget it. You are of the dark nature. Your destructive power might not be able to do anything to this formation." Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and said, "Indeed, this evil formation was similar to the demonic nature of the Savage Leopard. If the Savage Leopard was possessed by a ferocious creature, it would be troublesome. However, the Savage Leopard insisted, 'Young master, you can rest assured. I, the Savage Leopard, have seen all sorts of scenes. I have a feeling that there is some kind of energy down there that can help me improve.'" Ling Xiao did not refuse this time. Since the Savage Leopard had said so, he would let him be. In any case, one more person down, there would be one more person to take care of. Moreover, the Savage Leopard's strength was not bad. "I want to go too," Mad Tooth also said. Ling Xiao glanced at him and didn't say anything else. He took the lead and jumped down towards the entrance of the cellar. Mad Tooth only felt a stifling feeling in his chest. No matter what, he was a saint-level super powerhouse, but he was actually looked down upon by an Empyrean. How could he endure this? Moreover, Han Kai's presence there gave him an invisible pressure. He also wanted to prove that he was a saint-level powerhouse, a rare, peerless powerhouse, and let Ling Xiao know of his existence. Following Ling Xiao's entrance, the others also followed suit. There were steep stairs under the cellar entrance. There were many layers of stairs, and it was pitch black inside, as if it led to the netherworld, giving people an incomparably gloomy feeling. Gusts of damp and cold wind gushed out from below. At the same time, it was mixed with an even denser death qi than the outside world, making people feel uncomfortable. Ling Xiao and the others were all surrounded by a lustrous light, illuminating the front and isolating the death qi as they went deeper step by step. Could it be an underground labyrinth? Ling Xiao guessed. That's hard to say. I've only read some information about the Ghost Mother Demon Child formation in some ancient books. My knowledge isn't complete, but I can be sure that there are demon spirit puppets guarding the Demon Child formation, Xianyao said. Demon spirit puppets? Were those? Ling Xiao asked in confusion. They might be humans or spirit beasts, but they've already been controlled by the formation. They don't fear death, and they specialize in absorbing death qi. At the same time, they can use death qi to attack, and they only know how to stop intruders. These puppets are also prepared to prevent others from destroying the formation. The cries of fear we heard just now were the complaints of these puppets, Xianyao said. He paused for a moment before continuing. But your heavenly flame is the bane of these demons, so only you can break this demon child formation. Now that old Han is here, it won't be difficult to break this demon child formation, but when the time comes, the mother formation will definitely sense it. I just don't know what kind of demons will be drawn out. However, this formation has been set up for who knows how many years, so it's hard to say whether the person who set up the formation is still here. No matter what, I will definitely break this formation, Ling Xiao firmly replied. As they spoke, they had already reached the end of the flight of stairs. Be careful. Let me go take a look first, Xianxia said very cautiously. Then he walked to the very front, and his eyes began to change. They actually glowed with a completely white color, which looked very strange. This was the heavenly eye that could see through everything, the sun and the moon, life and death, and the future. This was the Tinbin that every generation's Tianjizi had. If they didn't even have this, then they wouldn't have been able to enter the profound secret sect and become the only true disciple. I didn't expect you to be this generation's Tianjizi, Han Kai faintly said. Xianxia lightly nodded and said, Old Han's eyes are sharp. This junior is indeed a disciple of the profound secret sect. After saying that, Xianxia began to size up the entrance. He saw that it was covered in invisible death qi. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to see it, and if they rashly walked in, they would immediately be entangled by the death qi and die. Xianxia had the heavenly eye, and Ling Xiao also had the green eye, so they could also see the death qi restriction. Han Kai and Mad Tooth were both saints, so they could also sense it. Break the death qi restriction at the entrance first. Once the restriction is broken, the demon spirit puppet inside should be resurrected. Everyone must be careful, Xianxia said. Without saying a word, Ling Xiao immediately sent out streams of heavenly fire energy towards the entrance. Boom! The sound of the explosion caused the entire place to shake violently, and the echoes were endless. Ling Xiao looked over and saw that the death qi restriction was still there. He couldn't help but be surprised and said, What a terrifying restriction. I can't break it. Let me do it. Mad Tooth wanted to put on a good performance this time. He suddenly blasted out a fist-colored palm print and slammed it towards the restriction. Another even more explosive sound rang out, and the surrounding walls were shaken to the point where many cracks appeared. It was a pity that the death qi restriction was still there. It wasn't destroyed by Mad Tooth's palm. Everyone was shocked, and Cruel Leopard even exclaimed, What kind of restriction is this? It's actually so terrifying. Let me do it. Your strength is a bit lacking. Han Kai took a step forward and said faintly. Mad Tooth felt his face burning. He originally wanted to show off in front of Ling Xiao, but now he actually lost face. Han Kai casually punched out, and his fiery fist directly smashed onto the death qi restriction. This time, the restriction was finally broken by Han Kai. However, the death qi inside gushed out at the same time, like a black hole that wanted to swallow everyone. Everyone was already prepared. Ling Xiao's heavenly fire had already blasted out without hesitation, and Han Kai and Mad Tooth formed a defense, completely isolating the death qi, so Xianxia and Cruel Leopard were not attacked. The death qi here is really terrifying. It has accumulated for too long, and we have to quickly burn it. Otherwise, once it leaks out, the people outside will be affected, Xianxia said hurriedly. Ling Xiao didn't say anything, and he had already started to burn the death qi with all his strength. Old Han moved again, waving his old hand, and similarly, a strong flame burned into the entrance. Although his flame was not as powerful as Ling Xiao's heavenly fire, it was still an earth-grade flame. Coupled with his saint level, the power that he blasted out was much more terrifying than Ling Xiao's. With the two of them working together, it didn't take long for all the death qi to be burned away. Everyone carefully walked into the cave, and when they saw everything inside, their faces revealed incomparable shock. Below them was a spacious space, and this space was filled with all kinds of large pure gold boxes. They didn't rot because of the corrosion of the death qi, and they still emitted a faint halo. There were shadows standing around, as if they were the guards of this place. They all emitted clouds of death qi, which made people feel extremely gloomy and disgusted. Suddenly, the shadows that emitted death qi began to move, and they all turned their gazes to the few people who had walked in. Woo-woo. The mournful sounds made people's hair stand on end. They came over very quickly, and each of them seemed to have a cultivation not inferior to that of a heavenly venerable, and some even had the strength of an emperor. These are demon spirit puppets. Quickly destroy them. We can't let them touch us, or we'll die. Xianxia cried out nervously. Chapter 732. The Eye of the Demon Undead Formation was actually a spacious basement. Huge golden cabinets were placed everywhere. It seemed like there were quite a few good things inside. However, in this basement, there were nearly 100 demon spirit puppets. Every single one of them was very powerful, and they all carried a dense death aura. Once touched by it, it would be very difficult to get rid of it. Only death awaited you. These demon spirit puppets were holding weapons condensed from death aura. They all charged at them, and a terrifying death aura attacked from afar. Leave these things to me. Mad Tooth planned to prove his strength once again. He took a step forward, and the dark attributed spatial energy shackled the demon spirit puppets. The powerful pressure directly locked the demon spirit puppets in place, and then a terrifying spatial energy came from all directions. Rumble. How could those demon spirit puppets withstand the bombardment of a saint-rank expert? They were instantly turned into clouds of black mist. This black mist was the purest death aura, and it once again filled the vast space. Mad Tooth clenched his fist, and the death aura was condensed together. However, he had no way to directly refine it. After all, his dark attribute had some similarities with the death aura, but he was unable to completely destroy it. Ling Xiao took a step forward, and with a wave of his hand, a purple flame swept out, completely incinerating the death aura. I wonder what's inside these cabinets. After Ling Xiao incinerated the death aura, his gaze fell on the huge cabinets. Xianxia cautiously said, "Young master, be careful. There might be some danger inside." Ling Xiao gently nodded, and with a wave of his hand, he opened the lid of one of the cabinets. Whoosh! A ray of light instantly filled the basement. The pure light made people feel very comfortable. Ling Xiao stared at the thing inside the cabinet and exclaimed, "Mysterious crystal." Xianxia swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, "It should be high-grade mysterious crystal. I'm afraid there are tens of millions of them in this cabinet." Cruel Leopard doubtfully said, "Is this the Eye of the Formation or a treasure room? Someone actually threw these mysterious crystals here." Xianxia pondered for a moment before a look of surprise appeared on his face. "Maybe. I know what's going on here. Quick, tell me about it," Ling Xiao said as he bluntly put away the dozens of gold cabinets. It must be filled with mysterious crystals, which was very important for him to establish his force. It could save him a lot of trouble. If my guess is correct, this should be a graveyard. The things here should only be burial goods. There will definitely be many good things inside, but it will be more dangerous to venture deeper. Everyone should be more careful, Xianxia said with a serious expression. The mausoleum? There's more good stuff? Hee, this is my favorite. Ling Xiao was not afraid at all. With their current lineup, Ling Xiao didn't think there was anything that could hurt them. The people around him were all extraordinary people, so they naturally wouldn't have stage fright. It's best to be careful. This tomb must have been a terrifying expert when he was alive. Otherwise, he wouldn't have created such a huge commotion, Xianxia said. Thus, the group walked deeper into the mausoleum. There was a 2-meter-wide passageway. It was still pitch black in front of them, but it didn't obstruct their vision. Xianxia was still walking at the front. When they were about to reach the entrance of the passageway, he made a gesture and everyone stopped. This is the 7 stars, 7 malevolent array. Xianxia stared at the ground and exclaimed, "What's the 7 stars, 7 malevolent array?" Ling Xiao asked confusedly. "This is a deadly array. The 7 deadly malevolent array is very dangerous. If one is not careful, even Emperor Xian would lose his life here. The person who built this array is really a genius. Although this 7 stars, 7 malevolent array is not as scary as the Ghost Mother Demon array, it is still difficult to set up. Xianxia murmured with admiration. Can you break this array? Ling Xiao asked. I could, but I'm afraid it's not possible now. This 7 stars, 7 malevolent array has become a dead array. Unless we force our way through, there's no other way. Xianxia observed carefully and said, What do you mean? Ling Xiao asked again. He understood some of the profoundness and complexity of array formations. Some high-grade array formations even had unpredictable tricks. He wasn't proficient in array formations, so he could only rely on Xianxia. Xianxia pointed at the walls on both sides of the passageway and said, No matter what array formation it has its own array pattern and array core. The array pattern here is already in a mess. It's possible that the 7 stars array core has already been sealed, so there's no way to break it. No matter where we go, we will be attacked by the 7 malevolent array. The master of this tomb really cut off all paths of retreat. What can a mere array formation do to us? Wait for me to break it, Savage Leopard said disapprovingly and flew towards the passageway. Stop! Xianxia shouted in shock. Unfortunately, it was too late. Savage Leopard had already entered the passageway. Suddenly, small holes appeared on both sides of the passageway. Streams of deathly aura shot out. These deathly auras were like the finger attacks of an expert. The aura was terrifying to the extreme. If an ordinary Empyrean entered, they would probably be turned into a beehive immediately. But Savage Leopard was at the Mystic Tharch rank. Layers of dense elemental defense surrounded him, isolating the deathly aura. It was just that the deathly aura was even more terrifying than his dark attribute. It actually devoured his dark attribute energy and entangled around him nonstop. Savage Leopard roared and used his world power to deduce. Only then did he stop the deathly aura from spreading. Just as he revealed a look of disdain and flew forward, there was another movement in those small black holes. Buzz, buzz. Ear-piercing sounds resounded throughout this basement. Not only Savage Leopard, even the others had a bad premonition. In the blink of an eye, countless black dots flew out from the small holes. The passageway was instantly filled with little black dots, causing people's scalps to go numb. Xianxiao's body shivered as he exclaimed, These are demonic spirit puppets, man-devouring bees. There are too many of them. Those man-devouring bees surrounded Savage Leopard layer by layer. It was like a plague of bees blocking the passageway. Furthermore, there were quite a number of them flying towards the few people at the entrance of the passageway. This time, Savage Leopard was in trouble. Although he had the world power to isolate the deathly aura, facing so many man-devouring bees, he had no choice but to immediately exterminate these man-devouring bees. His strength could instantly exterminate quite a number of man-devouring bees. However, these man-devouring bees were clearly much stronger than ordinary man-devouring bees. Those that were smashed to smithereens could actually fly over again. Savage Leopard was already surrounded by countless man-devouring bees. They were actually still able to launch attacks with the deathly aura. It wouldn't be long before Savage Leopard was unable to exterminate them, and he would die here first. Mad Tooth absolutely couldn't let Savage Leopard die here like this. His saint power was fully unleashed at this moment. 2 Black Palm Prints slapped those man-devouring bees to death. Ling Xiao also began to use his heavenly fire to burn away the deathly aura emitted by the man-devouring bees, preventing others from being invaded. Big brother, you hold them, I'll save you. Mad Tooth lightly stamped his feet. A terrifying force dispersed all the man-devouring bees. Savage Leopard was finally able to catch his breath. At this moment, Xianxia exclaimed, This is only 2 fiends, there are still 5 fiends. Quickly come back. 7 stars, 7 fiends, 7 deadly strikes. Each one was more terrifying than the previous one. Sure enough, just as he finished speaking, the 3rd deadly strike appeared. The ground under the passageway actually cracked open. A terrifying hissing sound came out. making people feel extremely cold and disgusted. Hiss! A terrifying black serpent came out from a crack. It bit towards Savage Leopard, who just got out of the encirclement. This black serpent was naturally a demon spirit puppet. However, this serpent wasn't an ordinary one. It was actually a serpent with the strength of a rank 7 mid-stage demon spirit. Right now, it only stretched out its head, but it basically filled the entire passageway. Savage Leopard was caught off guard and was swallowed by its bloody mouth. All of this happened too suddenly. It was simply impossible to defend against. Bastard, I'll kill you. Mad Tooth's old eyes widened. He loudly roared, and a few chains appeared from who knows where. These chains were the 10 millennia cold steel chains that Mad Tooth had sealed in the demon sealing array. Their toughness wasn't any less than a high-rank spirit artifact. These chains were like tentacles that could extend indefinitely, instantly binding the black serpent's neck. Die for me, Mad Tooth roared, his strength exploding out at this moment. Pooh! That huge serpent's head was immediately broken by those 10 millennia cold steel chains. Countless deathly auras began to gush out. Savage Leopard was also thrown out heavily. Mad Tooth's eyes and hands were quick, and he pulled him over. At this moment, Mad Tooth didn't have the time to continue, so he brought Savage Leopard back to everyone's side. Savage Leopard's face was already filled with a deathly aura, and its life force was gradually weakening. Young Master, please save him. Mad Tooth knelt down on one knee towards Ling Xiao for help for the first time. He never had any respect for Ling Xiao, but Savage Leopard was his brother for thousands of years. He absolutely couldn't let Savage Leopard die. Therefore, he was willing to kneel before Ling Xiao, because he knew that Ling Xiao would definitely have a way to save him. Ling Xiao, of course, didn't want Savage Leopard to die like this. Therefore, he bent down, and his palms were filled with the energy of heavenly fire. He began to expel the deathly aura from Savage Leopard's body. However, doing this was still not enough. Fraud! Quickly use your light attribute energy to heal him. Ling Xiao exclaimed to Xianxia at the side. Xianxia didn't say anything and immediately used his light attribute energy to illuminate Savage Leopard. Under the restraint of the two energies, Savage Leopard's deathly aura was finally suppressed, but its life force was still slowly fading and the deathly aura wasn't completely expelled. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He took out a drop of 10 millennia tree sap and several top-grade blood crystals and fed them to Savage Leopard. Chapter 733. The 10,000-year tree sap and the top-grade blood crystal were both top-grade spirit items that could recover one's vitality. After the Savage Leopard consumed it, the aura of death on his face was finally dispelled by more than half. He barely managed to sit up and use his own strength to dispel all of this energy. However, he discovered that the aura of death seemed to have seeped into his meridians and blood vessels, constantly wearing away at his life force, making it impossible for him to completely expel it. He could only temporarily suppress it. Mad Tooth asked anxiously, "Big brother, how is it?" The Savage Leopard said with a weak expression, "It's a little difficult. The aura of death has already entered my body, and my internal organs are not easy to remove. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on for long before it invades me again." "Young Master, is there no other way?" Mad Tooth looked at Ling Xiao and said. Ling Xiao was a little speechless and thought to himself, "You're a Saint Realm expert after all. If you can't do anything, what can I do?" He didn't mean to look down on Mad Tooth, but he felt that Mad Tooth was too concerned. This dense aura of death was something that even an alchemist like him was helpless against. Ling Xiao turned to look at Xianxia and said, "Fraud, you should have a way, right?" Xianxia frowned and said, "This might be a little troublesome." Xianxia frowned and said, "This might be a bit troublesome. This death energy is too pure, and even with my light energy, it's impossible to completely expel it. My strength is still too low, and moreover, it's dark energy, which is compatible with the death energy. unless I can set up a light purification formation, but this will have a huge impact on the savage leopard cultivation. The light purification array could purify all the baleful aura and death aura. At the same time, it would also greatly weaken the savage leopard's dark attribute energy. Light subdued darkness. This was an eternal law. Everyone's expression turned solemn. They were all sighing that the savage leopard was too reckless. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and said, I have a way to try. Maybe the situation isn't that bad. Mad Tooth's expression lit up, and he immediately said, Young master, as long as you can save the savage leopard, my life is yours. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, Me saving him has nothing to do with you. He is this young master's brother. I naturally won't let him die in vain. Ling Xiao didn't want to use this as a deal. Savage Leopard had helped him a lot over the years. He would never give up if he could save it. This was Ling Xiao's character. He would not treat his subordinates as cannon fodder. As long as they were loyal to him, he would treat them sincerely. Ling Xiao placed his hand on the top of the Savage Leopard's head and lightly said, Savage Leopard, relax. No matter what I do, don't panic. Cruel Leopard used to be a hero of his generation. Naturally, he would not be afraid that Ling Xiao would harm him at this time. He nodded and said, Come on, young master. My life is yours to begin with. Ling Xiao instructed Han Kai to first completely isolate the death aura in this space and not let it seep in. After doing all this, Ling Xiao also began to move. His arm actually carried a strong suction force, preparing to absorb the savage leopard's death aura. Xianxia, Han Kai, and Mad Tooth all trembled. Xianxia shouted, Young master, don't be impulsive. You will lose more than you gain. Han Kai also said, Kid, don't be impulsive. Although Ling Xiao had the heavenly fire to protect his body, if he absorbed the death aura, he would not be able to use the heavenly fire to completely expel it from his body. If that was the case, even if Ling Xiao saved the savage leopard, he would still die. Mad Tooth only clenched his fists. In his heart, his impression of Ling Xiao became even deeper. He thought to himself, Ling Xiao, as long as you don't die, I, Mad Tooth, and Big Brother will swear allegiance to you. Mad Tooth was a sentimental person, and he was also a person with a strong sense of brotherhood. This could be seen from the way he treated the savage leopard. Now that Ling Xiao was risking his life to save the savage leopard, Mad Tooth was very touched. He finally began to look at Ling Xiao in a new light. The savage leopard could not remain calm. He shouted, Young master, you can't do this. Ling Xiao pretended not to hear their words and continued to absorb the death aura from the savage leopard's body. The other three looked quite nervous and were sweating profusely. However, Ling Xiao had his own plans. He did not want to use the heavenly fire to extinguish the death aura, but to really absorb it. This was because after he entered, the innate Yin Wind Qi had some unusual movements. It was obvious that it was interested in the death aura. However, Ling Xiao did not dare to take the risk and absorb the death aura. If the innate Yin Wind bead was not reliable, then he would die. In order to save the savage leopard, he could not care less. He also wanted to see if the death aura could become nourishment for the innate Yin Wind bead. After all, the innate Yin Wind bead had consumed too much energy in order to deal with the golden crack bead. If it could absorb the death aura to nourish it, it would be a great thing for Ling Xiao. When the death aura had just entered Ling Xiao's body, Ling Xiao's energy, which contained the heavenly fire, instantly wiped out the death aura. In this situation, Ling Xiao could not help but snicker. It seems that this young master really has an invulnerable body. It's difficult for this death aura to pose any threat to me, but this kind of innate Yin Wind bead can't absorb the power of the death aura. With this in mind, Ling Xiao stopped the circulation of his heavenly fire energy and tried his best to let the death aura enter his body. With the entry of the death aura, Ling Xiao's skin instantly turned pitch black, and his skin and flesh became somewhat dry. His life force was also constantly decreasing. Even if Ling Xiao were to circulate the ancient Emperor Divine technique, he might not be able to offset the power of the death aura, unless he could reach the seventh transformation and achieve a supreme divine body. The three people beside him were extremely nervous. They all clenched their hands tightly, as if they wanted to separate Ling Xiao at any time. As for the savage leopard, he was extremely moved. It's worth it to follow such a master. When the savage leopard's death aura entered Ling Xiao's body, the innate Yin-Wind bead in his sea of consciousness could no longer hold it in. Streams of innate Yin-Wind qi rushed out and swept away all the death aura. Ling Xiao's black skin once again became bright and clean, and his life force once again recovered, as if he had never been stained with any death aura before. The innate Yin-Wind bead in his sea of consciousness once again sent out a signal. It was like a hungry child that needed more food. Ling Xiao smiled calmly. He knew that the death aura could indeed be absorbed by the innate Yin-Wind qi. Presumably, the death aura also belonged to the category of evil qi. If he could absorb all the death aura here, the innate Yin-Wind bead would be able to recover its energy and even reach a higher level. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao was very happy. Young master, are you done? The savage leopard, who was below Ling Xiao, looked much better. He obviously did not feel his life force disappearing. Ling Xiao came back to his senses. He withdrew his hand and said, you should be fine now." Then he took out a few medicinal pills for the savage leopard to consume. This time, the savage leopard finally recovered a bit, allowing him to run back from the gates of hell. "Thank you, young master." The savage leopard knelt down on one knee towards Ling Xiao and said sincerely. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "Quickly get up, it's good that you're fine." Then he looked at the others and said, "All of you, step back. This death aura is temporarily useful to me." The others were all stunned. They all looked at Ling Xiao in confusion. Could it be that this death aura could be absorbed? "Young master, you should pay attention," Xianxia said from the side. Han Kai also said, "That's right. Even my sacred body can't handle this death aura. It's better not to act recklessly." Ling Xiao replied, "You don't have to worry. They might be harmful to you, but to me, they're a great tonic." At the same time, he licked his lips, as if he had seen a top-grade delicacy and wanted to eat it immediately. Seeing that Ling Xiao insisted, the few of them no longer stopped him. They retreated, and Han Kai also withdrew his spatial energy. Ling Xiao took a step forward, allowing the overflowing death aura from the passageway to attack him. To others, this power was terrifying, but to Ling Xiao, it was not enough. He opened his mouth, and a powerful suction force appeared. So, the death aura was pulled in, and pure energy continuously surged over. In just a moment, it wrapped Ling Xiao into a large cocoon. "So much death aura. Will young master be able to take it?" The savage leopard said worriedly. Mad Tooth also said from the side, "I don't know. Even I don't have the confidence to let it invade my body. This death aura is the purest form of death energy." Xianxia muttered, "Young master must have a sense of propriety. He definitely won't act recklessly. Moreover, he still has the protection of the heavenly fire, so he'll definitely be fine." Han Kai, who was at the side, did not say anything. He only stared at the black cocoon. Not long after, the black cocoon of death aura started to spin nonstop. Like a tidal wave, it surged into Ling Xiao's body. What the hell is going on? Young master can really absorb death aura? The savage leopard said. Then he seemed to see something. He thought to himself, could it be that bead? The savage leopard had stayed in Ling Xiao's knowledge sea before, so he knew that Ling Xiao not only had the demon fire bead, but also another gray bead. This time, he was finally completely relieved. Ling Xiao stood there and absorbed for 7 days and 7 nights before he finished absorbing all the death aura in the basement. When all the death aura disappeared, Ling Xiao revealed a satisfied smile and muttered, "I absorbed enough at once." When it was completely digested, I would be able to go one step further. As he spoke, a layer of black mist appeared on Ling Xiao's palm. The other four were startled. Han Kai couldn't help but exclaim, "Brat, you refined the death aura?" Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Hee hee, I was just lucky." Of course, this death aura was not refined by him, but by the innate Yin Wind bead. He could only use this death aura. This time, the power of his innate Yin Wind baleful qi would become even more terrifying. Not only could it corrode and kill, it also had the most difficult death aura in the world. If he wanted to kill someone and didn't want that person to die immediately, this death aura was undoubtedly the best slow poison. Just thinking about this kind of death was terrifying. Chapter 734. After Ling Xiao refined the death energy, the other four didn't dare to get too close to Ling Xiao. They were afraid that Ling Xiao's death energy would contaminate them. They didn't have Ling Xiao's abnormal ability to control the death energy. They all cursed in their hearts. Young master is really too abnormal. Ling Xiao returned to the main topic and said, "All right, let's find a way to break through this 7-star, 7-fiend formation." This time, Han Kai stepped forward and said, "Let this old man lead the way." His strength was already unrivaled in the Central Territory, so he didn't believe that this formation could stump him. The others didn't have any objections, and Savage Leopard didn't dare to show off anymore. He still had lingering fears from what happened earlier. There was still the 4-fiend gate, but with Han Kai leading the way, nothing would be a problem. His strength as a high-level saint wasn't something to be trifled with. If he was going to this passage alone, you wouldn't need to go through the passage slowly. He could just teleport to the other side. The reason he destroyed the formation was so that Ling Xiao and the others could come over safely. Xianxia sighed and said, "Fortunately, Elder Han is here. Otherwise, we really wouldn't be able to go inside. The person who built this formation is really scheming." Ling Xiao also nodded in agreement. He really hadn't expected that he would be able to swindle a high-level saint on this trip to the medicine capital. This gave him even more confidence to propose his own hegemony. After passing through the passage, a large number of demon puppets appeared. These puppets were clearly much stronger than the ones outside. However, they still couldn't stop Ling Xiao and the others from moving forward. Along the way, Ling Xiao had already obtained a lot of good things, including some spirit tools, Xin skills, and rare and precious materials. These things undoubtedly gave Ling Xiao more confidence. They would be of great use when recruiting troops in the future. Ling Xiao had a proud expression as he muttered, "I've struck it rich. I didn't expect that there would be such treasures hidden under this hell city. It's just right for this young master." He had always adhered to the principle that he would be a bastard if he did not take advantage of the situation. He didn't want to be a bastard, so he confiscated all the good stuff in the basement. Of course, before collecting, he would also let the others see if there was anything they needed. The others didn't stand on ceremony with Ling Xiao. They took some of the items that were suitable for them, but most of them went to Ling Xiao. They had already walked for quite a while, and they were finally about to reach the secret room at the end. This secret room was presumably the true location of a mausoleum and also the location of the Demon Child formation. Before they even got close to the entrance, a large amount of death qi had already seeped out, which gave Ling Xiao a lot of nourishment. After the death qi was sucked dry, everyone carefully walked inside. After all, at this juncture, it was impossible for there to be no ferocious creatures guarding them. There's also a deathly aura restriction. Wait for me to break it first, Han Kai said, and punched the door of the secret room. However, the deathly aura restriction this time was much stronger than the one he had encountered before. Han Kai had to punch it a few times before he was able to disperse it. After the restriction was broken, there was no longer any deathly aura coming out from inside, which made everyone feel very strange. At this time, Xianxia said, "We've already passed through quite a few formation obstructions. There shouldn't be any obstructions in this formation core." After saying that, he took the lead and stepped into the last secret room. The others followed suit, and walked in as well. As soon as they walked in, everyone gasped in shock. They looked at the scene in the spacious secret room and were all incomparably shocked. This was indeed a mausoleum. In the middle of it was a very small coffin. It seemed to be only half the size of a normal coffin, but it looked very strange and noble. This was because it was made of 10,000-year-old jade, and the color of the glass emitted waves of emerald green and demonic colors. This small coffin actually emitted a strong life force, completely different from the layers of deathly aura outside. Besides this small coffin, there were numerous grade 8 beast cores revolving around it, and numerous extremely profound formation markings even filled the secret room. There were formation markings that were visible, and there were also hidden markings that couldn't be seen. All of them were densely packed like a spider web, and it caused one to feel extremely shocked. These spirit array patterns were clearly centered around the coffin, and many of them led to the top of the secret room, sticking closely to the top, as if they were connected to something. Apart from that, there were also some strange images of ferocious beasts carved on the surrounding walls. There were also many skeletons stuck to the walls, as if they had been buried with the owner of the coffin. It seemed extremely strange, sinister, and terrifying. Damn, what kind of mausoleum is this? It's so scary. Ling Xiao could be considered someone who had seen this scene before, and he couldn't help but shout in shock. This should be the core of the demon child array. These dead people should be buried here. I'm afraid there are at least a few thousand of them. How extravagant! Han Kai exclaimed softly. Savage Leopard and Mad Tooth, on the other hand, had always been cruel and ruthless, so they didn't have any reaction to this kind of evil place. Xianxia couldn't help but exclaim. As expected of a peerless ominous array, it can actually combine all kinds of bright and dark spirit array patterns so tightly, and it can even cleanly refine all the life essence it absorbs while excluding the deathly aura. Inside this coffin is definitely the demon child's heart. What's a demon child's heart? Could it be a monster human's heart? Ling Xiao asked in confusion. Of course not. The Ghost Mother Demon Child Array is one of the peerless ominous arrays. In addition to its great damage, it also has another function, which is to provide the Mother Array with an endless supply of vitality. This vitality is transmitted through the demon child's heart and the body of the Ghost Mother. This demon child's heart is actually the source of all the life essence absorbed by the spirit array, and the deathly aura should be filtered and accumulated by the spirit array, Xianxia explained. That's right, the life essence in this coffin is a sacred object of the living. Even this old master is tempted to see it. Han Kai seemed to have some understanding of the Ghost Mother Demon Child Array, so he immediately echoed. Such a powerful thing. My goodness, isn't the Ghost Mother Array reaping a lot of benefits? It really is a spirit array that harms others to benefit themselves, Ling Xiao said in surprise. How could Ling Xiao not be tempted by something that could even tempt saints? Wait for this old master to personally take it. Han Kai's old eyes emitted a strong sense of greed. He had already lived for too many years, and his lifespan was actually not long. If he could obtain this life essence and readjust his own life force, it would undoubtedly be of great benefit to him. He might even have the chance to take a step forward and not just seek the Tao. However, just as he was about to make a move, Xianxia stopped him and said, Elder Han, don't be impulsive. If you forcefully break it, even you won't be able to withstand the attacks of these formations. Moreover, it might even destroy the demon child's heart. Hearing Xianxia's words, Han Kai immediately stopped. He asked, Then what should we do? Are we just going to watch? Xianxia shook his head and said, Of course not. I want to see if I can break this formation. Xianxia's understanding of formations was greater than anyone else's. He also wanted to challenge the power of this peerless, ominous formation. This would be of great help to his understanding of formations. Fraud, can you do it? Ling Xiao asked. Xianxia also very honestly said, No, you still want to show off? Ling Xiao asked in confusion. It's fine. Even if I can't break it completely, it won't be too powerful in the end. At that time, I can forcefully break it. Xianxia waved his hand. Seeing that he was so insistent, no one said anything else. "All of you step back a bit," Xianxia said as a strange blade appeared in his hand. Han Kai, who was experienced and knowledgeable, muttered to himself, "Formation pattern cutting blade. It seems like its grade isn't low." Xianxia smiled and didn't say anything else. He was about to walk forward. "Fraud, don't be in such a hurry. This is for you." Ling Xiao seemed to have thought of something and called out to Xianxia. A set of silver-white armor appeared in his hand. This armor's grade was not low. It belonged to the category of half-sane artifacts. It was something that Ling Xiao had obtained from the chaotic war abyss. Ling Xiao didn't want Xianxia to die here. With his half-sane grade armor, it would be safer. Xianxia had never been polite with Ling Xiao. He took the armor and put it on. Then, he carefully walked up to the spirit array. In order to break a spirit array, one had to destroy the formation core. However, this peerless spirit array was somewhat different from ordinary spirit arrays. Its formation core was located inside the spirit array, making it difficult for others to approach and destroy it. Thus, one could only use another method to break the spirit array, which was to destroy the spirit array from the outside. However, this method was much more dangerous. If one made a mistake, the spirit array would be thrown into disorder. If that happened, the person who tried to break the spirit array would definitely die. Xianxia first calmed his mind. After a long while, the formation pattern cutting blade in his hand began to descend. His casual slash actually seemed to have reached the realm of Saberman unity, which made everyone's eyes light up. The few dark lines in front of him instantly disappeared along with his saber. Following that, Xianxiao's movements actually began to speed up. Each slash seemed chaotic, but it also had an indescribable charm to it. Everyone couldn't help but be entranced. This kid actually used the saber to enter the spirit array. He really is a promising talent. No wonder he's the only successor of the profound secret sect. His ability is much stronger than the previous generation's Xianxia. Old Han couldn't help but praise. His formation realm is already very high. As long as his strength increases, this spirit array won't be a problem for him. But now it seems he's still a bit lacking. Mad Tooth also sighed. Savage Leopard said, "A few thousand years ago, that generation's Xianxia was only a mid-stage mystic emperor. Now that the military advisor is a mid-stage Empyrean and has followed the young master, it won't be difficult for him to go further." Ling Xiao just stared at Xianxiao's figure. He thought to himself, this swindler does have some ability. He doesn't just know how to trick people. Chapter 735. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days had passed. In these 3 days, Xianxiao had already broken through countless formation patterns. He had already shown signs of exhaustion several times, and had no choice but to take medicinal pills to recover his strength before breaking through the formation again. In just 3 short days, his mental state was indeed much worse than before. His face was covered in sweat, and his complexion had become incomparably pale. Moreover, his speed had become much slower. Sometimes, he would hesitate for a long time before making another slash, afraid that he would mess up the formation. As expected of a peerless, vicious formation. It's too complicated. My ability is still not enough. Xianxiao wiped off his sweat and thought to himself. The people at the back were also extremely nervous because they saw that Xianxiao was getting closer and closer to the beast cores. As long as the beast cores were successfully taken out, the formation would collapse on its own, and the people in Hell City would no longer be attacked by the deathly aura. Xianxiao looked at the few remaining formations and stopped what he was doing. These formations not only had a combination of bright lines and dark lines, but there were also some that were a combination of false and real lines. If he was not careful, it would be easy to make a mistake, and that would be troublesome. Although Xianxiao had the help of the Heaven's Eye, he had already used up too much of his eyesight and was showing signs of not being able to hold on any longer. Looking at the formation patterns in front of him, he continued to hesitate. In the end, He let out a heavy sigh and slowly retreated. I can't do it anymore. Those formation patterns are too profound. With my current ability, I can't lure them away and destroy them. I can't do anything about the rest. Xianxia was not a reckless person. He knew that he had to act according to his abilities, and he would not joke around with his life. Leave the rest to me. After breaking through so many formation patterns, I don't think the power will be too great. Han Kai said. Xianxia waved his hand and said, I'm afraid it won't be easy. This is the core of the formation. Once it is attacked, I'm afraid this place will be completely destroyed. Even the city above will suffer. Are we just going to let it go like this? Han Kai said with some dissatisfaction. Xianxia fell silent. If he did not destroy the formation, then Hell City would still be in danger, which would be equivalent to doing useless work. However, if he forcefully destroyed it, then the entire city would be destroyed. If we can't remove those beast cores through the runes, this formation will be finished. Xianxia murmured. When everyone heard his words, they pretended not to hear him. After all, it was too unrealistic to think that they could obtain the beast core without going through the formation. After all, even if they had telekinesis methods, they would still come into contact with the formation runes. Just as everyone was feeling vexed, Ling Xiao said, Can't we set up another array formation to minimize the impact when we destroy this place? Formations had all sorts of mysterious and profound mysteries, such as trapping formations, offensive formations, defensive formations. Ling Xiao suggested that if he could set up another formation to lock down the entire place, even if he were to forcefully take it, the repercussions would not be too great. When Xianxia heard Ling Xiao's words, his eyes suddenly lit up and he exclaimed, That's right. Why didn't I think of this method? Young master, your suggestion is really great. Ling Xiao flicked his bangs and made an extremely cool expression. However, when he saw that everyone present was a man, he immediately lost the mood to act cool. After Xianxia rested for a while, he began to fiddle with the formation. He planned to do as Ling Xiao said and minimize the damage here. This was something he could do. Ling Xiao ignored him and carefully examined the beast cores that surrounded the small coffin in front of him. He was thinking about whether or not there was a way to remove the beast cores without passing through the formation runes, just like what Xianxia had said. After staring at it for a long time, his eyes lit up and he muttered, Fraud, do you think that if we can move the beast cores slightly, this formation can be broken? Xianxia stopped and said, Young master, don't be rash. If you can move the beast cores, you will definitely touch the formation runes. You will definitely suffer. What if I don't touch the formation runes? Ling Xiao said again. That's impossible. If I can do that, then this formation will definitely be broken safely. Xianxia replied. All right, then I might be able to give it a try. Ling Xiao replied, showing a look of excitement. Hey, young master, what are you thinking? You can't act recklessly. Xianxia said nervously. Don't worry, it's fine. If you're worried, it's better if you set up that formation for me. If it explodes, there's still one more, and the damage won't be that great. Ling Xiao said. He wasn't sure if his method would succeed 100% of the time, so he might as well make sure he was fully prepared. Xianxia hesitated for a moment, but didn't say anything else. He once again set up the formation. After the formation was set up, Xianxia said seriously, Young master, don't be rash. If you really can't do it, then let Elder Han do it. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, Don't worry. I think there shouldn't be a problem. Elder Han and Mad Tooth, pay attention from the side. If it doesn't work, you guys can seal this place. At that time, this formation won't be able to cause any trouble. The few of them looked at each other and chose to listen to Ling Xiao's words. After all, Ling Xiao had given them too many surprises. It was as if nothing was too difficult for him. Xianxia and the savage leopard left the secret room. Their strength was no longer of much use if they stayed. Ling Xiao also began to make his move on the beast cores. In terms of strength, he was naturally inferior to Mad Tooth and Elder Han, but in terms of methods, he was inexhaustible. To move the beast cores in the card slots without touching the formation runes and stopping the operation of the formation, Ling Xiao only had one way, and that was to rely on the invisible and traceless spiritual energy. Spiritual energy could pass through all tangible objects and make any kind of attack. Naturally, it could also pass through these formation runes and enter the formation core to move the beast cores. Ling Xiao carefully controlled his spiritual energy. He didn't dare to make too much of a commotion and only condensed it into the size of an invisible human hand. When the spiritual energy hand slowly permeated the formation runes, a few drops of sweat appeared on Ling Xiao's forehead. He was afraid that the formation would suddenly explode, and at that time, he wouldn't be able to withstand the devastation of this high-level formation. Fortunately, the spiritual energy ignored the formation runes in the end and entered the core of the formation, grabbing one of the beast cores. His mental power firmly wrapped around the beast core, and then he moved it out of the card slot. When the first beast core was moved out, Mad Tooth and Han Kai were both overjoyed. At the same time, the way they looked at Ling Xiao changed. Following the movement of the beast core, the formation runes clearly shook, and many of them actually started to weaken. Ling Xiao was overjoyed, and he began to grab another beast core. After continuously moving the beast cores out, the formation runes finally started to gradually disappear, and the small coffin in the middle also started to tremble, as if it was resisting something. Just 2 more, and this formation will be finished, Ling Xiao thought to himself proudly. However, at this moment, a powerful aura descended from the sky, causing the entire secret room to shake all of a sudden. A shrill and frightening voice that sounded like it came from the depths of hell rang out. Who? Who dares to destroy my formation? You're really courting death. As the voice faded, a terrifying giant palm suddenly appeared in the secret room, grabbing towards Ling Xiao and the other 2. The long fingernails carried an incomparably ferocious energy. Kid, be careful. Han Kai saw this coming and cried out in alarm. With a powerful suction force, he pulled Ling Xiao back, and at the same time, he sent out another palm to meet the phantom claw. Boom! A powerful gust of wind exploded in the secret room, causing it to shake nonstop, as if it was about to collapse. When Ling Xiao came back to his senses, he saw that Han Kai had actually been knocked back by his opponent and smashed into the rock wall, blood still flowing from the corner of his mouth. Not bad. No wonder you can come here and destroy my formation. However, all of you can go to hell. Another voice sounded, and the phantom claw grabbed over again. Mad Tooth attacked from the side, and his 10 millennial frigid iron chains turned into a series of whip shadows that smashed against the phantom claw. However, the void claw didn't seem to have suffered much damage. It grabbed Mad Tooth like an eagle was grabbing a chick. The same was actually so weak. Mad Tooth was grabbed by the phantom claw, and it felt as if he was being crushed by a dozen mountains, making it impossible for him to breathe. It was as if he would be crushed by the phantom claw if the other party exerted more force. Just as he was struggling, Han Kai attacked again. This time, he did not hold back, and he sent out a fierce palm of fire at the phantom claw, slapping it down. Mad Tooth took the opportunity to escape. Damn it, I'm going to kill all of you. The voice sounded again, and this time, 2 phantom claws descended at the same time, grabbing toward Han Kai and Mad Tooth with unparalleled energy. Ling Xiao was shocked by the sudden appearance of the phantom claws. He never thought that there would be such a capable person who could attack through the void. This was definitely above the strength of the Holy Emperor. He could not help but wonder, are there still existences at the level of the Holy Emperor in the Central Territory? He had heard from his master, the Demonic Emperor, that once one reached the level of the Holy Emperor, they would have to go to the Heaven Territory, because once they reached that level, the world energy and various resources in the Central Territory would no longer be enough for them to make a breakthrough. However, how could he not be shocked that such a level of existence had appeared in front of him? However, he quickly came back to his senses because Han Kai and Mad Tooth's situation was not good. Han Kai was a high-level saint, so he could still handle it, but Mad Tooth could not. He was afraid that he would not be able to withstand the two phantom claws soon. Damn it, it's just a phantom attack. I don't believe you can overturn the heavens. Ling Xiao cursed. He had thought of a way to destroy these two phantom claws. He yelled at Han Kai and Mad Tooth, "Old Han, Mad Tooth, pay attention, I'm going to destroy the spirit array." As soon as he said this, his fists blasted out powerful energy, smashing into the remaining traces that had yet to be eliminated. Boom! Chapter 736. The remaining array patterns were maintained by the two array cores. Although the energy was many times weaker than before, its power was still extremely terrifying. After all, the energy of two-stage 8 beast cores was not a joke. In this secret room, powerful energy continued to explode, causing everyone's ears to ring. Rocks kept falling from the surrounding rock walls. Seeing that the secret room was about to collapse, the array patterns arranged by Xianxia finally began to take effect. The array patterns formed a bridge that blocked the falling rocks and compressed the surrounding space, causing the majority of the power of the explosion to be suppressed, allowing the scope of the destruction to be concentrated within the secret room. The ones who suffered were the Ling Xiao trio and the pair of void claws. The sound of explosions rang out incessantly, and after an unknown period of time, it gradually subsided. Fortunately, the secret underground room did not collapse, and Xianxia, who was outside the secret room, was already bleeding from his 7 orifices. His appearance was extremely terrifying, and if he had not broken through to the middle stage Empyrean stage, he would have died at this moment. The savage leopard situation was much better, but his mind was also in chaos from the shock. The two of them took the pills and immediately meditated to calm their injuries. After a long while, Savage Leopard bounced up from the ground and rushed into the secret room. Xianxia shook his head, regained his senses, and also rushed in. Inside the secret room, a large amount of smoke and white foam flew everywhere, making it difficult for people to see clearly. A cold voice echoed, "Good. You actually dared to destroy my child array. I have remembered your auras. One day, I will suck all of your life essence dry and die." The voice gradually faded away and finally calmed down. Without the support of the array, the mysterious powerhouse was unable to make a move. In the secret room, Han Kai was the strongest, and his injuries were the lightest. As for Mad Tooth, he was in a much more miserable state. He had smashed into the rock wall, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. The protective force in front of him had cracked, and his clothes were in tatters. "Young master," the savage leopard searched for Ling Xiao's figure, only to see him lying not far away. The muscles all over his body were festering, almost to the point that the golden bones inside could be seen. There was also a large amount of golden blood flowing nonstop. It was a ghastly sight. Just as Savage Leopard was about to help Ling Xiao up, he heard Ling Xiao's weak voice, Don't touch me." At this time, the others also came to Ling Xiao's side. Looking at the injuries all over his body, they could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Such a tragic injury. Even a profound Emperor Stage powerhouse would die, yet Ling Xiao was still alive. It had to be said that they had witnessed a miracle. Ling Xiao's fleshly body was comparable to an ordinary sacred tool. He was immune to ordinary attacks. It was just that he was the closest to the core of the array formation, so he suffered the most damage. That was why he was in such a miserable state now. "Feed young master the elixir immediately," Mad Tooth said anxiously. He was now gradually becoming loyal to Ling Xiao, so he naturally had to think about Ling Xiao's safety. "Don't worry, young master might have a way to recover." Savage Leopard waved his hand lightly. Sure enough, just as he finished speaking, rays of golden light began to spread out. Swish! Balls of golden light began to fill the secret room, dazzling everyone's eyes. At the same time, a mighty golden dragon shadow appeared above everyone, and the might of the Dragon Emperor was fully displayed. Could it be the long-lost ancient Emperor divine art of the Kim people's dynasty? Han Kai's old eyes bloomed with a brilliant look as he muttered. Savage Leopard nodded lightly and said, "Old Han has good taste. This is indeed the ancient Emperor divine art. I really did not expect young master to have cultivated it to such a stage. It is really incredible." The legendary god-tier cultivation technique? Mad Tooth said in shock. At this time, the flesh on Ling Xin's body was growing new flesh at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the wounds were gradually healing. When the four people saw this scene, they all widened their eyes and mouths, revealing expressions of disbelief. It was one thing for the wounds to heal themselves, but it was also able to continuously grow new flesh. Moreover, the speed was so fast that it was impossible to express the shock in their hearts with words. In just half a day, Ling Xiao's muscles had all recovered to their original state. That strong body that was as smooth as gold did not show any signs of being injured. Ling Xiao crawled up from the ground. His face was still incomparably pale. He took out the top-quality blood crystal, shattered it, and absorbed a large amount of blood energy. At this time, his condition seemed to have improved a bit. Damn, I almost died. I'll never play this dangerous game again. Ling Xiao finally let out a belated cry of pain. Everyone was speechless. Xianxia stepped forward and asked, "Young master, I said that you have a life of a cockroach. You definitely won't die so easily." Ling Xiao patted Xianxia's shoulder and shouted, "Haha, fraud, you're right. This young master definitely won't die so easily, but it's definitely not the life of a cockroach. It's the life of a true dragon and a son of heaven. Do you understand?" Although Ling Xiao's words were a bit narcissistic, everyone had just seen the extraordinary golden dragon with their own eyes, so they didn't doubt that Ling Xiao's words were boasting. "All right, is that small coffin still there?" "Please don't break it. Please don't break it." Ling Xiao suddenly thought of the life essence and immediately cried out in alarm. He then turned around to look for the small coffin. The small coffin made from 10,000-year-old jade was not damaged. It was only blown to a corner and was covered by a lot of stone fragments. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. He cleaned up the stone fragments on the jade coffin and saw a baby's face carved on the jade coffin. This baby's face had a strange smile on it, and there were two sharp horns on its head. It also had sharp teeth in its mouth, making it look like a little demon, giving off a sinister and bloodthirsty feeling. Ling Xiao looked at the little demon's face and found that it was still moving. Two beams of energy shot out from its eyes. "Young master, be careful." Han Kai saw the opportunity and waved his hand, sending Ling Xiao flying to the side. Boom! The two beams of energy actually pierced through two holes in the ceiling, causing a lot of stones to fall down once again. "Damn, what the hell is going on?" Ling Xiao jumped up from the ground and exclaimed. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief and said, "The coffin lid also has an array pattern. The person who set up this array really put in a lot of effort. So strange. Wait for this young master to smash it open." Ling Xiao said, as if he was going to destroy the small coffin. Xianxia stopped him and said, "Don't. This small coffin can't be opened directly. Otherwise, the life essence and the demon's heart will definitely be destroyed." Hearing this, Ling Xiao immediately stopped moving. "Then what should we do?" Ling Xiao said somewhat impatiently. From the moment he entered the basement, he had experienced so many dangers, but in the end, he still couldn't open it. He was about to go crazy. "Young master, first put it away, then go out and announce the news. When the time comes, I will set up a formation to prevent the life essence from leaking out. That way, we won't be able to keep it," Xianxia said. Ling Xiao didn't have any objections, so he waved his hand and said, "All right, we'll do as you say. However, I want to know what the life essence and the demon's heart are for." Xianxia said, "The life essence is formed by the demon formation absorbing the life force of many living beings. It can be said to be a peerless treasure that can restore life force. Anyone who is on the verge of death, as long as they absorb a mouthful of it. Even a peerless saint-level expert can increase their lifespan by more than 100 years. Just like the life essence in this small coffin, who knows how many lives it can save? So it can be said that this life essence is comparable to a Tier 8 treasure. The demon's heart is even more amazing. Whether it is a commoner or a martial artist of any rank, if they can consume it, their lifespan will increase by 1,000 years. Moreover, it can remove all the impurities in their body, and it can bring them back to life, change their cultivation physique, and even rejuvenate their youth. In short, there are many benefits. Even a saint or a holy emperor would covet it. Xianxia explained everything in one breath, causing Ling Xiao's eyes to emit a greedy light. I'm rich. I'm rich. It was really worth it to be blown half to death this time. Ling Xiao rubbed his hands and muttered. From the look in his eyes, it seemed like he couldn't wait to immediately devour the life essence and the demon's heart. However, he still suppressed his impulse and put away the small coffin. All right, what was that sound I heard before? Savage Leopard asked Mad Tooth doubtfully. Mad Tooth said with a trembling voice, "It should be the owner of this formation, a super terrifying enemy. I almost died at his hands." As soon as Mad Tooth said this, Savage Leopard and Xianxiao's expressions became especially ugly. Han Kai said from the side, "There's no need to worry. That person can only rely on the formation to attack us from afar. He should be very far away from us, so he shouldn't be coming to attack us." His words were obviously a little lacking in confidence, but in fact, he was also very uncertain in his heart. If such a powerhouse really came, even he wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from the other party. That person's terrifying strength made him feel uncertain. It had been a long time since he had left the medicine capital. He had always felt that he had no opponents in the central region, but he never thought that he would encounter an enemy of this level the moment he came out with Ling Xiao. This made him feel that he had been looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. Maybe I still have a chance to level up. Han Kai looked at Ling Xiao, who was emitting a strong imperial might, and thought to himself, hundreds of millions of miles away from Hell City, at the border between the central region and the Heaven Realm, in a hidden cave. This place was filled with spiderweb-like runes, and each of them contained an unfathomable and profound power. If anyone dared to approach, they would immediately be ground into mincemeat by these runes. A figure with disheveled hair was in the middle of the runes. She roared unwillingly, "Damned little bastard, you actually dared to destroy one of my child arrays. I hope I don't see you passing by, otherwise you will all die. I will make your souls scatter and never be able to reincarnate." You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.